Prologue. The monologue of Arisu Sakeonagi. I can still remember the view I saw across the glass screen on that day as if it was only yesterday. The exterior of the facility, located deep within the mountains, I saw when my father took me with him, was dyed pure white. No, it wasn't only the exterior, the corridors. The small rooms we went through was all painted in one single white color as far as I remember. I brought both my hands on the transparent glass, doing my very best to see what lied beyond. On the other side, this screen seems to be some sort of magic mirror, so they couldn't see us. What is it, Arisu? It's rare to see you this interested. This is an experiment to artificially create a genius. There's no way I wouldn't find it interesting. That's not a very childlike way of speaking, as usual, my father said while showing a perplexed smile as he picked me up in his arms. According to my father, anyone who went through the curriculum of this facility would, without exceptions, be educated to become someone exceptional. There's no way I wouldn't find any misgivings regarding that point. It's just, this experiment seems to have a lot of troublesome elements to it, which means it seems to be attacked from all sides regarding the humanity of it. Ha, ha ha. That being said, even I don't think I could artificially a genius or anything. The moment people are born into this world, the moment they receive life, their potential is set in stone. The fruits of chance, then, it will sometimes manifest in various fields. That's the contrivance of the human world. They can't do more than what is carved into their DNA. They awaken by the blood passed on from ancestors or by a sudden mutation. In other words, if you want to create a genius, you have to do it from the DNA stage. The ones born as an ordinary person will never escape the realms of an ordinary person. No matter how blessed their environment is, if the student isn't excellent from the start off, they won't become a genius. That has been my belief since I was young. That was the conclusion from seeing my fellow classmates being given top quality education since infancy. That's why this experiment ran counters to my own way of thinking. That being said, it isn't that straightforward that DNA alone could solve it either. Even if there is anyone graduating this facility as the cream of the crop, will that truly be a fruit from this experiment? What makes you think so? The children at the top just have the superior DNA, is what I think. I see. The curriculum these children are partaking is quite intense indeed. There is a chance the remaining victors were all excellent from the very beginning of, as you said. You really are just as wise as her. Your personality included. That makes me happy. Being compared to my mother is the highest words of praise to me. I obediently and honestly took to heart what my father told me and yet again watched the children's subjects. The children with talent. The children without. Everyone was equally partaking in this education. And then at the system, where the people dropping off, disappeared turn by turn. In the end, even if there are children staying until the end, they are just blessed by their parents' talents. Even if I find it interesting, it was an experiment without meaning. I couldn't help but feel that way. Who knows, it may be so. It may not be so. I also don't know. But I can't throw away the possibility that these children are destined to carry our future. I didn't understand what my father's acquaintance was trying to accomplish. Me being the child I was, my sight returned back to what was reflected beyond the glass. That child seems to have solved those tasks calmly and without any difficulties for a while now. As for clearing the tasks given to them itself, all the children reflected in our eyes had cleared them. However, everyone had done it desperately and with all their concentration. That should have been obvious. Whether studying or sports, the level of the competition here was far beyond normal children's. Among them was a single existence exhibiting an abnormality. A certain boy was overwhelmingly defeating his opponent in succession at chess, which was what they were doing now. Among the children I could see beyond the glass, he was the only existence snatching away my gaze and heart. Seeing this, my father looked somewhat happy, somewhat sad as he nodded. Yes, he is Sensei's son. His name should be Ayano Kuji. Kyotaku, if I remember right. Sensei is my father's acquaintance, and the person who is running this facility. He was a person never yielding to anyone, and I remember my father always showed a modest attitude towards him. He's Sensei's child, so his DNA must be excellent, right? Who knows? At least, Sensei has never graduated from a top university or possessed outstanding athleticism. His wife is also an ordinary woman. Their parents never showed signs of any talents either. But Sensei has stronger ambitions than anyone and a never-yielding and indomitable fighting spirit. That's it. That's why he has become so great, to the extent that he also, at one time, could move the country. In that case, won't that child be the perfect specimen for this experiment? My father nodded with conflicting feelings at my question. Well, he would probably regard that child as perfect for it, I think. But as I see it, I can't help but feel sorry for him. Why is that? From the very moment he was born, he has lived within these facilities. For him, the first thing he saw wasn't his mother nor his father, but the white ceiling of these buildings. If he was to drop off earlier, he could probably live with his father. Or no, the fact that he continues to stay here results in him getting his father's favor perhaps. If that's so, that is very simply put. He hasn't received any love from his parents. How lonely and desolate such a life must be. Even though there were a lot to gain and learn from touching another human, leaving his talents aside, I strongly hugged my beloved father, which made him hug me back. The final goal for this facility is for every educated child to become geniuses, but it's still in the test phase. It will continue to struggle for another 50 or 100 years. It's not to make the children gathered here to exhibit talent when they become adults themselves, but for the future children's sake. Both those surviving and those dropping off are nothing more than a batch of samples. A life of confinement within these buildings and their data extracted was the life waiting for them, Father said. The face of my father as he said those words looked like he was in pain. Do you not like this place, Father? Who can say? I honestly can't cheer it on. Perhaps if the children here really become superior to everyone else, if this facility becomes the natural thing, then this must just be the misfortunate beginning, is what I think. Rest assured, I will personally smash it for you to see. I will prove that talent is not decided by education, but from the moment people are born. I cannot lose to the children raised at this facility, no matter what and no matter how many. I, who has inherited the superior DNA, has to stop it. Yes, I'm expecting lots of you, Arisu. By the way, Father, I think I want to start playing chess. I opened my eyes and sat up, still half asleep. What a nostalgic dream. It was perhaps due to the approaching confrontation. To think I was remembering that day. But from the moment I met you until now, I've never forgotten it. I was convinced that a day would come when I would meet you again face to face. Chapter 1. The Teachers' Battle. One day in February, before the start of the official voting exam. During this time, Kadoikusai High School teachers continued to be busy with their work. They prepared for increases, expenses and graduations. In addition, there are also the perpetrators for the final special exams that all classes will be taking. Moments of various factors are complex, interrelated. Every teacher has no free time. Every day they are busy with work. However, the hearts of the teachers who are responsible for Class 1 this year are more complex than others. The above is the final special exam content for first grade students, as well as notifications about the introduction of the new system. A man completes an explanation of this year's special exams to all teachers. The explanation is the same for Year 2 and 3, but only Year 1 is different. If there are teachers who have any questions, please ask. In a tense atmosphere, he looked around the teachers who listened to his speech. There was silence for a few seconds. May I ask a few questions, Director Tsukishiro? The atmosphere of the staff room was still filled with silence. Mashima, who is responsible for Year 1 Class A, raises his hand and breaks the silence. Both Chabashira and Hoshinomiya, who were in charge of the Year 1 classes, also seemed to agree. They set their sights on Mashima. The man, who was the temporary director, Tsukishiro, had long noticed that the teachers in charge of first years had many questions. It's better to say that he thinks if they don't have questions, it will be too bad. This is related to his evaluation as a person. Are they just members of the community, or are they just adults, or just a teacher who works only to get paid? Is there something wrong? Class A teacher, Mashima-sensei. Tsukishiro, who predicted the question, smiled softly. Compared to special exams for Year 2 and Year 3 students, the benchmarks for first-grade students are much higher than the average compared to previous years. For example, voting in class. This exam carries a high risk of dropping out. As a teacher in charge of Year 1 students, and considering the future of the students, Mashima is not afraid of the temporary director Tsukishiro to represent them and protest. I'm sorry for being rude, but the interim director Tsukishiro was not here long before I came to this school. Although I think this is an assessment you made with reference to previous experiences, but because there were no dropouts in Year 1, you took steps, coercive steps, to make it happen. I think it's a mistake. Getting a question from Mashima, Tsukishiro smiled as he was criticized and showed his white teeth. Does it contain a lot of risk of dropping out of school? Are students worried about dropping out of school? Is the current situation the same as special exams so far? In the rules of this school, if someone fails the exam, they will be expelled from school. Isn't this a difficult rule for high school students here? I mean, it has nothing to do. It's true. Students who don't get a certain grade will be excluded. I don't want to say that rules like this are very difficult for students. Besides that, there have been many withdrawals of students in previous years. That is a fact. Every year, this school has conducted several special examinations in a standard range. In the exam, Year 1 students have tried to overcome a full year without dropping out. Although it is not clear whether this is due to the difference in their strengths from other years, there must be a reason. In addition, Mashima believes that it is important to use this aspect and continue it for the following years. But Tsukishiro's idea was different because there are many who dropped out of school in the past. Isn't this the same? No, obviously. This is different from our policy so far. I disagree with your design of an exam that enforces a forced withdrawal. While the other teachers were silent, only Mashima kept trying. Then, in the last special exam held at the end of the school year, you decided to introduce a new system. This is something that has never been done so far, and the reason is not explained at all. However, Mashima's resistance was futile. It is impossible to change this decision. Apparently, Mashima-sensei is still a little doubtful. Do you consider the practice carried out so far to be incorrect? Is everything wrong? In the staff room, Tsukishiro and Mashima repeatedly attacked one another. However, Mashima's inferior position was clear. People like Tsukishiro are not opponents who they can make irresponsible statements to. The absorption capacity of young children is greater than that of adults. With this in mind, I have ruled out students in Year 2 and 3 and restricted new examinations to Year 1 students. After all, they are Year 1 students who have not been so influenced by this school. If this new effort is successful, the test for first-year students in the next generations will be easier. There managed to be no dropouts for Year 1 students this year. Don't you want to end it in this situation? There is no point in maintaining this kind of thing. We must think of the future, and we must be oriented to the future. Tsukishiro's counterattack continues. This school has received a lot of expectations from the government. This is a new school for some experimental tests. Its history is still very shallow. For this reason, I think it is more important to try a variety of things. Of course, it's important to think about the future. However, you also have to think that you are using the current Year 1 students as guinea pigs. As the teacher in charge of their class, this is something I cannot agree with. Mashima continued to challenge Tsukishiro, attempting to improve the guidelines of this special exam. However, it was the class vote exam was already set in stone. That's why Chibashiro-sensei stopped him from continuing any further. Mashima-sensei, that's enough. Mashima held back his words. However, once again, Tsukishiro urged him to speak. No problem. If there is something you want to say, I hope you will speak your mind. I will listen. In fact, I understand what is making the teachers worry. So does that mean it's possible to reconsider? Mashima asked Tsukishiro. Although he spoke as if he were giving him a chance, that's not what he meant. In contrast to Director Sakeo Nagi, the interim director Tsukishiro did not have any intention to listen to any other opinions. Reconsider? I think that will be difficult. Although I am a substitute, I am still the director. As the director, my responsibility is to set guidelines and guide the school, nothing more than that. After all, I was merely hired by a legal entity owned by the government. With this statement, Mashima's resistance was meaningless. The opinions of people in schools are secondary, and the only thing that matters is the future of this high school education institution. In the end, it shouldn't matter if there are withdrawals for students because of strict rules, right? Inappropriate people must be excluded. This is the structure of society. No. This is a natural law. And, besides that, is there an agreement for the introduction of protection points? This is all I can approve of. The tense atmosphere began to slowly subside. The slow morning meeting is nearing its end. Furthermore, Sakeo Nagi, the current director, was detained for suspicion of committing an offense. If this is the case, then I cannot inherit educational policies from such a person. Of course, I hope he can eliminate any suspicion as soon as possible and return to his original position. With a loud clap, Tsukishiro looked around to all the teachers present. The time is almost up. That's the end of that problem. Oh, yes. I'm exploring the possibility of holding a cultural festival in the next school year. I think I also want to ask for advice from the teachers, so please don't hesitate. Cultural festival? In principle, shouldn't the school adopt a reserved attitude towards openness to the outside world? For the first time, Year 2 and 3 teachers asked a question. Such outdated parts are also a problem. To become a school that is better known by the state, I think it is necessary to change the rules no matter whenever needed. Of course, it is necessary to select strictly those who are invited, so it will be nothing to worry about. This is not open to ordinary people. After all, I will only choose among people in the political community who know of this school. If we do this, they will not divulge additional information to the outside world. The caretaker director Tsukishiro ended his speech and the teacher battle ended. There was nothing that could be done. Part 1. After Tsukishiro left the staff room before the start of class, Mashima-sensei and Hoshinomiya-sensei, could you make some time? Chibashiro called out to the two. Every time, they compete and grow together in this school, both as rivals and friends. Both of them did not specifically ask Chibashiro's reasons, but with the required documents, they went with her and came to the corridor that was connected to their classrooms. They understand each other because they have been friends for a long time. The first to speak was Hoshinomiya. I am very depressed. I will be forced to tell the students about an exam that guarantees a dropout. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the attendance book. Who will have to disappear? Even though it was inevitable, Hoshinomiya didn't want to face it. It is not guaranteed someone will have to drop out. Even though the number is very limited, there are still several methods. But to cancel a dropout, 20 million personal points are required. Of course, Hoshinomiya also knew that fact. Currently, no class has that many personal points. It may not be a bad idea to pay 300 class points to prevent this. After all, it can't be helped if someone is forced out of school. Usually it's a small problem. To cancel student withdrawals from school, 20 million personal points must be paid or 300 class points. This time the last method was removed, but both the teachers and students cannot accept forced withdrawals. Oh, I can't help but have to complain about the way Tsukishiro acts on behalf of the director. Right, it makes sense for C-chan to think so. He suddenly replaced the director and did something selfish like that. Hoshinomiya approached Chabashira and embraced her, but was driven by disappointment. Even if you complain, nothing will change. If you say something excessive, you might get fired. Is it your turn to tell me? Isn't Mashima-kun who was just trapped? He made us very worried. I didn't say anything excessive on that occasion. As Chi said, he would not care about the dismissal of a teacher. After all, there were numerous numbers of replacements. That was all very clear. Saying that was what she intended. Maybe the goal is to fire a teacher like Mashima-kun, and replace it with a teacher who is comfortable for himself. Both of them thought that Tsukishiro's speech in the staff room was a warning to a rebellious teacher. Mashima did not deny this idea. C-chan too. It must be hard after going up to the longer-awaited Class C, so don't force yourself, okay? You're pretty calm about our class promotion. I hate to say it, but is it possible for C-chan to be promoted to Class A? Looking at her peering eyes, Chabashira averted her eyes. Although Hoshinomiya often spoke of issues that were generally trivial, most of her actions were considerate to others. Chabashira, who had been close to her for a long time, had a good understanding of this. No, I'm not stupid enough to do this. That's right. If you just say you want to target Class A, I'll change my face. Hoshinomiya raised her hand and made a shocking expression. It may seem like a dialogue that has no special meaning between women, but Mashima doesn't see their calm in it. They are like carnivores facing each other on the savannah. The two of you are still competing for that. How many years have passed, Mashima-kun? This has nothing to do with time. Well, nothing to do with it. Mashima, who acted as the mediator, stunned by both and can only walk without power. Although Mashima dared to face Tsukishiro, sometimes he would meet an opponent he could not face. Is that the case? Anyway, even though this isn't something I can interrupt, you can't bring personal feelings. It's not like that, right, Chi? Of course not, Si-chan. Although they are attempting to figure out each other's thoughts, on the surface they pretend as if nothing is happening. In short, what I want to say is that we must refrain from acting recklessly. Chabashira hurriedly ended the conversation and walked into Class C. The two watched her leave. You really don't carry personal emotions, right? Mashima asked while looking at the back of Chabashira, who seemed to be in a bad mood. Don't compare me to her. Oh, I really don't have any attachments. Besides, I don't have nostalgia here. But since then, she hasn't changed, always acting like a student. That's why her precious love continues to be in her heart. You have a terrible expression. Oh? No, I hate showing a face like that. Hoshinomiya pulled out a folding mirror and smiled to the mirror. Okay, I'm also very cute today. You think so too, right? I do not know. That's too much. Well, it's worth it. After Hoshinomiya put back the mirror, Mashima gave him a suggestion. You have to be careful. Don't be fooled. Class D this year? No, more precisely Class C now, is very different from previous years. Although there are still gaps in class points, even the teachers are unable to predict the direction of special exams in the future. I suppose so, but it doesn't matter. I have Ichino-san. Then, if she really rises, I will destroy her directly. As a teacher, interfering in student competition is not a good thing to do, is it? I won't do that. However, I won't take Si-chan lightly. She also did not want to be said to be irresponsible because the teacher fought each other. Hoshinomiya said so. Looks like you're serious. Besides, I don't want to lose to Si-chan. This is the relationship between the two from since high school. As good friends and rivals. Chapter 2. Last exam of the first year, March 8th, Now in Class C, Chabashira-sensei as the homeroom teacher will announce the final special exam for Class 1. There are 39 sets of tables and chairs for Class C. Not long ago, there was 40, but now one less. This was because Haruki Yamauchi had dropped out, not only from Class C, Manabe from Class D and Yahika from Class A as well. This change has had a big impact on all the students in Year 1. The idea of must-have rescue steps that have been in their hearts has completely vanished. While they had not yet recovered from the shock and sadness caused by the incident, the days continued to pass by. Chabashira-sensei appeared after the bell that signaled the beginning of class. There is not any extra chat in the class. Then, the final special exam for the first class will be announced. Chabashira-sensei began her explanation of the last special exam. Even though they already knew that they could no longer hear Yamoki's voice, his friends Ike and Sudu tried to accept this reality. For today's final special exam, you will be asked to show us the comprehensive results that you have learned so far, including academics, physical abilities, teamwork, and maybe luck. In short, you need to play with your various potentials. In general, Ike would usually immediately ask Chabashira-sensei blurt out a question. However, he silently listened. He had a feeling that the next person to drop out of school might be him. This special exam is based on the comprehensive ability of each class to compete in the event selection special exam. It will be carried out according to the rules to determine the type of confrontation between classes, similar to the paper shuffle. Special event selection exam. The final special exam theme for the Year 1s. What is it about? First of all, to make it easier for you to understand when I explain it, I will use 10 white cards and 38 yellow cards that match the number of class students who will follow. With that said, Chabashira-sensei arranged a blank card and stuck it on the blackboard. Each card is approximately the same size as a playing card. Although there is nothing written on the 10 white cards, on the other hand, the yellow card seems to have the name of the student on each card. There are a total of 48 cards installed on the board. Compared to the number of students in the class, the yellow card should be one less. Are there any reasons? First, let me explain the use of these 10 white cards. You must discuss with each other first, then set 10 events according to your preferences, and write the events on the cards. After hearing this, Ike showed a confused face. However, seeing him trying to hold back from interrupting, Chabashira-sensei showed an amused expression. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. No, but wouldn't Si-chan-sensei be angry if I interrupted in the middle of an explanation? Ike's worries were obvious. Without your extreme jokes, how can I be calm? So far, Chabashira-sensei only accepts questions at the end of the explanation, but in some cases she still lets someone ask in the middle. Most of his classmates focused their attention on Ike. Even though he felt a little confused, he still said a few things where he felt doubtful. Well, that event? What does it mean? Written exams, chess, playing cards, baseball, and choosing anything you think will win according to your expertise. Then it's up to you to consider and make rules of each event. Can we decide freely? Although they were free to decide, he and several other students did not seem to understand. Although you can decide freely, there are some rules in determining events. At the extreme point, if competition and games are not known by many people, they will not be approved as events. So unless everyone knows, it can only be proposed. As a result, the rules of the event must be fair and easy to understand. For this purpose, after the event is proposed, the school will assess whether the event is appropriate and decide whether it is allowed. Of course, if someone chooses a special sport or game such as a personal hobby with certain rules, which are not known by most people, then it would be unfair for the competitors. However, even though it's like that, the rules are for us to decide. In addition, to avoid a draw, it is necessary to adjust the event. For example, in the Go rule, The same amount of land occupied by both parties is a draw, but to avoid this situation, in the placement of land half of the additional points, determined by white. Another example, in a chess game, although it is difficult to get a draw, but if there is a situation where a mise occurs, it will result in a draw. Though this is very rare, the winner must be decided in this situation, and then we can decide the winner according to the number of chess pieces held. Please specify in advance detailed rules like this. In selecting this event, if you do not decide the rules of winning and losing, then the event cannot be used. T.N. Remise is a situation where the king is not discrete, and cannot move at all, and the other pieces cannot move besides the king. If there are still other pieces that can move, the muscles do not apply, because the player has another step besides the king. But, accompanying the event with win and lose rules, is too little. Although there are countless types of events to some extent, events that can be chosen within the scope of all the students appear to be limited. So, let me set an example and practice what I just said. Ike, what are you good at? Anything is fine. Don't hesitate. What can I do? He didn't immediately answer the program he was good at, but he thought about it first. In that case, I think I am quite good at rock paper scissors. Hearing it like a joke, his classmates laughed. However, Chabashira-sensei took the answer seriously and wrote rock paper scissors on the white card. In that case, let's assume that rock paper scissors is the chosen event. The class did not think that it would be taken seriously, and Ike and his friends immediately became confused. How do you want the rules? Then, win in 3 sets of games to win? Chabashira-sensei followed Ike's instruction and added the rules to the white card. Most people already know about this event, and the rules are simple and clear. As a result, the school would not mind using this event. That really can be adopted. Although this event originated from spontaneous response, there were no problems with the school. Next, do this 9 more times, and 10 events have been selected. Chabashira-sensei took the chalk and wrote it on the blackboard. The exam schedule is also very important. This special exam is roughly divided into 3 stages. Special exams March 8th, the day of the announcement of the special exam. On the same day, determine the class opponent. March 15th, determine 10 events. Announce 10 events and their respective rules. March 22nd, the election day special exam day. But sensei, if there are more than 20 events, wouldn't it be very time-consuming? Each class must reselect 5 out of 10 events on the day of the event selection special exam and submit it after the wish. In short, the battle program will be reduced to 10, not 20. Hearing this, Horikita asked, that is, out of 10 shows, 5 of them are a hoax. Does that mean that false information is being transmitted to the opponent? It can also roll like that. 10 events that have been determined will automatically select 7 events randomly by the school mechanism that has been prepared. The process is like this. Chabashira-sensei explained what was on her mind. Compared to the previous special exams, the time for this particular exam seems too much longer. The reason why in the end they chose 7 events was because they had to guarantee a winner and loser. Because the number of events is odd, so there will be no draw. The winner will be determined by 4 wins of 7 events. Even if a class wins before the completion of all 7 events, the game will continue until the final event. However, this is related to changes in class points. That is, even if the result is determined, they still have to compete with each other. The deadline for the submission of the 10 events is on the 14th of Sunday. However, it is mandatory for the school to check whether the program can be adopted. It is safer to make the schools review the events one by one as soon as possible. What if, until the 14th, we are unable to choose 10 events? In this case, the school will set a pre-prepared event for you, but don't expect it to be suitable for your class. This will only be a disadvantage for you. It seems that it would be better to assign 10 events directly. There is another point. The same class cannot register two identical events. If you have registered a football event with a winning rule with a difference of 2 goals, and you choose a football event by determining the winning result using the penalty kick as another event, the school will consider it invalid. I hope you keep this in mind. Can I cancel a program that was decided? This is not permitted. Then, I want to ask about students who will be participating in the day of the exam. No matter who, or how many times someone participates. Is that okay? Regarding the rules about this program, if explained verbally, it might be difficult to understand in some places. For this reason, the school has prepared a sheet of paper containing detailed notes about the rules. Furthermore, whether you will copy or do something with it, you are free to do as you wish. Horikita, the answer you are looking for is also well written in it. Although schools can also prepare paper for the appropriate number of people, perhaps this is a form of consideration. If there is only one piece of paper, classmates will have to gather and read the contents together. This makes it easy to guide everyone to talk and discuss it as class partners. The 10 events decided by each class will also be announced on the 15th. I have written them on the board. After all, if you did not know what event your opponent has chosen and what rules there are, it would be very difficult. This means we can study and practice for 1 week and take action. There seems to be a battle to predict what the other party will choose on the day of the exam. Then, after the exam ends on the 22nd, there will be a day off on the 23rd. After that, the graduation ceremony on the 24th and closing ceremony on the 25th. Then you will be able to enter spring break without worrying. Enthusiasm can be very different depending on whether we end up winning or losing. In short, I generally understood the explanation of the special exams chosen for this event. However, from Chabashira-sensei's expression, it was vaguely seen that she still had something important to explain. In addition to event decision-making, there are other things that are also very important. That is, to lead the class, one person must be a commander in this special exam. Students who become commanders cannot directly participate in the event. I hope you all remember this. Commander. So, is that why there are 38 yellow cards? This is an important position that needs to be addressed in a responsive way. You must understand that the commander is allowed to interfere in all events and help, such as changing players, working on problems that the participant cannot solve, and not just sports. Even if it is Go and chess, the commander is given room to interfere. Is not that just to test the basic skills of students? But the commander's involvement, the way for commanders to intervene is also decided in the rules. I think, if you use rock paper scissors as an example, you can set it as when the commander can participate, and can only do it once, or the commander can replace players. You can set the method of participation. The same interventions in general will be allowed for the events. In the case of baseball or soccer, if we make a commitment to a change of players, the commander will play the role of a coach. Even though there are 7 events, the intervention factor will be a very important part. The commander will receive personal points individually when he wins, but will also be responsible for defeat. Then, when the class is defeated, they will assume responsibility and be expelled from school. Is this a mechanism to force the losers out of school? In this special exam, the commander is very important. If you don't have a commander, the test will not begin. If you cannot come to a decision about the commander, come and talk to me. I will appoint it for you. The form of this test is to ask for an individual. As a result, the protection points I obtained in the voting exam the previous day would be a large factor. It is very clear that there are many eyes and emotional feelings directed at me now, because I am the only person who holds protection point which can cancel an expulsion. If I hold this protection point, I can avoid being kicked out of school even if I am defeated as a commander. But is it really the best choice to ask me to take the role of a commander so that no one leaves school? Or is it better to ask talented students like Horikita to become commanders and increase the chances of winning even if it's only 1%? For students, they must choose which is better. If there are students besides myself who voluntarily serve as commanders, I'm afraid that most students won't object. On the other hand, everyone will hang on to me if no one wants to be a commander. How do we decide which class to face? Students who are commanders in each class will gather in the multi-purpose room after school today. That is to determine someone by a lottery and let them choose their desired opponent. You have to discuss which class will be chosen before the draw. The class that wins in the lottery has the right to determine which class to fight, and then the remaining two classes will automatically face each other. It's best to choose Class D, because we have a high chance of winning. Of course, if you choose a Class D opponent who has poor overall abilities, the winning percentage will increase. However, it is not always the best to fight the lower classes. If this is the case, then the chances of the other three classes choosing Class D is also very high. Chabashira-sensei said so. After the fall of Ryun, it was very easy to deal with Class D. The most important thing in this exam is not working together, but to take advantage of the strengths of each class. Whether we fight with Class A or Class B, we don't need to worry. In other words, as long as we choose a good event for our class, we have a higher chance to win. However, the higher the difficulty, on the contrary, the more advantages the class has. When we heard Chabashira-sensei's comments, no one smiled. At present, Horikita is constantly imagining in her mind, now Class C has the opportunity to challenge Class A and B with a chance to defeat them. However, this statement won't make you better. That means, if you lose this test and Class D wins, you will fall back down. Chabashira-sensei took the chalk and wrote the current class points on the board. Class points on March 1st: Class A middle. 1001 points. Class B middle. 640 points. Class C middle. 377 points. Class D middle. 318 points. Class C and Class D's points only slightly differ. In other words, even though we have been promoted to Class C within a year, we will return to Class D if we lose this last special exam. That means, in the eyes of the students, they must obtain victory. Next, let's talk about changes related to class points. Each event will raise or decrease class points by 30 points. If it is 7 consecutive wins, the class will get 210 points. If you win 5 times and 2 times losing, you will get 90 points from the opposing class, and the school will give 100 class points as the prize. That means, we can gain up to 310 class points. According to the results of this event, we can get points from enemy classes. This rule is also quite desirable. The number of points in the upper class that cannot be reduced so far can now be reduced as much as possible. Depending on the settings and results of the event, it is possible to move up to Class B and possibly down to Class D. If the opposing class points are insufficient, the school will fill in the insufficient points. That is, the class points will become negative but will be 0 on the surface. However, the class must pay back the points in debt to the school. In a form that cannot be seen, it means that the class points will be 0 or negative. However, this time all classes have more than 210 points, so it seems we don't need to worry about this problem. Part 1. After Chabashira-sensei left, there was still a little free time in class. The students see the paper in front which contains the rules of the event. Excuse me. Horikita broke into the crowd and photographed the note with her cell phone. In order to return to her seat and see it early, she takes this initiative. She sat on her chair and looked through everything. I'll show you, even though you might not be interested. Thank you for your consideration. Then he sent 2 photos in the chat application. Special event selection exam and rules for deciding an event. About small events, complicated events, and rules restrictions. Overly detailed rules are not permitted in matters such as written examinations and other events. The school will issue questions to ensure fairness. According to the content of the event, it is forbidden to set game rules that are too far from the basic rules. About the facilities that can be used. On the special examination day, the commander will see the process of the event in the multi-purpose room. In addition, the gym, the field, facilities at the school, such as the music room and science room, will basically be available. There are also some exceptions. About event boundaries and deadlines. Only 1 event per class can be selected for events rated as equal. Events that are too long or have no time limit may not be allowed. Regarding the number of people needed to participate, the number of people needed for the event must be different for 10 events, except for substitute players. The minimum number of participants for 1 event is 1 and the maximum number is 20. Excluding substitute players. There must be at least 2 events with more than 10 people in each class, including reserves. About the conditions of participation, each student can only participate in 1 event and cannot participate in more than 1 event. However, if all members in the class have participated, they can participate more than once. Regarding the commander's role, the commander has the right to interfere in the 7 events. The way of intervention is determined by the class that determines the event. This intervention can only be done with school approval. The rules are roughly divided into these 5 categories. The number of participants in each event, between 1 and 20 people. Events that require 20 participants are quite limited, but that can be entered in several ways. If almost 40 people have already played in the event, then they can play a second time. And even students can play 3 times depending on the situation. Although we try to reduce the number of participants and use some elites to compete, we must change the number of participants depending on the type of event. That will be increasingly difficult. Really, the school is making us prepare for the special exams with hard work. Yes, but this is probably the biggest event of the year. This is a difficult mechanism to win unless many students participate and work together. This is somewhat similar to a sports festival. But this time it's not just good physical strength that will benefit. Depending on the point of view, there are battles that use academic abilities, flexible ways of doing things, or doing things in dexterity. This advantage also has the potential to shine. We not only have to recognize our own strengths and weaknesses, but also to find out the strengths and weaknesses of other classes is the key to the test. Taking into account the selection of these events, the special exam time arranged by the school is also very clear. It is important to listen to the opinions of all parties to maximize the power of the events in this special exam. In addition, in our class, there are still people who we are unsure whether or not they will participate in the events. If one person cannot participate twice, we must make adjustments in this regard. After understanding the entire description, Horikita still showed an unsatisfactory expression. You don't seem to be satisfied with this special exam. Yes, there are a number of things, many of which make me dissatisfied. Especially what class program to choose on that day is the key to winning or losing. It can result in a pretty big loss if we end up with competing in events prepared by the opposing class. Because of the absolute trust in the event that they have prepared, they will attend the shows. In addition, compared to attending other classes chosen by the program, of course, they want to compete in their own events to ensure results. The school will collect 10 events and notify each class, and then lock 7 events on exam day. Isn't this more fair? Indeed. From the point of view of justice, Horikita's opinion is correct. The lower classes have a lower chance of winning, but if luck is with them, the lower classes can also defeat the upper classes. But, in general, the higher the class skill level, the better in many ways. That's for sure. There is a view like that. After all, I don't really like this special exam, she muttered. It is time for students to understand the event through discussion. But Hirata continued to bow his head and wait for time to pass. He was still the centerpiece of the class a few days ago. Are you trying to say that this is my fault? It's hard to say. Even though this was Hirata's own problem, no one could understand his problem, including himself. Oh, I want to confirm something before discussing it. At this moment Suda spoke, while Hirata continued to stay motionless, even though the discussion was about to begin in class. After Suda looked at me, he began to look around the classroom. Many people could not accept the results of last weekend. Right, Kanji? Well, that's unacceptable. I don't understand at all. Everyone is confused. Why the first place in the praise poll was Ayano-kuji. How did you end up getting 42 praise votes? Many of the students' lines of sight are directed at me. It was not an exception from the Ayano-kuji group. This means you get a lot of praise from other classes, right? At the end of last week, I didn't get the chance to explain. I had predicted that they would bring this up sooner or later. The problem is that I can't tell everything here. My position in this class is at the lowest level. In my current position, there was nothing I could say. I'll explain it to you. Horikita takes the initiative. Wait. We want Ayano-kuji to explain it himself, me and my friends. But he is no longer here. I don't think Ayano-kuji can explain it himself. Horikita stood up and started talking, as if she was trying to protect me. So what? Maybe Ayano-kuji himself doesn't know what happened. You said, Ayano-kuji himself doesn't know? Yes, simply put, this was all planned out by Sakeo Nagi-san. Regarding why she did this, I tried to deduce myself. Let me explain myself about the reason. To explain step by step, Horikita answered the question in a way that is easy to understand. First, after she saw Yamauchi-kun as a target, she told him that she would give her class voice of praise to convince him. In fact, there was no doubt after Yamauchi-kun said it himself at the last moment, so there must have been a promise like that. But instead, she decided to give a voice of praise to another student. And maybe like that. But, why she gave it to Ayano-kuji? Then what do you think? Suda-kun. That, for example, Ayano-kuji is actually a very great person, so Sakeo Nagi thinks that he deserves praise. Do you see any great things about him? I have the impression that he is a student who could run fast. Nothing more. That, well, I suppose so too. He didn't get good grades in the written exam, and besides his fast running, he has no ability that I can see in other sports. Even if you observe other things that aren't accompanied by his foot speed, there is no good picture to talk about. These words are fully consistent with the understanding of the people around me. There is no denying evidence. In other words, your assumptions are incorrect. Horikita did not hesitate to emphasize. Do you want to say that he was only chosen by chance? This would be a little strange. Try to think about it. If Ayano-kuji was a great person, would you deliberately give him a protection point? No fool would give it to a difficult opponent. If there were exceptions, it would have gone to Ayaki, who had already many predicted from the start that she would end up with a lot of praise. In fact, a total of 98 praise votes have been received by Ichinose. This is the result of the idea it's better to send it to someone than to gather it to strangers. I'm sure there are no fools who give protection points to tough opponents, said Horikita. Right, it's impossible to do that. With an explanation from Horikita, Soke, Sakura, and many other boys also agreed. Even though I don't know why Yamauchi-kun was Sekiyanagi-san's target, if I assume that she wants him out of the school, then I would be able to understand the series of problems that have occurred. As planned, let's look back at what Yamauchi-kun did before in class. He formed a targeted Ayano-kuji-kun, and then Sakeo Nagi-san gave many voices of praise to Ayano-kuji-kun. so she could get Yamauchi-kun expelled from the school. In other words, Haruki was expelled, all because of Sakyo Nagi's plan. Yes, and the choice of Ayanokuji-kun was merely a coincidence. She wanted to choose someone who was inconspicuous and would not harm Class A. Maybe through these two considerations, she ended up choosing Ayanokuji-kun. This explanation was very useful for me. They couldn't find a way to get away from me in Horikita's explanation. That's what I thought. She was aiming to take out Yamauchi-kun, resulting in why she protected Ayanokuji-kun. Sadu and Ike had no choice but to convince themselves. Even so, Sadu still couldn't take it. Is it because I support him like this, which makes you very upset? Horikita looked at Sadu and asked. Sadu did not answer directly, but averted his eyes. I support him because I realize that the reason why Yamauchi-kun left school is not because of him, but because of myself. Horikita was the one who exposed Yamamoki's strategy in class and forced him into a desperate situation. If you want to blame someone, then you should blame me. That, Sadu cannot blame Horikita. In fact, he also knows that unneeded students will be expelled. There is no way to prevent this. However, no matter how well it is explained, it is difficult for everyone to accept. Because now, I did end up getting a protection point. Because only I am in the safe range in the upcoming exam. This special exam, can I recommend myself as the commander? I saw an opportunity and said this. Although Sakyo Nagi has not contacted me this time, it is guaranteed that she will be a commander. So, I have to act as the commander to match my agreement with her to compete with her in this exam. It's true. In the class vote, I gave distrust to my friends, so by becoming the commander of this special test, I want to dispel any suspicion. Ayanokuji, Sadu looked at me in surprise. This proposal is very good, as no one will be expelled, and there is no need to be suspicious of Ayanokuji. This will lead to nobody dropping out of school. Because of that, Ike supported to let me be the commander. Wait a minute. I'm very happy with Ayanokuji-kun taking the initiative to become a commander, but I mind letting you serve as the commander. The person who unexpectedly raised an objection to this problem was Shinohara. If we ask Ayanokuji-kun to be the commander, no one will leave the school even if we lose, because we have protection points. But doesn't this mean that we surrender to defeat from the beginning? It feels like we will just be preparing for defeat. After all, Ayanokuji-kun is a very ordinary person, as Horikita-san said. In other words, she doesn't think we can win with the instructions I will be giving as commander. If we are confronting Class A or Class B, we will have to face Sakyanagi-san or Ichinoshi-san. The position of the commander seems very important. If we let Ayanokuji-kun do it, we have no chance of winning. If we lose, we will return to Class D. You know, some students expressed their agreement with Shinohara's opinion. I think it would be better to recruit candidate commanders for now. However, this position risks dropping out of school. I'm afraid no one will raise their hand easily. If it's a normal situation, we might be able to count on Hirata, but this time, it seems to be impossible. Up until now, Hirata had not participated in the discussion, but only kept his head down. If you have to say that under these circumstances, the only student who isn't afraid of dropping out of school to become a candidate for commander is. Everyone looks at Horikita. However, in the current circumstances, maybe sorry, but I also want to avoid the risk of dropping out of school. If Ayanokuji-kun is a candidate, I want to say something about that. As Shinohara-san said, when it comes to battles against Class A and B, there is no guarantee that we can win at this stage. But, Horikita-san, you doubted Ayanokuji-kun's abilities before, but now why do you want him to be the commander? Hearing these words, Kei suddenly interrupted. I thought, maybe because I had tried to help him prove that he had nothing to do with Yamamoki-kun's withdrawal from school. As a thank you, he might volunteer as a commander. In some ways, Horikita smoothly blocked my escape. Not surprisingly, there was an intention from Horikita to force me into the commander's position. In her eyes, my abilities were far higher than any other student. Instead of handing over the commander to students who can't do it, it's better to encourage me to be more stable. She made this judgment. Even if I lose, I have protection points and it won't be a problem. Are there no other candidates for the commander? If there are objections, then people who want to be commander can say it. But there are no other students who want to risk dropping out of school. Even though Ayano Kuji-kun is the commander, we can also have a thorough discussion with everyone beforehand. On that day, he will act according to the instructions and planned patterns. There will be no big difference with that. Students who do not want to think too much gave their approval. However, it's almost time for class to end. The school won't give us time to discuss it. I suggest that we find time to gather and discuss it. Because Hirata doesn't care, it's likely that Horikita will have to carry heavy responsibilities in the class. Chapter 3. Opponents. During lunch break that day, almost all students in Class C gathered in class. Students who did not bring a bento went to buy their lunch, but will soon gather again. As a student who buys my lunch, I left the classroom temporarily. I went to a place where there were no signs of people around and made a call to 2 people. One of them already sent an email over the phone beforehand, so I immediately found them. And the next one after doing this work, I bought my lunch and returned to the class. But there are 2 people who are absent from class. One of them is a man who always has never interfered, Konji Rokosuke, and the other one is Yosuke Hirata. In the classroom, 37 people are left gathered. Hirata-kun doesn't seem to want to participate. It seems so. I could hear voices of concern, but time continued to pass by. Discussion to determine the events must be done more than once. What do you think? Konji has never taken it seriously, right? I can understand the feelings of Sadu who wanted to be angry and upset, or, there should be some students who may have some hope, and think that Konji is at least more serious on the surface. However, the reality is not going well. No, or should I say that humans cannot change easily? Even if it's Konji, he still mixes with the present. But I don't think he will always be to act like this. One day, there will be an exam like voting again. At that time, Konji himself has to pay for his actions. Don't mind him, just start. Damn, said Sadu. If you are angry, you will only suffer. We're back on topic. I've asked Sensei to copy the manuals about the rules of the program. I'll give it to everyone. Read these instructions carefully after eating, and then have a special discussion after school. Horikita had no choice but to take the initiative now because no one was leading. Even though I'm eating, if there's something you don't understand, you can ask me questions. There seems to be no doubt on Horikita, who has read the manual repeatedly. Part 1. After school that day, the class ended without questions. After, Chabashira Sensei announced to the students who was the commander to immediately come to the corridor, then walked out of the classroom. The person who first got up and left was Hirata. About the upcoming exam. We want to discuss it. A girl named Nishimura tried to talk to Hirata. However, his voice didn't reach Hirata, who left the classroom without a glance. Hirata-kun. Hirata showed a strong attitude when rejecting her directly in front of Nishimura and other students. To say that the only exception is Konji. There was a pair of refreshing expressions on his face, or rather that he did not see the commotion. He just continued to stare at his cell phone. I'm going to the toilet for a while. I'll be right back. The person who stood up and said that was Wang Meiyu. Most people called her Mi-chan. Even though he said she was going to the toilet, she was actually worried about Hirata and followed him. Because it's useless, it seems like only I can do it. Horikita prepares to lead. Sorry, I'll ask you later. I still have business as a commander. Well, you will be choosing our opponent for the class in the multi-purpose room. If you have the right to choose, you must choose Class D. I understand. but don't expect too much from that. I got up and left the class. Because I have a responsibility as a commander, I went to the corridor. Is that you, Anukuji? As the commander, Chabashira-sensei, who felt helpless, sighed, and her line of sight seemed to turn in the direction where the two people went. I am the commander. Is that so? After joining Chabashira-sensei, we went to a special building together. To decide the class, I have to go to a special building because you still need to explain the rules for exam day and how to use them. Because the special building was very quiet, the sound of our footsteps were very loud. It was already a big problem getting protection points, but being pushed into the position of commander, you really suffered. I was not encouraged. I volunteered. Chabashira-sensei stopped. You? Is that weird? Don't you hate being conspicuous? Chabashira-sensei doubted it herself. Only if there is a difference between being a protector or not. So, like that. That is, you have no way of refusing. At that moment, students who have protective points are most likely to be commanders. If I refuse to become a commander, then only I am in the safe zone. The only difference is being pushed down a cliff or jumping off a cliff. However, in any case, being a commander will have a big responsibility. If you give up that responsibility, Class C will be defeated. Because there was no one else around, Chabashira-sensei spoke more freely. Are you threatening me? I saw Chabashira-sensei, who smiled softly. What do you think? But I'm really looking forward to it. Finally, I will be able to see the full extent of your abilities. Chabashira-sensei, who is targeting Class A, seemed to have high hopes for me. I cannot guarantee victory. Is that true? Unfortunately, I can't imagine a situation where you will lose. After that, I did not continue the conversation with Chabashira-sensei. Part 2 Function Room in a special building. It seems to be the core of this special exam. Looks like 3 people besides you have arrived. The door to the room opened. What caught my attention was the teacher who was in charge of each class and several students. Class A is Sakeo Nagi, Class B is Ichinose, Class D is Canada. As expected, they were all students with protection points. In the room, there was 2 computers and a large screen placed directly opposite of one another. We will decide which class to face when the commander of each class has gathered. Everyone will draw a lot from here. Students who get the red circle on paper will get a choice lottery box. Mashima-sensei brought it to us and urged Class A to take the first draw, but Sakeo Nagi refused. There are blessings in the leftovers, so I have no problem being the last. Please continue with Ichinose-san. Oh, I won't hesitate. Class B Ichinose picks first. Then Class C and Class D in sequence. The marked paper is not folded, and the results can be known immediately after being pulled. Class D, the last Canada, gets a paper with a red mark. In other words, Class D has the right to choose an opponent. Mashima-sensei. It looks like the last paper doesn't need to be confirmed. Mashima-sensei raised the last remaining paper. Of course, there is no red circle there. Oh, it looks like there's no luck with leftovers. Is that so? I'm always unlucky in the draw. Of course, for Class A, no matter who the opponent is, you don't need to worry, right? There is no such thing. I want to avoid your class if conditions permit. Ichinose-san, I myself do not know whether what Sakeo Nagi said was a lie or her sincere words. Can you tell which class you would like to choose? At Mashima-sensei's request, Canada nodded slowly. Class D should have had a discussion in the morning and after school. Discuss which class you want to fight. Then I'll say it. We, Class D, I hope to play against Class B. What Canada said was an unexpected declaration of war. What about Class B? Okay. After receiving their second confirmation, Mashima-sensei decided for another class. Because Class D has chosen Class B opponents, it is automatically a match between Class A and Class C is decided. I thought you would choose Class C. But why choose Class B? Sakeo Nagi asked Canada for a reason. If we want to turn things around now, at least we have to take points from the upper class. But, even though I like that, I still want to avoid fighting with Class A. Is that so? For me who wants to avoid the strong Class B, it is also very helpful. I wish good luck for Class D. Sakae nodded and thanked Canada. However, there are a number of tricks behind the formation of this situation. Of course, it was pure coincidence that Canada had the right to vote, but no matter who got the draw, it would be the same result. Previously, I contacted Ichinose and Ishizaki after school. Then I made a request to compete against Class A. I only hoped to choose Class A as an opponent, but Ichinose agreed to give up Class A because of my request. As for Ishizaki, it seems that the real policy is to choose Class B, so there will be no contradictions here. All this for the sake of fighting against Sakae from Class A. The only thing that might be a nuisance is if I end up having the right to choose. Because Horikita said that she wanted to choose Class D, if I get a lottery then I have to find some reason for choosing Class A. The odds of drawing are 1 in 4, so I don't need to worry. In other words, the interaction here is only in the same direction to determine the outcome. Sakae also had to understand that I had done some work in preparation. Thus, the opponents of each class are decided. Now I will explain the system for a special examination day. In this multi-purpose room, you will use 2 similar computers. In this competition, all commanders will be assigned to select participants from each event using that computer in real time. The computer screen on the left is projected on a large monitor. When Chabashira-sensei operated the computer, Mashima-sensei continued to explain. For example, this is a list of Vilasa students. Move the mouse, drag a photo of the selected student's face and place it on the frame of the event. If you make a mistake or want to change it in the middle, use your mouse to put the face photo back outside the frame. You can repeat it. It's also possible to tap the screen with your fingertips. I feel like this is a TV game show. Really, the atmosphere of dialogue between Ichinose and Hoshinomiya-sensei seemed pleasant. There is a time limit for selecting students in each event. The amount of time that counts down now is the time of your choice. The more people you need, the longer the election time you have. You can immediately understand that you have 30 seconds to choose each person. In other words, an event that requires 10 people has 300 seconds. If you do not finish within the specified time limit, the computer will randomly select students based on the number of students who have not played. Be sure to pay attention to this. Conversely, if the electoral time is passed, students' photos will be removed from the event frame. In other words, we must not exceed the allotted time. After the exam starts, the big screen will display the exam in real time. The screen displays a chess match that appears on TV. This is a reference image. After the exams begin, the commander's intervention conditions will be displayed on a computer screen as text messages. The big screen has been changed to a computer. The screen shows pause. Commander can repeat this step. This is an explanation of commander intervention. When you can confirm content, you can intervene by clicking on this condition. Remember that. Then the big screen switches back to the game. The instructions given by the commander are not carried out in the form of calls, but the computer will automatically read the text in the form of chat. If you enter text and press enter, it will be sent directly to the participant's headset. After that, the computer will automatically read the messages and deliver the instructions. The reason for not receiving this form of call might be to prevent inappropriate behavior. The example just mentioned is the intervention commander who can take this step again. If the information is combined skillfully, it can also convey instructions 2 to 3 steps. If the commander takes action against the intervention, it will be considered a violation of the regulations in place. Moreover, it's better to have published information that will be carefully reviewed by third parties. At each event, only one person is allowed to use the headset. Even if it is a team battle, There is only one person who can receive instructions from the commander. Who is the person who uses the headset is also appointed by the commander. There is more to be done than I imagined. Even though general content has been predetermined, the commander must always consider unexpected situations. The commander can intervene at any time in accordance to the event's rules. We can freely use our own computer to view, replace, or enlarge or reduce images. For example, observing students participating in an event or preparing for the next event. So, the commander must do many things. The above is the role of the commander and how to operate it. Do you have any questions? Mashima-sensei sent a glance to everyone, but there seemed to be no doubt from us. So, this is the end of today. If you want to reconfirm the method of operation, you are allowed to go to the multi-purpose room with your teacher. Time is limited to the week before the test. Thus the explanation of the commander is finished. Part 3. After returning to the dormitory, I told Horikita which class we would be against, in chat form, and then I began to consider the role of commander. In other words, this is my first time facing a school exam. To be honest, if this was an individual battle, it would be impossible for me to lose. However, my task for this special exam is to direct all the students in the class. Fighting can only be done within the class skills. Even an extraordinary strategist, like Sun Tzu, who directs an army of children to fight against adults, the chance of winning would be 1 in 10,000, although only the intervention that the commander can use is the key. In the end, there must be a main premise to serve the battle. In other words, I need to understand the potential and possibilities of all of Class C. Who likes who hates who is good at doing something and who is not good at anything. If I don't understand these things, there is no chance of winning. And regarding my ability to gather information and leadership, I am quite low in class when counted from the lower caste. I don't know anything, like Shinohara and Onodera's favorite food. So what should be done first? I don't need to think about it. Of course, I want to ask people who know my class well. Even though it sounds simple, it can't be avoided. Those who fulfill these requirements include Hiratu and Kushida. Not just asking one person, I also want to ask all of them about the situation. However, seeing the current situation, only K would be willing to help me. Hiratu is now in an impossible situation. As for Kushida, it would be due to the impact to her reputation caused by the voting in the class. Even though she didn't show his expression at all, she should be quite angry with Horikita. I don't know how much he doubts me, but I'm sure that his vigilance is far greater than before. It was around 6 p.m. when it was dusk. A visitor rings the doorbell. I didn't think about anything and welcomed the visitors to the room. Hello. The visitor, Karizawa K, was still wearing a school uniform. Are you still in school? However, I'm different from you. I have many friends. Besides, I'm the protagonist of today. K uses rather strange words and directs her gaze at me. K is the protagonist? Why? When I showed a confused expression, K looked a little angry. How can you feel fine? Compared to this, it's very rare for me to come out at a time like this. You also said you don't need to worry about anyone else. Don't you have problems if others see? K seems to be quietly looking around my room. No problem. After all sorts of unexpected changes, as a result, their needs are greatly reduced. Because Hashimoto-kun from Class A and senior students have also seen us, right? Almost like this, my relationship with Kiyotaka, it will be open to the public, little by little. Is that okay? No problem. Was it because of my quick reply? She felt calmer, and heaved a sigh of relief. If it's like that, it can't be helped. Indeed, there are some actions that are easier to do when my contact with K is unknown. However, the situation gradually began to change. Also, from now on, compared to behaviors such as spying, it's easier to take action on the bright side. But, we are boys and girls of the same class, aren't we? If they find out that it is just the two of us, strange rumors will arise. I thought she was someone who did not care about that kind of thing. This time I assume responsibility as commander. Isn't it natural to call Kay, who is the central figure in the class? To make sure, I added these words. Well, that's true. At this stage, it seemed like Kay was still worried. Why did you take the role of commander? Even though you have protection points, you're not the type to feel guilty about it, right? Is that a good thing to know about me? Regardless of how you want to mention it, after all, I have to show the impression that I'm worried about my classmates. Besides, Yamauchi just left school, and I'm still under suspicion in class. So doing this is the best choice. Is that all? Yes. If I got the protection point, I wouldn't be the commander, no matter what anyone says. Because Kay had built such a position, even if she protected her protection points, no one would blame her. That is good. Putting that aside, tell me the details of the people in the class. First of all, where should I start? I don't know all about it, especially the situation of boys. That doesn't matter. I'll ask Kushida and Hirata after that. However, that would only be another perspective. Whether it will really be needed or not, the situation is still unknown at this time. Of course, if you can hear it from them, you will be able to understand everything in class. When Kay said that, she thought of the circumstances that made it difficult. Apart from Kushida-san, how is Yaozu-kun doing? Looks like he's really frustrated. Are you worried too? Of course. No matter who everyone is in Class C, Yaozu-kun's current situation is difficult to accept. A Class C where Hirata does not exist, there will definitely be lots of damage with no benefits. There is no sense of stability in the class because there isn't anybody to act as a mitigator. In short, start with you. By the way, it's hard to talk in general, so let's put it in the form of questions. If that's what she wants, then I will ask her about each girl one by one. I began to plant a picture of all the Class C girls in my mind in the order at the student absence list. Part 4. It's almost like this. In less than 10 minutes, I received all the information I needed from Kay. Hey, do you even remember everything I said? Even if you ask me to repeat it again, I won't say it. No problem. What? Did all that information come to mind? Almost like that. Ah, is that true? So fabulous. From Kay's attitude, she seemed to praise me like that. Is it true that the opponent is Class A? After all, that is a bad thing, right? I won't be fighting. Instead it will be you and your classmates. Even though the commander can interfere, it can't always change the situation. Isn't it more appropriate to say that you have a problem? Oh, I said. Kay seemed to want to say something, but she ended up speechless. Could you please keep me from participating in the events? That's not something I can decide on my own. Depending on the opponent's strategy, there is a possibility of playing twice. No, I can't. I'm not good at studying or exercising. Kay shook her head strongly and stated that she didn't want to compete. Even though the opponent is Sakeonagi-san, Kiyotaka will definitely win. Kay gave her thumbs up. Just because you don't want to participate, and don't want to be responsible. However, in reality, Kay could not fully understand my level. That would be easy if no one expected you. I guess that's true. If there is no hope, it's easy to say something like that. So was that all you wanted to say? Did you really have to meet me in person? If that's all, it would have been better to call. And that makes Kay grin. There are things that are easier to understand when we meet in person, right? Since that was not the answer she wanted, Kay's expression still looked stiff. Oh, in short, it's over, right? Then, may I leave now? Maybe Kay felt that, although this continued, the situation would not change. When the minimum required topic was complete, Kay said this sentence: if there's something important, I'll contact you again. Yes, judging from Kay's expression, she seemed to be expecting something, but immediately gave up. Until the very end she remained stubborn, and ended up not saying anything. Of course, If she said something, it would be easier for me to act. Wait a minute. There are still a few things I want to talk about. In order to prevent Kay from seeing it in my room, I put the item in the drawer. To get the item, I stood up. What? If there's something you want to talk about, say it earlier today. It's your birthday. Hey, did you already know that? I took the item that had been prepared beforehand from the drawer. I asked the store at the school to order it and wrap it in birthday gift packaging. I just wanted to tease you. Don't say weird things. If you have a present, give it as soon as possible. But I have already received many good gifts from my friends, so the difficulty in satisfying me has increased. Kay said this, and looked away as she held out her hands to me. Seeing this appearance, I immediately stopped when I was about to give a gift. Do you really want it? No, I don't want it. If you don't want it, then I don't need to force it on you. Haha. Since you have decided to give someone a gift, you should at least give it to the person. She said something unclear. However, this gift is also combined with White Day. Of course, this is getting troublesome, so just give the present. Kay, who sighed as if helpless, took the gift from me. Kay was a little surprised because the box was so small and so light. Is there even something inside? I don't have the courage to give someone an empty box as a present. If something like that was done, it would make Kay angry. So, I'll confirm the contents. No problem with you? Kay tried to confirm the contents of the box as if she was a police officer who was interrogating me. She carefully opened the gift wrapping paper and opened the lid. What appeared there was a piece of metal that shined in gold. What? What is this? Even though she was shocked, no matter who saw it, they could obviously tell what it was. It is a necklace. Yes, even I can see it. This is too heavy a gift, you know. Wait. After all, that necklace isn't something you normally give to a friend, you know. Even though she said that, I could not understand what she was trying to say and tilted my head, but Kay didn't give an answer, as if she still had something to say. And you know, it seems like it wouldn't suit me either. It's heart-shaped, you know. She was referring to the heart-shaped object that hung at the core of the necklace. Looks like this birthday present was not a good present. It's heart-shaped, you know. Once again, she stressed that she did not like it very much. Phew, breathing heavily. Even if it's me, I would definitely feel a little hurt if they were to protest against a gift like this. Regardless of what the object is, giving a gift is in the hope that it would be appreciated by others. Is this not too expensive? It's not cheap. It's almost around 20,000 yen. 20,000. Why did you choose an expensive necklace? Even if you ask, while Kay, who saw me, blushed. It seems it is better to answer honestly here. To be honest, I have never given a birthday gift to a girl. Therefore, I decided to gather information and search the internet. Then I found gifts for women recommended by the online shop site from a large-scale order website. They also said that it's very popular with high school girls. I still remember the promotion that stated whether it's a lover or not, this is the best choice for White Day. At the same time, I also considered that it was necessary to pay the appropriate amount for both the birthday and White Day at the same time. Oh wow, I always felt that Kay was surprised by my thoughts. Maybe I made a mistake. Even though you are very smart, but this is a bit awkward. Or it's too naive. Even though it's very popular among high school girls, women prefer to choose themselves. Choose what you think fits or suits my interests. Fortunately, it's not a ring that requires a specific finger size. Frankly, in a rating of 100, the evaluation of this prize is only 10 points. Even though I prepared an expensive gift, the result was disappointing. In the end, she explained to me how high school girls were, and there were many factors to think about. I thought it was a gift of good intentions, but if I were asked, did I really consider the mood of others? I would doubt it myself. Then how many points would I get if I gave a box of snacks? 15 points. I didn't expect a box of snacks to score higher than a necklace that was worth 20,000 yen. Since it's already opened, I might not be able to return it. If you don't want it, just leave it here before leaving. If you don't mind waiting a few more days, I can get you a box of snacks. I'll prepare the gift again. I made this suggestion while feeling my lack of knowledge. I expected it to be worth more than 10 points or 15 points, even though I thought so. Kay saw the necklace and then looked at me. Then she placed the necklace that I thought would be returned on her neck. Kay said, "Let me borrow a mirror," then used my mirror to look at it. As I thought, the heart shape is rather childish, but I think I look cute, no matter what I wear. Even though I couldn't stop myself from thinking, are you really a first-year high school student? Kay looked very serious. This short pause of time confirmed whether or not the necklace matched with her own perspective, and then she nodded after being satisfied with it. I think she just wants to try it, and will return it later. But after carefully removing the necklace, she put the box in her bag. Looks like this is the first gift you have given, girl. I'll help you out with that. In that case it will be better. Besides, even if she gave it back to me, there wasn't anybody else I could give it to. Chapter 4. What the class is lacking. The next day, after deciding which class to face, like yesterday, we will have a discussion after school. Because of this, there are no special restrictions on today's lunch break. The Ayanokuji group routinely gathered after lunch. We immediately joined in the corner of the classroom. How was the discussion yesterday? I asked my friends about yesterday. Because the commander needs to decide which class to fight. It takes about 1 hour for the teacher to explain. When I returned to class at that time, the students had returned to the dormitory. Have you not been told by Horikita-san? That's not surprising. Irie said something unclear, but soon she said again. Is there a guide for the event? It's difficult for everyone to understand the rules. There wasn't even any discussion at all. It was a waste of time. As if remembering that day, Casey sighed. It seems that lunchtime alone is not enough to understand the rules. In the meantime, let everyone understand the rules first and end the discussion. It seems like that's what Class C is trying to do. And the problem isn't only within the class. What do you mean, Yukemu? In schools, there are very few places that can accommodate students for discussion. Even if we go to karaoke or Kiyaki Mall, of course, it is not possible to accommodate up to 40 people. But what happened to that? After yesterday's discussion, I was the first person to leave the classroom. At the time I saw several students from Class A in the corridor outside our class. What's wrong with that? Haruka and I re-looked at each other. Even though Akito didn't understand it first, he immediately understood it. After a while, are they spies? That's right. In this exam, the information we decided on in class was very important, right? Even though they only listened to what happened in Class C, they were able to retrieve some information. What programs are likely to be chosen, or who is good at what. Of course, getting such information will be more beneficial for their class. In other words, the battle had already begun. From this point of view, Class C is lagging behind. This is bad. Has Sakeonagi-san already acted? While spreading her arms, Haruka wondered. In that case, do we also have to gather information from Class A? An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Haruka suggested that. However, Casey would not easily approve it. If it's that simple, then you don't need to work hard. Maybe it's not just me. Horikita also should know that there's no point in doing that. Now, I think that Class A is still outside the classroom. Besides, is there even a place that can accommodate 40 people for discussion? Especially with the lack of unity in Class C, whatever must be done, it must be based on unity. It was not the same as Class A, and students who were at the top, like Sakeonagi, for example, can immediately decide everything easily. Who will be the commander? Who will consider the event? and who will gather information. Conversely, when the special exam starts, who decides to do those things? Even though they also discuss in the classroom as Class C does, they will keep 2 or 3 people on guard to prevent spying. But, let's try it first. Isn't that great? Maybe some of them are negligent. Then they will deliberately talk about it in class, right? If that's the case, I'm afraid I would doubt the credibility of the information obtained. If the information you hear is wrong, it would only be a waste of time. That's the thought of Casey. Information is something that should be hidden, and information that is not hidden will be doubted. But information itself is absolutely necessary. What's important is how to use it. Can we even win? Feeling filled with anxiety from people, I really felt uneasy. It seems that it would be better if we lead 1 or 2 steps ahead. Class C, which has not yet been decided, has no dominance at all. But I didn't expect to be fighting with Class A. Sorry, I feel guilty for not winning the lottery. But even if I win the lottery, I will still end up choosing Class A, and I would apologize on the surface later. No, I didn't mean it like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to blame you at all. To my surprise, Haruka seemed to think that my apology was quite heavy, and she panicked. Haruka, letting people take a quarter of the lottery possibilities. However you do it, it is very difficult. Hearing the words from Akito, Haruka cringed. That's why I didn't mean it like that. Haruka tried to change the situation. After a little thought, if they give a little convenience, it will be fine. After all, their opponent is Class C. Are you thinking about the same thing? Making it easy for us? Is Sakeonagi someone who would do that? I can't see it at all. She not only destroyed Yamauchi-kun, she even completely destroyed the unity of Class C. Haruka raised her head and looked at the ceiling listlessly. But you have a problem, Kiyotaka. You are forced to be the commander in this situation. Casey tapped me on the shoulder because he was worried. Well, I have some protection points, however. There is no choice but for me to be the commander. Even if I lose, there is no need to worry about being expelled from school. All I can do now is say this to my friends. For whatever reason, I arbitrarily guided the situation and let the class fight against Class A. The opponent is Class A. Even if we lose, it's not Kiyotaka's responsibility. After all, Sakeonagi is also the commander. Among 100 people, 99 people will think that Sakeonagi will win. Judging from this situation, even if I lose, my position in class won't change. On the other hand, if I win, they will only evaluate it as Horikita's successful leadership and strategy. Yes, it might be difficult to win. Casey raised his arm, seeming to give up, and heaved a sigh of relief. But Akito made an unexpected comment. Even though the opponent is Class A, it's not entirely impossible to win. Is it like that? No, I don't want to lose. Although this is not a secret. But isn't there a way to defeat Class A? Akito began to explain. When this test was first announced, I also felt that there was no chance of winning against the upper classes. However, because of Ike's spontaneous comments, I saw a small chance of winning. What did Ike-kun say? Is that about rock paper scissors? When Haruka added that, Akito nodded in agreement. At first I thought this exam was very stupid. However, if we choose an event that relies on luck, then no matter who the opponent is, there is a possibility of winning around 50%. If we enter the game of the king or rich man, we can also arrange 5 types of events on that day. As for the lucky event, I think it doesn't matter. After hearing Akito's explanation, Haruka suddenly became more cheerful. If you fight with such a strategy, you can compete in at an equal level with Class A or B. Yes, I think that's a good idea. No, I don't think it's that simple. Unlike the 3 happy people, Casey calmly criticized this strategy. I don't know if I have calculated it correctly, but the chances of winning with this strategy are only 5%, up to 10%. Is it very low? But, even though we can't say that the winning percentage is 50%, there should be a 2 times the chance of winning about 30% of it. Is it difficult to win 5 events or 4 events? It takes a lot of luck to get that development, as Haruka said. If among the 5 out of 7 events to be selected are those proposed by Class C, and need to get 4 or more wins in the event determined by luck, if the chance of winning each event is counted by 50%, then the chance gained is... I counted the opportunity in my mind among the 7 events. The chance that all of the 5 events proposed by Class C will be selected is 8.33% in 5 match events. If the odds of winning are more than 4 events where it is a 50% chance of winning is 18.75%. The conclusion drawn by the 2 is 1.56% chance, not even 5%. It's hard to guarantee that we can win only with luck. However, this only takes into account the simple side, which is relying on luck to win more than 4 events, even though it is likely to change due to various factors. There is no doubt that this is not a good strategy. In this case, it's better to take more risks and choose the event that we are good at. It's better to have fewer shows that depend on 50% luck. Can't it? No, even though I know maybe it won't work. Akito knew that he was too naive and scratched his face. Suddenly I realized that Irie was worried about me. He looked more anxious after our eyes met. Kiyotaka-kun. Is it alright being commander since the difficulty of defeating Class A is ahead of us? It's no wonder he thinks this way. Yeah, even though there are points of protection, don't force yourself too much. Haruka added half of Irie's words. Haruka is right. At least we never thought you were connected to Sakeonagi, right? Everyone nodded and confirmed this statement. Being trusted by them is not a bad thing. Well, although it seems that some students in the class have doubts, but everyone understood through the explanation from Horikita-san. Although, at first, I also felt that having a protection point was very good, but having this would be very troublesome. Although I envy people who can get protection points, after seeing Kiyotaka-kun, I think, if I were in the same position, I would also use it immediately. The fact that only one person is in the safe zone in the class. It's hard to stay still. However, Casey denied with his hand and denied Irie's weak voice. I won't give up protection points even if the people around me say anything. Even though this will cause resentment, anger and hatred among your classmates. The premise is wrong. I don't want anyone else to make arbitrary statements about what you get with your strength. It's better to say that to protect themselves. You must take good care of them. As if he had been a victim, resentment gathered in his hands. Akito, who had been silent until now, looked at me and spoke. Actually, it's hard to fight against Class A, and I'm grateful that Kiyotaka accepted it. If it was another student, would he be the second person to leave school? Or if it was Casey, could you volunteer as a commander? That's right. However, they did not understand what Casey wanted to convey. Although more talented students can become commanders, he wants to get a solid victory. He wants to show that attitude. This exam also came with an annoying punishment, because it could cause dropping out of school. If there were no punishment, who do you think is most suitable for the commander? After all, it's only Horikita-san, right? Irie lowered her head, revealing the candidates in mind. You're right, I will choose Horikita-san, or choose Hirata-kun or Kushida-san. Fortunately, Yukamu can do it too. He quoted several students' names, all of which tended to leave stable results if they served as commanders. Hirata, how's the situation? Akito, who thought that discussing topics related to Class A would make the atmosphere very gloomy. He tried to change the subject. Casey, how do you see the result of the battle between Class D and Class B? He mentioned the other battle of this special exam. In all of the possibilities, I think it will be Class B's victory. There is a large gap between the two classes, The overall strength of Class B is also high. Yes, of course. The commander is not Ryun-kun but Kaneda-kun. There is nothing to fear with Class D that is missing Ryun. That feeling might be right. However, Ishizaki and the others hoped that Class D could fight Class B from the start. This assessment cannot be underestimated. If I were in the position of Class D leader, I would also call Class B as an opponent. Class A is led by Sakeonagi, and there are also strong opponents such as Katsuragi and Hashimoto, plus students who have high academic ability throughout the year. Because I'm in Class C, they shouldn't want to fight against me. Of course, there are some aspects that they can expect that I will remain in shadow, but basically the advantages of Class D are not academic abilities but physical abilities. If they want to maximize this ability, they must choose Class B. However, it hasn't reached the level of being able to win or be in an advantageous position at the very least. In fact, whether Class D can win depends on the chosen program and the luck of the exam. It is only a small possibility that appears. Look over there. Haruka muttered that sentence. In his view, Hirata walked to the cafeteria. He walks heavily, and his steps are very much like a zombie or ghost. His eyes have no confidence, and his appearance is very different from his usual one. This is really serious, Haruka muttered, and there was nothing more to say. The man thinks more of the class than anyone else, and always acts for class. At the beginning after registration, no one in the class had dropped out. Hirata, who created the situation, was undoubtedly a good achievement. This special test, Hirata cannot be expected. It is very difficult to fight with Class A. This attitude of his has caused the class to bear heavy losses since the start of the exam. Casey's comment sounded rather cold. There is no way for us to save him. Other students often approached Hirata, but at the moment, there seemed to be nobody, not even an outsider, who could bring a change in him. In short, the damage from the previous exam inflicted on him continued to spread, the wound getting bigger. In the Ayanokuji group, no one is very close to Hirata. So, of course, the encouragement of our group might not be conveyed to him. For this reason, nobody reacted to Casey's slightly cold statement. Part 1. Finally, the real discussion is about to begin after school. But one person immediately left his chair. That was Hirata. Hirata-kun. Hirata-kun. Several girls called out to Hirata at the same time. One of them is Mi-chan. However, Hirata did not stop, as if to say that he did not care about what happened to the class. Just not to add to the chaos in class. He just came to school, attended class and returned to the dormitory. He kept repeating this routine. Wait, Hirata-kun, please stop. With a strong tone, Horikita stopped Mi-chan and the others who were planning to catch up to him. We will start discussing soon. Do you want to increase the number of absent people? But we can't do anything in this situation. Return to your seats. Horikita pressed them to stop chasing and return to their seats. It's time to change the mood. The most important thing is to determine class policy first. Speaking of which, why are you still here, Konji? Sadu was surprised, because an unexpected man was put in the discussion. Fufafafu. I am also a member of this class? Of course I will participate. He said something like that, as if it were normal. But I hope the discussion will end quickly. I'm very busy. This is difficult. This special exam is not something that can be decided in an instant. Even if the event has been decided, we must defend it to win the event. Horikita, standing in front, refused Konji's request. Konji no longer denied that, he just smiled. It seems that it can be described as I'll listen to you for now. In this case, I'm afraid, I'll only participate this time. However, Konji will not be shaken. Regardless of class goals, he seems to have no intention to help. Sadu wanted to provoke him, but after a glance from Horikita, he immediately sat down again. If there is a dispute here, there is no way to continue the discussion. I will only do some work around you, so I want you to come to participate in another time." Konji smiled at Horikita, and adjusted his arms and legs. This is the signal for her to continue the discussion. "Horikita, I have a simple question about participation in this event." "What is it, Ike-kun?" Ike stood up, raising his hand. "It seems that there are only 7 events chosen in total, so we shouldn't be participating." "Who do you mean by we?" "Oh, in short, it means students who are less talented, those of us who are not too good at sports and academics. It should not be our turn to play." "Of the 7 events, not all types of events will require many people to participate. If we choose to use several elites on the type of event that can be won, so wouldn't there be a lot of people who don't need to do anything?" "Nearly 40 students are registered in each class. Even if we choose 1 or 2 team events, a total of 7 events might only play 2 to 30 people. In short, he wanted to say that according to the composition of the selected members, almost half of them would not be able to participate in the event. This kind of thing is not certain. What if we run an event that requires 20 people to participate in it?" Kei made the statement to answer Ike's opinion. "You idiot Karu Aizawa. Football only has 11 members in one team. Isn't that the event with the most members?" "I can't think of anything else." "Then, what about baseball?" "Baseball is for 10 people, less than football." "Baseball only consists of 9 people." Immediately a sharp voice came from Horikita. Well, that's why we don't need us at all. There's more. American football needs 11 members, and as far as I remember rugby needs 15 members." Sadu mentioned an event that needed more than 10 members, but will that make people understand rugby? "I don't even know the rules." "Rugby is not a light sport, but it is a sport that is completely unknown to people who have never seen it. This kind of thing is not taught in physical education. Even students in Class A are no exception. I can't even imagine the rugby training scene from now on. Not only is it difficult to implement as an event, but there is also no benefit for the class. So, I don't think it's our turn to play." "What do you want to say?" "That, I want to say that there is no need for this kind of discussion. And what to do with the event?" "I understand that you want to relax a little. It's true, if someone does something they don't want to do, someone will definitely have a mental burden, and that will also reduce valuable rest time." "I didn't say that. But I judge that everyone needs to work with each other. Tell me the reason." "If I can accept it, I will fully support you." Sadu said this. "It depends on the rules of each to determine how many people are needed. For example, the opponent has chosen volleyball. Usually volleyball is a 6 versus 6 sport. But there is also a certain right to change the rules. If your opponent has made a 30 minutes rule within the time limit of the game, what happens if the rules for changing all players are set every 10 minutes in the game? If 6 people are changed every 10 minutes, need 18 people needed. Nearly half of the students must participate in this event. In addition, because 6 people are required at the same time, it can be said that it is a rule that can be proposed without problems at any level. The school side is also easy to give permission for such an event. If there is more than one event like that, frankly, maybe we should force everyone to participate in 2 or 3 events. This level of psychological preparation is needed. Of course, that depends on the event and the rules issued by a class. In other words, in order to never let your opponent feel relaxed, fake events can also be integrated into it. I think there should be people who don't have real feelings. But this is a special test that is more complicated than you think. If we go on to make one event at a time, there will be some people who think this behavior is stupid. Even if there are events like rock paper scissors, playing cards, and such. As Ike had said, it was not surprising. Because we have to win 4 events, we don't have time to worry. Regardless of the content, choose a program that can be won with certainty and choose the people who need it. I don't plan on staying too long today. In other words, even if we linger, we won't be able to find good ideas. So let's leave the topic to everyone here. Until tomorrow, after school, I hope you guys think of an event you are good at and an event that will keep you from losing. It doesn't matter whether the event is an individual game or a team game. Among the 5 events, at least 1 versus 1 event must be specified. I'm worried, no matter which class we are in, we will challenge this event with the belief that we will never lose. But on the other hand, the damage suffered when we lose is unpredictable. I hope that a student will have the skills and talents that others cannot beat. But, that won't necessarily be accepted by the school, right? I don't know the requirements for acceptance well. Events and rules that are too light will be rejected by the school. Most students do not understand this standard. Now don't worry about this. After this is over, I will consider whether the event will be recognized by the school. No matter what the event, you may come up with any thoughts. In other words, games, karaoke and the like. That doesn't matter? Yes, that doesn't matter. Once again, Horikita stressed that they did not need to worry about that. That is a good thing to do. It's important to first gather as much information about what students are good at. What do we do if we are not good at anything? Haruka added her doubts to Horikita. It doesn't matter if someone who doesn't have the confidence to answer. It's very risky to use events that you don't believe in. Although she hopes that there will be more events proposed, there is no time for rigorous selection. There is nothing wrong with that, so there should be no problem watching her. Is it okay if we end the discussion this quickly? If the discussion time is very short, can you easily participate next time? Konji-kun, I told you just this once. But, I had a problem solving the question that I did today. Otherwise it's difficult to say that you have participated in the discussion. Is that the event people think about? What they are good at? He put a hand on his chin and kept smiling. Yes, if you say that you have participated in the discussion, you must take the results. Horikita's goal is to get him to join a second time. If he doesn't get the results. Konji stood tall and told Horikita a sentence. I can do anything. After all, I'm a perfect human being. That means, no matter what kind of opponent you meet or what kind of event you attend, can you win? Although it contains half of a provocation, it is not something we can place hope in. For this question, what would be Konji's answer? I can win at the event I attend. Should I agree with you on this matter? Yes, if you can do that. It doesn't matter if you face this special test. There is no need for you to participate in future discussions and I won't ask you for any advice. Hey, that's not a good thing. Horikita Sadu panicked at this unexpected statement, but Horikita continued. But remember, if you don't participate or lose the event, then I will doubt all your comments, and your classmates' distrust of you will also increase. That's not a bad idea, Horikita. By doing this, she can make full use of Konji on the exam day. Although Konji's academic and physical abilities are number 1, the only worrying factor is his personality. Better to ignore than meet him today and not take him seriously. What is Konji's answer? Konji, who was just about to leave the classroom, had stopped. That's just one thing. Don't think you can connect me with your words. Even though I'm a genius who can't be defeated by anyone, I have the right to decide whether or not I will use my ability for your benefit. In other words, the response from Konji is almost the same. Even if his comments would be suspected in the future, and distrust of him surged, this was no problem for him. He will only do what he wants. Leaving this sentence, Konji took a step and left the classroom. The usual method doesn't apply to him at all. He underestimates people. Besides saying he is a genius who will not lose to anyone, if I were his opponent, I would defeat him in basketball. I can understand Sadu's feeling of being very upset. No matter how talented a person is, he cannot do well at all. Even if Konji fights Sadu in basketball, I doubt that he can win. If he plays that day, he might be able to leave a certain level of results. Even though I don't know how much he's listening, I can only wait and see. Right? That's what he said. Of course, it's hard to imagine Konji's participation. Just because he has always refused to participate, we cannot rule out the possibility that he might take it seriously this time. Sadu is also very understanding about this. But, do you think he will play it seriously? I have no idea. If he chooses to be serious, he can produce a victory. But if he doesn't, he will not produce results. Part 2. The next day, I was told by Horikita that she had arrived early at school. In this exam, I won't be able to count Hirata-kun as a contributor. Yesterday, even Konji made some comments in the discussion after school, but Hirata refused to participate. It was natural for Horikita to come to this decision after seeing this situation. An understandable decision. If you attempt to rely on him, it would create too many worrying factors. Even if you force him to participate, it seems like it would only be counterproductive. Although his absence is acceptable for this exam, depending on situations in the future, it may create larger problems. His concern is not a big problem. Everyone really hoped that Hirata would recover, but it is still unclear what is needed to be done for him. If you think that leaving Hirata out doesn't matter, is there a way to get him to drop out of school? After I gave her this proposal, she was somewhat surprised but calmly accepted it. That's right. Well, he might be thinking about it too. Luckily this time, he hasn't decided to drop out yet. If he did, he would have volunteered to become the commander in this special exam. Hirata had the opportunity to volunteer to become the commander and deliberately lose, resulting in his expulsion. This would have been easy for him. However, even though he had no attachments to this school, he did not want to make other people feel upset. For this reason, he made no steps to become the commander. The reason he is still in the school now is, if he drops out, the class may get a negative evaluation. He doesn't want to make trouble to others when he leaves. However, this viewpoint may be only limited to now. But no one can guarantee that he will always continue to be a good person. I don't know when he will accept this himself. Yes, if Hirata accepts it himself, as Horikita said, I don't know how Hirata will handle it. If it were like that, what will happen? If he dropped out of school, it would lead to the downfall of half the class. I can't guarantee that he will never do this. Because of that, I don't want to play with bombs now. Then, in order not to trigger the bomb, I will have to be the one to unite the class. The thing that Hirata regrets the most is his inability to unite Class C. To avoid a difficult situation, Horikita had actively participated in the exam since the beginning to try to keep the class together. You really worked hard. You are the commander. Your future will be very difficult now. All of that will be left to you, including the job of the commander. You can certainly make the right decisions. She stared straight at me. Can you win this? I do not know. Well, I'm willing to win. Will you accept that? I didn't need to say that. So I have to actively participate in class discussions, to determine the rules of intervention for every member in each event as a commander? You can try to imagine this scenario. After I said this, Horikita's expression gradually became stiff. Incredible, I can't imagine it. Is that so? However, I was at the bottom of the class. Even though I became the commander, that won't change. If I suddenly started making instructions like that, the situation will be chaotic. I will use the strategy compiled by Horikita as a benchmark. In the middle of the conversation, I felt that the atmosphere in the class suddenly changed. Hirata had arrived at school. Many students try not to approach him, but they still care about him. Good morning, Hirata-kun. Mi-chan attempted to greet Hirata, who was almost late. This is a brave act in the class tense atmosphere. But he continued to ignore her. Hirata, who didn't care about anyone, sat calmly in his chair. Even so, Mi-chan didn't give up. Who could have imagined that he would end up like this? Nobody. Mi-chan's struggle also seems futile, and Hirata continues to act the same. However, only she doesn't give up on greeting Hirata-kun. I don't believe they even know each other very well. Horikita also noticed that Mi-chan really cares about Hirata. Then, she began to wonder why she continued to constantly do this kind of thing. Isn't that because Mi-chan is a good person? Because this is the problem. It's strange that she doesn't do the same thing to other students. That is true. After Yamauchi dropped out, Mi-chan continued to worry about Hirata. No wonder. If so, there is only one reason to continue talking to Hirata. Maybe love is what drives her. That's the only possibility. What a boring feeling. Horikita was shocked. She crossed her arms, was unable to understand and shook her head. The class resources provided to him may also be limited. She had thought that everyone would leave Hirata alone for a period of time. Shouldn't this be difficult? There is no such thing. There is no one except her who actively talks to him. Hirata decided to ignore even the most loyal Mi-chan. Besides that, not many students have the ability to do this. No matter what the motivation is, I really hope she can forget it soon. Horikita thought about how she should give up. If she is just greeting him, I can't complain about that, but it's definitely getting worse. It's impossible to think about it. And every time Hirata was involved in something, the classroom's atmosphere would get gloomy. Mi-chan, who was always ignored by Hirata, once again approached him fearlessly. Hirata-kun, for lunch today. Mi-chan intended to invite him to lunch, but... Can you stop it? In the quiet classroom, Hirata suddenly said these harsh words. He showed a strong rejection towards Mi-chan. You're so annoying. Although his tone was normal, his voice contained a cold feeling. That, I just thought, having lunch together. Mi-chan tried hard to keep her smile, but her emotions crushed her. I don't want to eat with you. There is nothing more of a direct rejection than this. The other girls didn't want to see Hirata like this, and they looked away. Hey, Yosuke-kun, aren't you taking it too far? At this moment, Kei acted. No, maybe in this case she really needed to act. I can easily imagine a scene where Kei's followers asked her to do this. If Hirata was stopped here, Kei could protect his character as well as calm the class temporarily. But can you not call me by my first name like that? And I have nothing to do with you. Yes, that's right. In that case, Hirata-kun, you are overreacting to Mi-chan. After Kei corrected his name, she still bravely faced him. As the leader of the girls in the class, she must fulfill that obligation well. Compared to your usual attitude towards others, it's not any different. Hirata did not stop the counterattack. What? This is for the class. Can you shut up? If not, you understand, right? Hirata forcefully shut Kei's mouth, who planned to continue speaking. If Kei does something excessive, Hirata will reveal everything. This was a threatening statement. Hirata knows Kei's weakness. At least for her, she would definitely understand what he is trying to imply. What? Huh? I'm sick of this. I don't care about you anymore. That is the end of the problem, and nothing can be done anymore. She can only leave helplessly and choose to retreat. How long will you stay here? Hirata, who easily pushed away Kei, turned to Mi-chan still standing and almost crying. She was completely rejected by Hirata and could only bow her head and return to her seat. Hirata might also believe that Mi-chan will never come to talk to him again. The morale of the class has dropped significantly. Konji doesn't seem to care at all. Even though the classroom was very gloomy, only one person did not care. Even though Hirata and Mi-chan and Kei were fighting, Konji didn't pay any attention at all. Why are there so many problem children in this class? I thought Horikita was one of them too. However, I didn't dare say this. Part 3. No matter how bad the atmosphere is, time will continue to pass. After class ended, it was natural to leave school. The second class discussion, more precisely, the third one, if I include the discussion that I missed. It has been 3 days since the special exams began. It's almost time to make a move. Hirata immediately walked out of the classroom by himself. Mi-chan looked at him in confusion and she stood up. However, her feet could not move forward. The strong rejection by Hirata in the morning came to her mind. Her legs that had just stood up, now retreated back in her chair. Leave it be, even though Horikita's words sound cruel but she means well. The best choice right now is not to get involved with Hirata. Horikita and others understand this well. The boys usually complained about Hirata, but I can't hear it now. There isn't anyone who hates on people who are down, or maybe because it is Hirata, so they can't say any bad things? Mi-chan, after today's discussion, let's go home together. Kushida was worried about Mi-chan's situation, and she talked to her. She is always very reliable at times like these. Yes, Kushida could not leave her friend who was in trouble. If she can't save Hirata, she should at least save Mi-chan. This is Kushida's policy. Even if is behind the motive of improving her reputation, it's not a problem as long as it's a positive thing. Mi-chan nodded slightly and agreed. Then I'll leave first. Sure enough, Konji did not seem to have the intention to participate. He also left the classroom after Hirata. It was like a pride for him, only because this need to participate had been eliminated by Horikita. In the end, the discussion will be conducted by 37 people. After seeing Konji, Horikita went forward. Chabashira-sensei narrowed her eyes and left the classroom. So, has everyone thought about an event that you are good at? Wait a minute. There is something to note before we begin. Before the discussion, the first person to raise his hand was Casey. What's wrong? Yukimura-kun. I'm afraid someone will be eavesdropping on our conversation. Even if they aren't close to our classroom, they can still hear our voices if they are in the corridor outside the room. Yes, in this school it is not even possible to have a proper discussion. Don't you have a countermeasure? For example, send some people to keep watch. If you don't take precautions, just discussing where anybody could hear would be rather problematic. Yes, you're right. Horikita understood, and nodded in response. But I don't think being cautious is an effective preventative measure. Why? Are you proposing to warn everyone not to eavesdrop, and not to approach our classroom? Corridors are shared and can be used by the students of any class. No, as a matter of fact, this classroom is also a shared room. We have no right to refuse students from entering our class. Horikita is saying that if we prevent others from going through the corridor, it can cause dissatisfaction. So it's no use even if we guard the room. Then, will we just freely let all our conversations leak? Who is good at what and who isn't good at what? That would be risky. For that, we will solve it using this. Horikita pulled out a cell phone. We will have a group chat for the whole class and we will discuss the special examinations in here. We will discuss important matters here while we exchange opinions verbally, so that if other classes hear it will not be a problem. After hearing this idea, Casey understood and nodded. I see, then that is not a problem. So, can I invite everyone to the chat? To this question from Kushida, there was no objection from Horikita. It's not a surprise to say that she is the only student who has the contacts of all the students in the class. That in the middle of Horikita and Casey's conversation, Mi-chan suddenly stood up. Sorry. Today, a little. Mi-chan, are you going to catch up with Hirata-kun? When Kushida asked, Mi-chan nodded lightly. She moved her heavy legs and tried to catch up to Hirata. Wait, there's no point in doing that now. Horikita-san, what do you mean? Hearing Horikita speak in an unexpectedly strong tone, Mi-chan asks. It's useless now. You will be dragged down with him. Two don't want to abandon Hirata-kun. This isn't about abandoning, but now it is best for you to leave him alone. Then, can you help Hirata-kun? That depends on him. No, that kind of thing is not the right thing to do. After saying that, Mi-chan left, and she left the classroom without listening to her advice. Really, he should leave him alone for now. Of course, no one chased after Mi-chan. So Horikita tried to take the initiative. I'll be gone for a while. You guys wait here. I'll be right back. Horikita said that. It seemed like she wanted to bring Mi-chan back, so she walked out of the classroom. It seems like she can't entrust this to others. Everything's getting messed up. Because of Hirata, we can't stay a proper discussion. As a result, complaints came from Casey. So, we ended up making a little progress on the third day. I got up from my chair. Hey, Ayano-kuji, are you going after him as well? Suzune told everyone to wait. Sado reminded me. Indeed, if someone left Hirata like this, the situation would only get worse. I know. What do you mean you know? Oi. I went outside and called out to Horikita, who had just left the classroom. Horikita, I'm sure I told you not to go. If you intend to bring Mi-chan back, then you shouldn't go. I'll do it. You have a responsibility to lead the class. You are also responsible for leading the class as the commander. This is not a problem for anyone else. If you do not analyze the strength of our class, you will be unable to play the role of commander. It's okay to leave it to you. After all, I can't do anything. That's not what I meant. Can you solve the problem with Hirata? That those who know what is best will not pursue it. Horikita is one of the factors causing Hirata to be depressed. She shouldn't get too close to Hirata. So, in your opinion, can you solve it? That depends on the efforts of the people around him. If that was the problem, shouldn't it have been solved long ago? Not just Mi-chan. Many students talked to Hirata because they are worried about him, and because Horikita was convinced that it would not change anything, he began to doubt Mi-chan's actions. In short, I'll see you later. If we keep talking here, I won't be able to catch up to Mi-chan. Come back as soon as possible. She gave me a message that came out like a mother. When I stepped out, I suddenly encountered Hashimoto. The conversation I had with Horikita just now, there is a possibility that he heard. Hashimoto didn't look surprised, but greeted me with a smile as if he felt something interesting. Yo, Ayano-kuji. However, I did not have the time to talk to him. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry now. If you want to chase your classmates, he went that way. I nodded in response, then left to chase after Mi-chan. The patterns adopted by Hirata over the past 2 days was the same. In order not to avoid contact with anyone after school, he would definitely go straight to his dorm room. Part 4. Shortly after leaving school, I saw the figure of Mi-chan. Then in front of her was Hirata's back. Even though she had the courage to take this opportunity, she didn't seem to be able to talk to Hirata. The rejection this morning still clung to her mind. Have you greeted him yet? Ayano-kuji-kun. Mi-chan is watching me. I walked next to Mi-chan and looked at the back of Hirata. I'm a little hesitant. However, she had refused to speak about this morning. Then why do you keep chasing him? Most people have already given up. It's because it seems like she does not know why as well. Mi-chan started to think about why she was chasing Hirata. I believe it is because she likes Hirata. After thinking for a while, Mi-chan found an answer, and said, right now, everyone thinks that it would be better to leave Hirata-kun alone. But I don't think that's the right thing to do. Because he's in trouble. We have to help him. So that was the reason she chased after him. Even if you will be hated by him, are you fine with that? It might not matter if it was just once. But if she continued to do this repeatedly, Hirata's response would only get stronger. It is very likely that she will be blamed for it. I hate that too. Remembering Hirata's refusal, Mi-chan shook her head from side to side. Even though I hate it, but if Hirata-kun who hates me knows that he is not alone, he can be saved. If it's like that, I don't care even if he hates me. She is stubborn. To prevent frustration, she maintains confidence. I think the strong determination in her eyes is undoubtedly real. Hey Ayano-kuji-kun. Did I do something wrong? No. You are right. Leaving Hirata alone at this time won't improve the situation. If left alone, the man will be covered by deep darkness and will be unable to free himself. Then go say hello. Well, Mi-chan tried to walk, and ran to shorten the distance between her and Hirata. Due to this, Horikita may end up getting angry. But right now, It is for the best to push Hirata. Softness like that is the easiest way to deal with it. Then in the near future, his heart will break and he will choose to leave the school by force. As soon as I returned to the classroom, Hashimoto, who was on his cell phone, saw me. Yo, did you come to steal information from Class C? No. It's unfortunate. If the important parts are said via cell phone, I have no choice. Hashimoto shrugged and looked at his cell phone because he heard it. He knows that we were using cell phones to discuss. I've been waiting for you to return. What are the results of the chase? As you can see, I have returned empty-handed. I told him that I was unable to bring Mi-chan back. You can't unite the class. You're really in trouble. Horikita, who leads this class, is the one who is having the most difficulty. Even though you have protection points, do you really need to be the commander? Hashimoto seemed to be trying to ensnare me with his words. He plans to extract as much information from me as possible. Our opponent is Class A. We have no chance of winning. If dropping out is an inevitable event, there is no choice but to let me take the hit. I guess that's true. Hashimoto seemed to be unsure, but he gave up and left. I originally came to spy on the enemy, but our class leader said that it was useless and told me not to go. However, I wanted to get as much information that I could get, but it seems I was quite stupid, right? Hashimoto lightly patted my shoulder and walked away. After watching his back, I returned to the class where we began to discuss the program. I used my eyes to convey a message to Horikita that I couldn't bring Mi-chan back, and then sit back in my chair. Horikita did not ask any questions. The discussion on the cell phone went well, and more than half of the students responded. It seems like it painted the same picture as the information given by K. Sadu is good at playing basketball, Onodera is good at swimming, and Akito is good at archery. In other words, each of them is good at sports. After that, students who have confidence in academics, such as Horikita and KC, can get grades in subjects with high scores. However, unlike individual specialization in sports, if you don't have strong academic abilities, it's very difficult to choose an event. Ainokuji-kun, I want to know if there are people from other classes in the corridor. Previously Hashimoto was still in the hallway, but he returned after noticing that we were discussing on our cell phones. Yes, of course. Sadu, now knowing that no one was eavesdropping, then acted. Basketball, you have to add it. Sadu immediately negotiated with Horikita. I don't doubt your strength. You won't lose against other classes, right? Basketball has many ways to play. If it's a 1 versus 1 fight, I will definitely win. Standard basketball is played 5 versus 5 on the field. However, there are also some additional rules, like 1 versus 1 that Sadu said is also one of them. If the rules can be justified, it can be adopted as an event permitted by the school. Yes, your strength as a basketball player is unquestionable. If it's 1 versus 1, I think you will definitely give us a victory. Of course, but this special exam isn't that simple. Why? Because we are only allowed to choose one event. For 1 versus 1, there are provisions regarding rules for determining events that the number of participants in an event may not be the same. If we can organize many 1 versus 1 events, we only need to choose someone who is an expert at it. We also have Onodera who is good at swimming. To win, let him play in the 1 versus 1 match. Swimming can also solve problems. This will give us a solid victory. Of course, there are also risks when racing against boys, but as long as Onodera is in good condition, that's enough to win. In English competitions, Wang Meiyu also often gets near perfect grades. That is why there are many students who have a high chance of winning in the 1 versus 1. There are several students in this class. Sadu's face, thinking that he could bring victory to the class, became gloomy. I don't know much about basketball. I just want to ask for an explanation. If this is a standard basketball, this means a battle of 5 versus 5. The team may end up like this, except for you. If the other 4 members are girls who are good at sports, can this team win regardless of the enemy? To be honest, even though I'm on a weak team, I'm sure that I myself can win. But if there is someone who has experience playing basketball on the opposing side, I am unsure. You're an honest person. I respect you for not making meaningful explanations here. Because of this, Horikita said this as an introduction. You also think about it well. It would be a shame to throw away the basketball event, but it will have to be a match of 5 versus 5. It's up to you to choose the team members who can win the event with the least amount of combat power. If it is acceptable, I promise to present this event to the school. I understand. Sado nodded after listening carefully to Horikita's words. Then, to consider his own event, he returned to his seat. This is a difficult decision. Sado has good motor nerves. Although there is no doubt that he can maximize his role in basketball, he can also participate in many other events. In exams like this, he can play the role of the trump card on many occasions. If he uses up his participation in a 1 versus 1 event, it would be a waste. This decision is very important. Besides that, we should calmly think through whether or not we should use basketball as an event. Even if there is the high chance of winning in the 5 versus 5 match, the opposing party is not stupid. If basketball is included within the 10 events, they will figure out that Sado will play. They can also choose 5 reliable people, and take action to defeat Sado. On the other hand, they might also completely sacrifice the match. Then, Horikita and the others continued to repeat the same conversation. I pretended to be reading the chat on my cell phone. Anyway, I'm the commander. I won't be asked about what I am good at. I was just participating in the discussion, and the details were all left to Horikita. After almost an hour of discussion, Horikita had gathered everyone's opinions. Further discussion can be through direct questions to Horikita. Part 5 on Thursday morning at school. Although spring is nearing, the day's air temperature seems lower than in previous years. Good morning, how cold. Behind me, a soft voice rang out. I didn't think they were talking to me, and the voice panicked as I continued walking. Hey, wait a minute, Ayano-kuchi-kun. It seems the owner of the voice once again called for me. I looked back at the homeroom teacher class B, Hoshinomiya-sensei. Wait a minute. My arm was caught by her cold hand. How could a female teacher hold a male student's arm? Sorry, I didn't think you were talking to me. What's the matter? So you don't want to talk if there wasn't anything? She grabbed my arm and then looked at me. This is the kind of behavior people find cute. Maybe because I often watched every movement of Kushita's maid, I gradually began to recognize this behavior. That is not what I meant. I pulled my arm a little stronger and released it from Hoshinomiya-sensei. Seeing movements like that from me, she grinned for some reason. Hey, do you do this to your girlfriend? No, I do not have one. Oh, really? Despite being in a very blessed environment, what does she mean by very blessed? Hey, you don't understand. Hoshinomiya-sensei whispered into my ear. It was unnecessary for her to do this. Students in this school are in an environment that is easy for love to form. Why? I asked back, and Hoshinomiya-sensei was a little surprised. Do you really not know? Yes, I don't know at all. After I convinced her, Hoshinomiya-sensei lightly hit my shoulder 2 to 3 times. I always felt that I needed a big circle to appear to be in a different vector and find Ayano-kuchi-kun's cuteness. I don't know exactly what this person wants to say. I'll say it first. I'm sorry for the current situation. I've thought about this before. I always feel that it's a problem to let men and women live in the same dormitory. Is that so? Because the rooms are separate, I feel it's fine. I wanted to escape from this distance from her where I can even feel her breath. However, Hoshinomiya-sensei once again walked closer. This is a story I heard from a friend. There is a company that is a tradition. People who work must stay in the company dormitory for training for 2 months. One room contains 2 people, of course, separate men and women. Okay. Every time I attempt to increase my distance from her, she moves closer again. I can only give up and continue to listen. But if two people use the same room, it's easy for problems to surface. There's a boy who hates natto. He doesn't just hate its smell, he doesn't even like to see it. So the first thing he says to his roommate is, "Don't eat natto in front of me," but his roommate really likes natto. His roommate thinks that there is no problem if he doesn't force him to eat, so on the first day of living with him, he eats it in front of the roommate who hates natto. As a result, the roommate who hated natto rushed out of the room. What is this person trying to say? I believe it has nothing to do with living in a dormitory. You think I'm talking about a topic that has nothing to do with it, right? But it's very important. Hoshinomiya-sensei continued. This incident was discovered by the company. Eventually the room-sharing system was abolished that year, and new employees the following year received private rooms, as well as the school's dormitory. And as a result, there were major changes compared to the previous year. Why do you think that is? Is it due to a problem between men and women? Yes. With the implementation of the room-sharing system, only 1 or 2 couples reformed. However, when it becomes a private room, there are a total of 7 or 8 couples. When you have friends in your room, even if you have someone you like, but if you invite them to your room, isn't there still someone blocking it? However, it's easy to spread strange rumors, so everyone will be on the lookout for each other and the relationship won't develop towards love. But, if it's a private room, we don't need to worry about that, because we can meet in secret. Therefore, the possibility of developing love will increase. As a result, when I said I didn't have a girlfriend, it surprised her. Then I want to ask, are there many students in relationships this year? There's actually not too many this year. Hey, I don't think you should be saying so many things to me here. Even if I said this to Hoshinomiya-sensei, it would be useless, so I choose not to say anything. Is sensei's theory wrong? It is impossible. She denied it confidently. Students don't understand how good the environment around them is. I don't know whether the steps are positive or not. Maybe you will regret it one day. Isn't it better to be in love now? This person instills such a thing in students, who are supposed to be focusing on studying. Although I know that there are all types of teachers, in a sense, these are also the most difficult types of teachers to understand. Sorry, may I ask? Hey, am I going to accept a boy younger than me? No, a first-year high school student too. I didn't say that. I know. You should laugh out loud now. I should have laughed just now. Her steps were interrupted because of the incident just now. Is there anything you want to ask? Let me hear it. After I opened the topic, I asked again. Even if you suggest falling in love, it will be very difficult if you fall in love with students in other classes. Why? Because classes compete with each other. This can cause problems. After I said what I was supposed to think, I saw that her eyes got bright and started to shine. Isn't that better, Tilda? You should try your best for your class. But if your girlfriend is in a competitor class, there will be difficulties and attachments, and that will cause drama at the same time. She was very touched by her own words, and it seemed like she repeated it in his head. If normal interpersonal relationships become complicated and entangled, isn't competition more intense? Maybe. If that happens, competition will indeed become fierce. Not surprisingly, there are people who will betray their class for the sake of a lover, and in fact, it is impossible to master all these things and manage them well. What are you talking about? If a rumor were to form, what will you do? Rumors? Hoshinomiya-sensei said strange things. It seems that I am completely unaware that there is someone. Hoshinomiya-sensei stopped talking and walked away from me. We're just chatting, C-chan. Why are you showing such a terrible expression? He is my student. You seem very worried about Ayanokuji-kun. But, he will soon be revealed in this special exam if he is truly competent. After all, He will fight with the rumored Sakeo Nagi-san, the best student in this high school. Then you don't have to be involved here. That's right, Si-chan. Hoshinomiya-sensei teased Chabashira-sensei and laughed. It seems strange enough she came to contact me. After Hoshinomiya-sensei left, Chabashira-sensei glanced at me from the side. It seems like she is worried about what we were talking about. Do you want to know what we were talking about? However, I took the initiative to speak to her. Chabashira-sensei said nothing, seemingly waiting for my next comment. The topic was about roommates. Roommates don't talk about boring things. Chabashira-sensei seems to know things related to roommates. In short, I think that the company she mentioned refers to this school, and that the dorm rooms were originally double rooms instead of single rooms. If I wanted to confirm this, I could ask, but that doesn't matter to me at all. Chapter 5: Trap and Homemade Cooking and a Request. On this day, something very strange happened. During recess, I was going to get lunch with the Ayanokuji group. Hey, Ichino-sei, we have to do something about this. When we had just walked a few steps, we heard a loud voice. The owner of that voice is Shibata from Class B. The people who were with him were Ichino-sei and Kanzaki from Class B as well. This is very unusual. Shibata-kun is angry. Yes, this is surprising. No wonder Haruka and Akito were surprised. Is that so? For Irie, who didn't interact with other classes, it seemed like she didn't really understand it. Like Hirata, Shibata also joined the soccer club, although their personalities different. He was also quite popular. As far as I know, he is not someone who would yell out like that. But isn't it just a coincidence? Ichino-sei replied to the emotional Shibata. However, Shibata seemed to have evidence to refute her point of view. That's impossible. This is the third time today. They must be after us. Kanzaki watched us from the side, and he gently warned Shibata. He looked at us and pretended to be calm, but it was too late. An uncomfortable atmosphere and silence followed. Do you want to go get lunch now? Suddenly, Ichino-sei asked. It is not intended for anyone in particular, but for all members in our group. My friends who rarely interacted with Class B's leaders felt confused as to how to answer. Haruka, who stood beside me, elbowed me, and told me to answer as the group representative. Oh, right. We plan to go to the cafe. Is there something? What a coincidence. We were going there as well. After hearing my answer, she looked happy. However, there is a strange feeling right now. She usually always looked into the eyes of others when talking, but this time she did not look into mine. If you don't mind, can we go to lunch together? Because of this unexpected invitation, we were all surprised. Ichino-sei, what are you trying to do? Maybe Kanzaki didn't expect Ichino-sei to say this, so he asked frantically. So what? We aren't competing with Class C. Isn't that fine? But still, it seems like Kanzaki doesn't welcome our colleagues. It's just that, even though he wanted to reject it, he couldn't. On the other hand, we were trapped in confusion, where we didn't know how to answer properly. At this time, lunch will be over soon, so let's go. After Ichino-sei said this with a smile, there was nobody who could refuse. Part 1. We occupied 2 tables in a corner of the cafe and decided to have lunch. A group of different members consisting of Class B and Class C. Sorry for the sudden invitation. I am willing to treat you all, so don't hesitate to accept it. Ichino-sei apologized. Is this okay? Ichino-sei. Kanzaki made a slightly exaggerated response to her statement in front of us. Earlier, Ichino-sei made an agreement to help Ryun in the voting exam, so that no one dropped out of Class B. Currently, a large number of their class personal points had been used for the exam, so they were lacking. However, we don't intend to eat anything special, so I can pay for it. After Ichino-sei said that, the members of our group accepted it. I forced you to come along, so you don't need to worry about our situation. No problem. That way we can enjoy lunch without having to worry. She hoped we could enjoy lunch at the table in return, thereby eliminating the idea of privileging guests. So, why invite us? Casey, who could not ignore this, asked Ichinose. I see that you were shocked my Shibata-kun's situation. So I think instead of strange rumors from spreading, I plan to tell you the truth directly. It would be better to avoid confusion. Maybe what Ichinose did was the right decision. If she had not come to contact us, I think we would have ended up talking about Shibata. For example, why is Shibata so angry? And maybe we will also discuss the incident with others, so that it will spread indirectly. Is it fine to tell us? Do you think we should be wary of you? No. But there is a possibility that someone had connections with Class C. Even if that's the case. Yes. However, this is only a simple complaint. When Shibata said that, Kanzaki looked into his eyes sharply. Is there something wrong? Kanzaki, not. It seemed that Shibata did not understand what Kanzaki wanted to convey. Kanzaki thought what Shibata said wasn't quite right. But fortunately the others didn't notice it. No need to worry, because they already know enough. Isn't it better to say everything that happened on our side? That is true. Shibata's careless response was the final blow that forced Kanzaki to surrender. In short, Class D has made some small movements for us recently, and it is unrelenting. Small movements? Shibata was not satisfied. Me, Nakanishi and Bappu have experienced similar problems. Is it really just small movements? We can't say it like that. Isn't that a stakeout? Bappu seems to be quite scared of Albert, who had pushed him against the wall. Kanzaki, believing that since Shibata had already said this much, it would be fine to reveal everything, so he also participated. I also asked for the details from 2 other people before. There should be no doubt. In other words, after the special exams have begun, some students have been targeted by Class D. Did it develop into a fight? No. They are only being watched by Class D, and are currently still investigating. It seems like it won't end up in a fight, for now. Of course, if the other party really uses violence, it will spiral out of control. Class D uses such methods to pressure us. They won't stop doing so until the day of the special exam. They are trying to reduce our morale. It really annoys me. After all, Class D has a history of doing things like that. Class C has also dealt with Class D before, so you all understand? What Shibata meant was when there was a dispute between Sadu and Ishizaki and Komiya. Casey, who had been listening carefully, began to speak. Although it may be strange to advise other classes, I don't think this is a serious problem. It is true that Class D has a bad reputation, and it's normal to feel pressure from their actions. However, at this time, we have also received surveillance from the Class A. Is that true? Casey nodded and told them that Class A students had recently been eavesdropping on our class. Class D may be feeling hopeless at the moment, so they are trying to gather as much information as they can get. Shibata listened to Class C's opinion, and from his expression, it seems as if he had accepted it. However, the damage that Class B receives tends to be greater than ours. If everything goes well, this particular exam is clearly an advantage for our class. It's better to say that they will continue to harass us without breaking school rules in an attempt to reduce our mentality. Kanzaki analyzed it like that. However, the question was why they only targeted certain students. Do they think it's too risky to spy on Ichinose and Kanzaki, or is there actually another purpose? I don't think Kaneda-kun would give such instructions. Is it Ishizaki-kun's order? Maybe like that. It's normal to worry about them, but we must do what we can. We must continue to maintain our unity and choose events in a coordinated manner, so that on the exam day we don't need to try too hard to fight. Am I right? The people from Class B agreed with this statement. That means you don't plan to take any action against Class D? You won't even perform an investigation? Well, Probably not. We will take care of the 10 events from Class D that will be announced next week and make the best response for it. In other words, until the end, he only intended to face the challenges with the class strength, face reality without being fooled by it. This is a practical and solid strategy. I always thought that Class B was a great class, Casey said in admiration and continued. In order to win against the upper classes, generally they will do things that are immoral, whether it's threatening or reconnaissance. If it is effective, it will be done. However, you do not take such actions against opponents. You feel confident in your beliefs and abilities. Our class couldn't possibly mimic this. Although Class C does not take any action on Class A on the surface, in many places we are trying to gather information from one another in several ways. Well, it's hard to say. I don't think we're just smart enough for something like that. That's what Ichinose said, with a little smile. In short, I already understand what you really want to say to us. If that continues, Shibata's reaction is enough for Class D to know that their actions have succeeded. Casey understood why Ichinose invited us to eat together, and if letting Class D know that the harassment of Class B had been effective, then it will encourage their arrogance. If that were to continue, Class B will have to respond. She wanted to tell Class D, by taking a firm stand, proving that their harassment had no effect. So, I want to ask you not to spread it as much as possible. Spreading it out isn't good for us. After all, we don't want to turn Class B into an enemy. Agreeing on this, Akito, Haruka and Irie did not hesitate to nod. I truly thank all of you. When she thanked us, I was the only one who looked into her eyes. At that moment, Ichinose flicked her hair slightly. Then, the scent of orange in the wind lightly tickled my nose. I immediately looked away and looked at everyone again. However, Ichinose seems to be a bit strange today. But, this is not something I can say out loud. Part 2. After finishing lunch and greeting them, Haruka exclaimed, "Ichinose-san is always so cute, especially her last smile. What do you guys think?" "I don't." Yukamu is blushing from remembering. "I'm not." "Honestly, I admit it. Besides, even though I'm a girl, I feel that she's very cute." Boys don't even have to say it. I rethought like that, and continued to remember. Mechi and Kyopon. What do you think? We didn't want to end up with the same fate as KC, because Haruko is trying to tease and deceive us. If I'm not mistaken, was Ichinose using perfume? Oh, that. I also noticed, she was using orange perfume, right? Yes. This was probably the most surprising thing for me. I wonder if she had a change in mind? Seeing that now, what do the three of you think? Asking for this opinion of the boys. We might not understand. Is it about wearing perfume? Even though she wears it, maybe it's just today's interest. When Haruka heard this answer from Casey, she sighed. Men really can't see small changes at all, don't they? Putting that aside, looks like it's not just us, but battles in other classes also look very fierce. In order to change the subject, Akito said this. Even Class D, too, to win against the upper classes. They are not fighting. Honestly, if it continues like this, maybe their actions towards Class B could get more serious. To avoid Haruka's banter, Casey continued Akito's conversation. His predictions might not be wrong. Even though there have only been 3 victims so far, it's not surprising if the victims will increase later. After all, they are fighting without Ryun now. If they don't use dirty trick, then they have no chance of winning. Even so, I feel that the methods being used are all similar to Ryun-kun's strategies. What are they trying to do? Indeed, the strategy of putting pressure on the opponent was what Ryun used to use. But it's in vain. This trick isn't enough to destroy the unity of Class B. After chatting with them today, I think it's better to fight Class A than to fight with Class B like that. Why does Yukamu think that? They have a strong unity and will not blindly act in their own hands. They are always being sincere. These 2 points is not something you find in any class. As a result, they can perform solidly at any event with good results. I don't think we can win against an opponent like that. Class B can constantly achieve above average results, something that KC seems to be afraid of. But, even though they can reach average levels at various events, that doesn't mean they won't lose, right? Even though they can score 80 points or 90 points from all 7 events, if their opponent gets 100 points, they will lose. With 7 unpredictable events on that day, are they guaranteed to win? For Class C and Class D, we might be able to win at some of the events that we specifically proposed. But on the other hand, for unknown events, we might be defeated, and maybe we will be the class that falls down. Well, that's possible. I re-understood the reason Casey said, and nodded repeatedly to express her agreement. Hey, wait. When we had just turned around in the corner of the corridor, Haruka suddenly pulled back Casey, who was walking in front. What? Haruka immediately covered Casey's mouth and pointed forward. It was Ike and Shinohara. They happened to be not far from us. Hey, Shinohara. What? That's just... Yes. I can't hear you. What do you want to say? We can hear their conversation, even though their voices are very quiet. Sunday, in general. Do you have time? Sunday? I have no plans. Hey, what's this about? How do I say it? I want to invite you to go out. Are you available? It was an exchange between the 2 of them, although it was quiet, but it was still audible. Haruka and I re-looked at one another excitedly, while on the other hand Casey and Akito expressed different reactions. I remember, Sunday is White Day, right? Has Shinohara-san given chocolate to Ike-kun before? It seems like it. At first, Shinohara was surprised at the invitation from Ike, but she slowly began to understand the situation. Oh, because you gave me chocolate before. I intend to return the favor. It was actually just a coincidence. You really... Wait. Do you have money? There's still a little. Of course, if you don't want to. That's fine. I didn't say no. That means, you... Don't misunderstand. It's because we're about to take a special exam soon. This Sunday is the last chance to relax, and because you said you wanted to invite me, it wasn't a bad thing. Somehow, I recalled what Hoshinomiya-sensei said in the morning. In places that I don't know about, maybe various seeds are starting to appear. Let's go. Oh, wait a minute. I am seeing something amazing. Don't disturb someone's romance. Akito pulled Haruka and went in the opposite direction. Can't you let me see it for a moment? My heart is beating fast. I don't feel it. That's because you're a man who isn't interested in love. Right, Tyree? Looks like I'm also a little excited. But, if they see us, they will definitely be embarrassed. That's true, but people who come by will also see it. That is his own fault. If we are found by them, it is very possible that the seeds that grow will not produce fruit due to our sudden appearance. Part 3. Now still in the process of gathering information to identify what events each person in the class is good at. After school, meetings diminish over time, and instead, special chat groups in Class C have become more active. Although Konji and Hirata have not yet joined, others have shifted the discussion of special exams to a path where they can talk about it at any time. As a result, a method that is not too stressful may be more suitable for Class C, and opinion exchanges become more active. However, this can only be analyzed by looking at the observer's perspective. I left all the preparations to Horikito and now I just need to wait for it to finish. Strategizing, as the commander's responsibility, I can think about later. However, some worrying elements still remain. That is the whereabouts of Konji and Hirata. Especially Hirata. Maybe this was a problem that Horikito could not solve. 2 people who have not joined the discussion group are unable to take the special exam actively. Even though Konji's absence was expected, Hirata's was a great loss. Even though it's hard to accept it right now, Hiratu is like a completely different person. This is a big concern for Class C. It is a very important part of the class, and at the same time, it is also something which no one dares to touch upon. We can only hope that it will naturally improve. Initially, he was a versatile person, but it is unfortunate that he cannot be used as a card that can participate in any event. Then appeared other factors of concern. Hirata, who was just returning, Mi-chan called out to him, trying to catch up. I do not remember how many times this has already happened. One by one, people had given up on trying to talk to Hirata, and among them, only Mi-chan kept trying. Such attachment would end up making Hirata hate her, and her heart might be filled with the fear of this. Even so, why did he keep trying to talk to Hirata? I feel Hirata-kun really? The people who discussed these things were girls who still remained in class. Kei said that to her small group. Well, Karizawa-san, is it really for the best to leave him? I don't think there's any point in saying anything. Maybe he already hates me. The day before yesterday, when Kei tried to confront Hirata, the scene of his warning was still fresh in her memory. That's right. First, Hirata-kun was dumped by Karizawa-san, and then soon after, Yamauchi-kun was expelled. I ignored the girls' chat and left the classroom. But, my goal today is not Hirata. But I have to overcome other dangerous factors. My goal is to follow the students who left the classroom behind me. Chan. Hey, do you have time? When I spoke to the girl, she turned around after a while. What's wrong, Ayanokuchi-kun? I called out to Kushida, who so far hasn't contributed in this special exam. Ever since, she has neither helped nor bothered the class. As a member of Class C, she just kept quiet until now. Kushida, who was supposed to be the vice class leader, usually supported their class. However, this time there was no intention at all. I'm afraid there are two reasons why she didn't do it. One of them is because of events that occurred in the previous exam, shaking her reputation. Even though she was used by Yamauchi, the fact that she supported my withdrawal was exposed. Although most students feel that Kushida deserves sympathy in this matter. However, that was not enough for Kushida. For her, the incident hurt her status as a good person. Another reason is because Horikita began to take as the leader of Class C. If I were to think from Kushida's perspective, I believe that this is the real reason. Kushida hated Horikita from the beginning because she knew of her past. In addition, when voting in class, she was greatly blamed by Horikita. Whatever the reason, actions that try to make students drop out of school should be punished in general. Kushida's pride was forced to take a hit. This time, you don't seem to support Horikita. Even though I know her very well, I deliberately asked this question because I want to know, in this special exam, does she have a plan? From that smiling fake face, I couldn't see the true heart of Kushida. If I don't see what's under the mask, I don't know anything. Can we talk about it while walking? Okay. Kushida, who didn't want our conversation to be overheard, urged me to come along. Do you have any plans for today? Yes. I plan to meet some of the girls in Class B. You think having fun during what's happening now is a bad thing, don't you? No, relaxing is necessary. I think this is what everyone believes. It's stupid to spend 24 hours just thinking about exams. When it's time to work, we have to work. When you want to relax, you have to relax. Do you understand? The reason why I'm not doing anything now? I think it's okay to kick you out and help Yamoki-kun's plan. Then, how do you think I should show my face and stand up to lead the class, after everything is revealed? Kushida deliberately did not mention the real reason was because of Horikita. Looks like you can't accept that reason, right? I can see it on your face. That's the way it is. I'll explain now. The reason I don't want to help isn't because Horikita-san's the leader now, okay? Is that true? Really, that's true. I deliberately said it 2 or 3 times and then I accepted it, but this was just a lie. Ah, you must doubt that. Of course I should be suspicious. Even if I weren't, Kushida would still think so. Therefore, I was sure in advance that she would doubt me. How do I look to you, Ayano-kuji-kun? I wonder. What do you think? I guess. What I saw with my eyes was the appearance of my classmate who was smiling sweetly. But I tried to imagine the Kushida hiding behind that mask. That bitch. I will kill her. I will humiliate her in front of the whole class. I will never forgive that bitch. I will kill her. Kill, 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 kill. I will beat her to death, with blue veins popping out while raging and roaring at Horikita. Her mouth continued to make unbearable harsh words. I imagined the other side of Kushida like this, but there was no way I could tell her that. Are you thinking about something rude now? No. Not at all. I really thought too much, and that made me talk too much. After pushing that unnecessary imagination from my mind, I stated my main goal. Because you said there was no way to contribute this time, I can understand your decision. And instead, you want the class information I'm holding, right? Kushida understood what this special test meant. That is true. Isn't there someone else who can be relied on right now? Kushida still had a constant smile, but did not respond positively to my request. Even though the contract was over, Kushida's vigilance was rekindled. She must be thinking, who am I really? Am I an enemy or a friend? And I welcome the second. They aren't as good as Kushida. I'm glad you said this, but I also have a variety of situations. Various situations? My situation is difficult, Ayano-kuji-kun. Kushida is trying to say that her position was not as stable as before. This was a big loss. The reputation of Kushida Kikiyo's character that she had built for a year suddenly had a gap. Even though the support from classmates was still very high, small cracks had appeared. It's very difficult to build trust, but extremely easy to lose it. Then let me ask you a question. What can I do to get you to help me? You have no choice but to give up this time. I intend to do what I want this time, and I want to remain in class calmly. Do you mind? In other words, she has no intention of helping or disturbing the class. However, this also shows that if she was chosen as an event representative, she will still produce the minimum result. Not just me. Are you okay with Horikita? Yes. It's fine to interpret my words like that. Because all this time I've realized that this school is more fun than I thought. Kushida will keep wearing her fake mask and continue playing. Saying something good for this situation was also Kushida's expertise. It was painful not to be able to get help from Kushida here, but it was better to surrender honestly now. I understand. Sorry. I said something to upset you. No. I'm very glad you came to ask for my help. I decided to part with Kushida when I reached the front door. Kushida continued to Kiyaki Mall without stopping. Part 4. Unknowingly, the day arrived on a Sunday, White Day on March 14th. To be honest, I'm thankful it happened to be on Sunday. Some gifts have been prepared on the table. If it were at school, I would have been worried when I would get the opportunity to give it, and it will end up taking a long time. Although you can give it in the morning, before class starts, or after school. There's a lot to think about. Who should I go first and how it should be done. More importantly, doing things like that in the public size is completely out of line with my image. I also know that this is the best way so that no one else sees me around, but that is almost impossible. However, if it is Sunday, I just put it in each mailbox. In order not to meet anyone, I left the room when it was still morning and walked to the mailbox of the dormitory. I put the gift in the mailbox of each student who had given me chocolates on Valentine's Day. After putting all the chocolate in, I saw Ichinose on my way back to my room. Ichinose's reaction was like she had seen something she shouldn't have seen. Oh, good morning, Ayano-kuji-kun. Good morning. Even though it's not yet 7, an unexpected encounter had happened. But today, she is still avoiding my eyes. After waking up, I went for a short walk and I just returned," she said with a look as if she was staring at me, but in fact she looked elsewhere. She wanted to check her mailbox before returning. Sorry. Excuse me. To let her check her mailbox. I left the way open. After she greeted me, she checked her mailbox. The return gift that I placed naturally appeared. "Since you've seen it now, I gave it to you." After Ichinose took the gift out of the mailbox, she held it for a moment without moving. "Actually, about that, you didn't need to." Ichinose, who responded, stopped as if she forgot what she wanted to say. "I don't think that would be good." Thank you. "I'm sorry, I'm nervous because I'm not used to this." I was also the same. This time there was no one else around, so I didn't know what to do. The atmosphere quickly became awkward, so I had to change the subject. "Speaking of which, what happened to Shibata on Thursday?" "What happened after that?" Are you worried?" "Yes, I'm a little worried." Was it because I had changed the subject, so the words flowed smoothly after a while and I felt like it was back to normal? "After that, I went to ask everyone. At that time there were only 3 victims reported by Shibata-kun. But, on Friday, the number of victims appeared to have increased suddenly. It increased to 3 boys and 3 girls. Yesterday I received a report. All of them had been watched as discussed. In other words, a total of 9 people were bullied by Class D. However, in the 3 days after the special examination was published, the attack was only concentrated on 3 people. Will there be 6 more people on Friday? Do you know who is stalking them? After a while, she nodded and said the names of the students. I know they are Ishizaki-kun, Komiya-kun, Yamada-kun, Kondo-kun, Ibuki-san, and Kinoshita-san. A total of 6 people. They are students who usually do the dirty work to a certain extent. It's easy to identify those who don't try to hide their identity from the start. I wonder, do I have to chase these 6 people? Most D classes are just ordinary students. It is natural to think like this. Next Monday, I intend to ask them for more details. If the damage increases as you imagined, what will you do? Soon after, Ichinose and Kanzaki will also be affected. Well, I can't do anything. After all, there is no threat of violence. The classmates also agreed to continue to endure, until the injury actually occurs and will be psychologically damaging. If something unexpected happens, an emergency plan must be prepared. I see. Class D is showing strange movements. Are they really aiming for all students in Class B? If there are only 6 people lurking, it's impossible to put much pressure on all of Class B. Even if they do this kind of thing repeatedly, it would only be to the extent to which someone feels harassed. Didn't Ishizaki, who proposed this, think about that? Or, as long as they can give a few mental blows, are they satisfied? Is there something wrong? She seemed to notice that I was worried, and looked at me with a slightly agitated expression. No, you can continue doing what you have so far. Even if you complain to the school about Class D, they won't be penalized. That's what I think. Yes, that is true. But the purpose of Class D is the same as what I think now. But I need to confirm it first. However, there was no sign of Ichinose trying to make a move. So I will not mention it, because she had already decided to focus on defense. I decided to change the topic to continue the conversation. Have you decided on 10 events? Yes. We already knew about what we were good at and weren't from the beginning. Then we have mixed in a number of programs that Class D didn't master, and we finished them yesterday. What about Ayanokuchi-kun? I didn't participate in anything this time. For 10 events, everything was left to Horikita, who decided. But what about the rules of the commander's intervention? It's also Horikita who decides. Ichinose showed a confused look. When I said that I wasn't the right commander, is it because your classmates really trust Horikita-san? Or, no matter the rules of the event, you will be able to handle it? 100% is the first. I am different from the others. There are only a few classmates who have good relations with me. I really don't know any of them. And I am the commander only to prevent someone from dropping out of school. But why do you want to play against Class A? That was also Horikita's idea. She might have seen the opportunity of victory at that time. After accepting this reason, she did not try to discuss it any further. The topic of discussion was complete and we waited for the elevator to arrive. I think I messed up. As if she just thought of something, she stood aside while continuing to twist her hair with her index finger. Is there something wrong? No. Nothing. There's nothing to worry about. The elevator arrived on the 4th floor where my room was located. When I got out of the elevator and looked back, our eyes happened to meet hers. See you later. After that she suddenly panicked and pressed a button. The elevator door closed and Ichinose-se's figure was no longer visible. Although it was a strange encounter, White Day ended quite smoothly, so it wasn't so bad. It seems that today I didn't smell any orange perfume. After all, it was still Sunday morning, and she would not have sprayed perfume before leaving. Part 5. Monday morning. Today is the day that the 10 events chosen by our opponents will be published. In the end, what kind of events and rules will Class A create, and how will the commander's intervention be carried out? Coincidentally, I met Horikita's brother and Tachibana on the way to school. There was no sign of them waiting for me. Apparently, it was just a coincidence. Tachibana said nothing, and quietly backed away. That's because she didn't want to disturb our conversation. She was the one who had constantly supported Horikita's older brother so that he could respond quickly and attentively. Did the special exam go well? As expected of Horikita's older brother. Even without explanation, he understood the situation well. I want to ask you, will you graduate in Class A? This depends on next week's results. Does he feel worried or not? I couldn't tell from his face. Your sister worked very hard. After meeting with you last time, she produced results better than expected. I understand. It was like touching magical water, and now her whole soul is full of energy. When Hirata could not stand up, she took the stand to keep the class together. Now we continue to polish our strategy to win in the 10 events. In general, have the third-year students already began their vacation? Yes. I was surprised to learn this after I entered school. After all, most high schools have started vacationing at this time. Also, for work problems, we are also progressing smoothly. Even though you may not know now, you will eventually understand. It seems that in addition to special exams, they are also performing other difficult tasks. However, I still don't know whether or not you will graduate as Class A. Are you prepared for this? You will know, sooner or later. Leaving it at that, Horikita's brother didn't talk much. That's because there are things that cannot be said to other students. In other words, if I want to know whether the status of Class A is truly beneficial, I have to wait until I move up to Year 3. If you still have questions, don't hesitate. I will answer you within the allowed range. This range seems pretty small. After hearing my complaint, Horikita's brother smiled faintly. Maybe like that. I think this is the most for the former student council president. It seems like it is not easy to tell information about the overall picture of the school. Well, after all, this is a rare opportunity. In fact, I also have a question, which I always wanted to ask you. I decided to ask the question that I had been holding through this casual meeting. This is about Horikita, your sister. I think she is actually a competent person. Her academic abilities and physical abilities are very good. Although she is not at the top, she had the ability to place second or third since the beginning. She may not be as gifted as the student council president, but I don't think it would be bad for you to try to see it for yourself. That is the weirdest thing for me. And she's 2 years younger than you. In other words, you haven't seen her growth for 2 years. Because of the school system, you need to confirm how much Horikita is growing, or even if she hasn't grown at all, you have to see it. At a glance, you can't go straight to drawing a conclusion. At the time Horikita's older brother was in the second grade of high school, and his sister was still in middle school, so it was impossible for them to meet. Even though Horikita's brother saw it when he was newly enrolled in this school, it should not be an outcome that would make him dissatisfied. That day, I saw his attitude towards his sister outside the dormitory building, which looked uneasy. So about that incident, huh? After all, you saw the situation that day. Don't be surprised if you would ask. Horikita's brother remembers what happened at my first meeting with him. I'm not disappointed with Suzune. This is not a superficial achievement. This is her inner development. Her inner development? In fact, Suzune has changed a lot. Before, she used to be a child who smiled often. Is she the one who always smiles? No, I can't imagine it. That means, after being influenced by you, she plays a cold image because she imitates me no matter what. This bad habit started to form when she rose to the upper classes in elementary school. But now I think I made a mistake for ignoring her. Back then I wanted her to get rid of this habit, so I tried to treat her with indifference, but in the end it was only counterproductive. As a result, Horikita continued to follow the shadow of her brother and became a character like that. It seems like you do have flaws. Your failure to communicate with your sister. Nobody is perfect. Am I right? Yes. At this point, I deliberately did not deny that. In general, you met again at school. Did you reach a conclusion after talking to her? At that time, their talk was not too short, but they hadn't interacted for a long time. Needless to say, I already knew after I called her. After the past 2 years, nothing has changed. Is it something that only he can understand as her brother? Horikita's older brother continued. She always responds positively to what I say. It seems like she just wants to study harder and wants to exercise more. Don't do this. Don't do that. But she began to imitate my favorite foods, of all things, even the colors that I like, my style of clothing. No matter what aspect, she showed excessive dependence on me. If she had progressed to that point, it would feel a little scary. However, seeing Horikita's attitude since entering school, there were indeed a number of things to be acknowledged. After meeting your sister in this school, do you feel that her dependence on you is still the same? It would be very difficult to have material to find out about within 2 years. Yes, anyone who knew Suzune since her childhood can see it. Horikita's brother stopped himself. No, even if you judge it first, I intend to use it as a benchmark to confirm whether Suzune has really changed. In other words, you think that your sister hasn't changed completely. Horikita's brother nodded. His sister has shown dramatic progress compared to before, but in his opinion, it seems that it is still not enough. Suzune has tried to break free from the shackles of the past, but it's still in the middle of its progression. I really don't think Horikita can reach this standard before he graduates. After all, there are just a few more days before the graduation ceremony. But if Horikita's brother paused and looked at me. I don't know why I looked sucked in by this strong appearance and stopped myself. If Suzune no longer pursues my shadow, she will no longer rely on me, and she can face herself. At that moment, the spring breeze blew. She will surpass me and become a presence that even you cannot ignore. It seems like this wasn't just a high valuation given by an older brother. He also often admired the strong potential of his sister in certain areas. Why? Is it because of what Horikita's brother said? Suddenly, a thought appeared in my mind. Yes, that's what I should do in this school. No, that's what I want to do. I suddenly felt like I found it. But however, it depends on whether she really wants to change. She definitely has changed. I say this. No, the meaning is a little different. I corrected my statement. I'll try to change her. There's nothing so far as it is intentional or not. But I will be serious about it. Well, I didn't expect you to say something like that. Meeting Horikita's brother, I felt it would leave a big impact on me. Whether my hunch will come true or not, I'll find out later. Hey, before you graduate, can I ask you another question? This is entirely a personal question. After this, I don't know if there will be a chance to talk again like this. What? Are you dating Tachibana behind you? I also know that this is a very boring question, but I am still trying to ask. Even though they have retired from the student council, the two still always act together. No, nothing like that. Horikita's older brother denied it. It wasn't a lie to hide facts. It's just that, after looking at Tachibana's face, she had a rather complicated look. At least I can confirm that Tachibana really likes Horikita's brother. In the past 3 years, whether it was a good or bad thing, all I have thought about is this school. I understand, but speaking of such a topic, are you a normal high school student? Is that so? I might have been influenced by Hoshinomiya-sensei. I thought I was a picture of an ordinary high school student. Yes, then, as an ordinary high school student, have you gotten one? Even though this was the first topic I raised, I didn't expect that he would ask me back in return. No, but if there is a match, I would be interested. If it's you, I can leave Suzune to you, but this kind of thing might seem impossible. Of course, impossible. It's impossible. No, you can't say that. Horikita-kun will always support you fully. Tachibana, who was watching calmly, suddenly entered in panic. Support? Horikita's brother heard his comment and asked. Then Tachibana immediately began to explain. It's just that it is a rule that tends to develop in the opposite of the expected result. It feels like two people who initially thought they were never compatible came together, and it eventually worked out. This is a typical example. So, I didn't understand Tachibana's explanation. No, nothing. Realizing we didn't understand it at all, Tachibana stopped explaining. Part 6. In the classroom, after the end of morning classes, at the same time, the 10 events submitted by the opposing class were also announced. Based on information in the classroom, and based on the number of participants in various events, Horikita announced the program proposed by Class A. Chess. The number of people needed is 1. And 1 hour for game time. Negative time limit. Rules, based on standard chess rules. However, the deadline will not be extended after 41 steps is reached. The commander can give instructions at any time and the intervention deadline is 30 minutes. Mental arithmetic, number of participants required 2 people, time limit is 30 minutes. Rules, answering calculations with mental arithmetic. Truth and speed will be assessed, and the first class to solve them correctly, will win. The commander has the opportunity to change one answer to any question. T.N. Mental arithmetic, how to calculate quickly without the use of any tools. Go. The number of participants required is 3 people. Time is limited to 1 hour. Past the time limit to get a penalty. Rules, the game is done 1 versus 1. Divided into 3 groups and done at the same time. Based on standard Go rules, the commander can guide the game at any time. Modern text exams, number of participants required 4 people, time limit is 50 minutes. Rules, solve questions in the range of Class 1 learning. Both classes compete. In point total, the commander can only answer 1 question from the participant. Written sociology test. The number of participants needed is 5 people. Time limit is 50 minutes. Rules, based on the scope of Class 1 learning regarding geography, history, citizenship, and other subjects. Both classes compete in total points. The commander can only answer 1 question from the participant. Volleyball. The number of participants needed is 6 people. Rules. Matches in 3 sets with 10 points each are based on standard volleyball rules. The commander can replace up to 3 players, at any time. Written mathematics test. The number of participants needed is 7 people. The time limit is 50 minutes. Rules, solving questions. based on Year 1 learning material. Both classes compete in total points. The commander can only answer one question from the participant. Written English test. The number of participants needed is 8 people. The time limit is 50 minutes. Rules. Solving questions based on first-class learning material. Both classes compete in point total. The commander can only answer one question from the participant. Long jump rope. The number of participants needed is 20 people. The time limit is 30 minutes. Rules. In 2 challenges, the number of jumps will determine the class victory. The commander can change the position of the participant from the opponent at will. Dodgeball. The number of participants needed is 18 people. Rules. Matches in 2 sets with 10 points. In the case of 1 win and 1 loss, extra time will be made. The commander can revive participants who leave the game at any time, unexpectedly. They also included sports events. I thought they would use academically focused events to ensure their victory, but this might just be a hoax. This is Horikita's first impression after the event was announced. Likewise, KC had the same thought. Even though most people know chess and Go, there aren't many people who can play it. It feels like it's difficult. And sport is also an event that requires quiet collaboration. In this class, people have never heard of chess and Go, not only because they don't have them, but in reality, there weren't many people who have played them. There is only a big gap between the expectations and rules of the commander's intervention. The role of the commander is set to a minimum in most events that use academic abilities, so the commander has little influence on the results. This is a very convincing performance from his colleagues. Class A not only prepared for written examinations with confidence, but also a large number of participants. This is really complicated. In the written exam so far, Class A often leads other classes in overall scores. It is because of this confidence that they deliberately increase the number of participants needed in the various events being tested. In these events, because commanders can intervene very little, we are forced to fall into situations of competition in academics. In addition, not all of the 10 events are written exam types, also a very appropriate assessment. If there are as many as 7 to 8 types of written exams, we can also fully anticipate by learning to handle them. The reason why they did not do this was to prevent us from making competitive efforts through targeted preparation. Volleyball requires 6 participants, plus substitutes. A total of 9 participants. Dodgeball 18 participants. Long jump rope up to 20 participants. Of the 3, there will only be 1 of them, and some people will probably play in the second round. This is a big event. Because we don't know which of the 10 events will be chosen on the day, we can't relax. In addition, there are events that require more people, so it will require a lot of time and effort in staff assignments and practices. If we go to the gym to practice openly, we will definitely reveal information to Class A. In other words, we must practice clandestinely. However, it is uncertain whether the event that we choose to practice will be submitted as a formal event. If we spend a lot of effort on an event, and it is not even accepted, then our previous efforts will be in vain. On the other hand, if we arbitrarily believe that it is just a deception event, and do not conduct training, but in the end on the day of the exam, it is a formal event, then the gap in the amount of practice will be reflected in reality. In short, there is no hope of winning. It is very important to see the movements of Class A during this week, but if they are in the morning or late at night, they will be stuck in the wrong time to practice. It's not easy to find out. In addition, they can also be divided into groups to conduct training. We cannot rule out one of the 10 events, no matter which one we choose. That's very troublesome. Naturally, there was no event they wanted to take part in here. Has anyone in the class ever played chess or Go? Horikita asks everyone in the class. Only Miyamoto raised his hand. I've played a little Go with my family, although I know the rules, but I'm not very good in these 2 events. It is almost certain that at the initial point we were in quite a desperate situation. I raised my hand a few moments later. I've played chess before, but I don't know Go and haven't played it either. Even though I am the commander, I will first tell them that I have played chess, and I can teach others later. Even if there are experienced players, can we say that we've been lucky? However, again we realize how difficult this special exam is. After all, we have to face every event in less than a week. Can someone's chess skills become proficient? If it's bad luck, we might only get 2 events on our side, and the remaining 5 events are chosen from the opposing class. At that time, there must be a situation where we must depend on the potential of students in our class. But how? What's wrong? Ayano-kuji-kan. Horikita hesitated, looking at me. Nothing. In chess, the amount of intervention by the commanders is very large. This is almost equivalent to a direct contest between the commanders. From this rule, I can see the intention of Sakeonagi to compete in this event. Horikita, shouldn't we do the work of looking for information seriously from now on? Is it urgent? Casey asked that. Do you want to find out what events will be proposed by Class A? Yes. To be honest, it's very difficult to make up for our shortcomings in these 10 events from now on. Without any information, our hopes of winning are slim. But Class A will also be careful and won't allow information to leak so easily. A boy says something that everyone understood. Even so, we have to do it. I can understand your feelings. However, I can't quickly make a decision now. Let me first see who in the class has done what from this list of events. For the time being, Horikita put aside the problem of information gathering and began to create a full picture of the class combat strength. Part 7. Horikita, can we talk for a minute? During the break, Casey spoke to Horikita. No problem. Is there something wrong? Just a little. It's about the special exam. Casey didn't want this conversation to be heard, and quietly urged her to go to the corridor. Because I may have wanted to see what it was about. As a result, Horikita turned her head. Can you let Ayano-kuji-kan join? Yes. Casey obviously was reluctant, but he still accepted it. I could not refuse, so I had to follow them. Have you considered what I said? What is information seeking? Yes. About this issue, I think it will be very difficult to obtain information from Class A. But if we don't do anything, isn't that a waste of time? You should use this time more effectively. It seems like Casey wants to start gathering information as soon as possible. He understood this. In order to make an effort to win, he wanted to do as much as he could. Can we solve this problem just by involving any student from Class A? You're right. I don't think ordinary students will know about the 5 events that will be submitted. These 5 events may only be known to Sakeonagi. Besides, of course, she will only talk about it to her trusted people. Not surprisingly, she will be doing the information management as a whole. Even though the program to be submitted later is only known by Sakeonagi, the people in the class will always have a little information. Is that right, Kiyotaka? Of course. They always know something in the class because they have lived together for a year. They will know their classmates to a certain extent, about who is good at doing what and not. In this way, we can still estimate to a certain extent, such as who is good at doing something, so that it might be submitted as an event on that day. That's right. I've been thinking of ways to get information from Class A students. What method? Casey first confirmed that there was no one else around, and then whispered something. Bring Katsuragi to our side. Katsuragi, formerly the leader of Class A who crossed swords with Sakeonagi. Previously, Yahiko, who still worked under Katsuragi, was expelled from school. He must have hated her for doing so. Recently I met him several times. He was clearly different from before. Katsuragi must really hate Sakeonagi. I remember the day Yahiko dropped out of school, when Katsuragi met with Ryun. Do you think he will betray the class just to get back at Sakeonagi? Of course, you need to give him an appropriate profit. In this case, Casey seemed to have thought about it. If he can bring victory to Class C, even though the end result is 4 wins and 3 losses, we will get 130 class points. From the perspective of the whole class, that is equivalent to 6 million personal points in a year. Furthermore, if we save a number of personal points each month, it's not impossible to collect up to 20 million personal points in the end. When I heard this, I already knew what Casey wanted to say. After this, when we get to Class A, we will give Katsuragi the right to move classes. What are the conditions? And in this case, Katsuragi will be our friend. First of all, this is something that is not even guaranteed for him. After all, aren't we C class? But in Katsuragi's current situation, he cannot do anything else. Katsuragi-kun's situation may be very bad now, but if his betrayal is revealed the next time, Katsuragi-kun himself will have to drop out of school. He doesn't have time to wait for us to collect 20 million points. Even if we assume that our class points have risen significantly and everyone in the class works together, it will take at least half a year. While calculating the problem realistically, I think it's better to estimate about 1 year. And even if it's to get class points, 20 million personal points isn't cheap. Horikita, what do you think? That's right. As Yukimura-kun said, information is very important. It means, but, I completely disagree with Yukimura-kun's proposal. I also think that Katsuragi-kun right now is having a hard time. But even so, I don't think he will agree to our requirements to betray his class. What can we give? Our conditions are not very tempting for him. If we can immediately get 20 million personal points, we can discuss it. But if the agreement requires 1 year, it will be very difficult to convince him. But if you don't do anything, you won't get information. Even if I take action, I'm not sure I can get useful information. How do you know if you haven't tried? Casey didn't give up, but Horikita also didn't want to give up. I'm not completely denying the important role of information. It's just that this battle is not possible. If you have thought of a new plan, come back to me later. After that, Horikita returned to the classroom. Damn it! Casey slammed his fist against the wall. Hey, Kiyotaka, can you help me? Do you want me to persuade Horikita? No, first of all we must contact Katsuragi. He really has a strong will. I don't think Horikita hoped for victory, but I think she consciously thinks that we can't defeat Class A. Even though we can't win, we must confront him, before anything. Let's go. Even if we contact Katsuragi openly, it won't cause problems with the class. Even though I didn't want to be here, I couldn't stop it from continuing. In this case, I still go with him as an act of saying that I can still understand the situation. How can he contact Katsuragi? Let me think about it. However, there is still time left before the exam. Okay, I understand. Then, call me if you think about it. To prevent him from acting alone, I said that. In short, let's work with Casey's plan. Part 8. Do you have time? There's something I want to talk about now. After 6 p.m., while I was cooking soup, I received a call from Horikita. The soup was boiling at this point, and kept rolling on the pan, noisily. Are you cooking? No. Don't mind. Even though the soup began to boil, there's nothing special about what I'm doing. So what do you want to talk about? If she wants to ask for help with the exam, I will refuse. Calm down. I won't ask for your help with the exam. I can promise you. Horikita understood what I was thinking. But that's if you're fine. Can we meet in person? I'll finish the conversation in an hour. Is it something that can't be told over the telephone? Or does she want to confirm something directly through the conversation? 1 hour? I don't think it would be a good to refuse. I understand. Will you come here? That's impossible, because there have been many things going around you recently. Or can you come here? It seems that she is worried about having unwanted guests coming to my room and interrupting. I have also visited Horikita's room before, so there is no problem for that. After turning off the fire, I took my cell phone, and went outside. Then I took the elevator and headed to Horikita's room. Even though the sun had set, it was still evening, and there were some boys who were currently walking on the floor where the girls were. There wouldn't be a big problem. Part 9. After I pressed the doorbell, the door immediately opened. At first, I thought when she met me, she would have an ordinary serious face, but the results were surprising. Welcome. Strangely, Horikita welcomed me with a good mood. Seeing this unusual appearance, I felt a little anxious. A fragrant aroma was spread in the room. I'm just preparing dinner. Come on in. Why does she have to call me now? I have a bad feeling. When I was hesitant to enter, I felt a sharp gaze from Horikita and I was forced to eliminate the idea of refusal. Maybe Horikita didn't want anyone else to know that she called someone to his room at night. I decided not to think about it anymore. When I first entered his room, I saw something strange. Somehow, 2 sets of food utensils were placed on a small table. After having a conversation with me, who will she eat with, you say? I intended to confirm, but Horikita stopped me. Please sit there. No, she wants me to sit there. However, I see a pair of chopsticks placed in that spot. My instinct tells me this is a trap. So what do you want to talk about? I did not sit down, but tried to cut off the subject immediately. You want to talk while standing? I need to prepare what I'm doing here, so could you sit down and wait a minute? Oh. I'd rather stand up. What's the matter? I'd feel uncomfortable with you standing like this. Sit down. Since Horikita's tone became stronger, I decided to sit down. In the past, that was normal, haughty and irrational, and long-sighted. Because we took the initiative to isolate ourselves for each other's sake, I have forgotten about this attitude. In short, I just have to sit and wait. However, as far as food is concerned, it is only half done. It takes a long time to complete. I want to ask, will this conversation really end in an hour? Yes, our conversation will last no longer than an hour. I felt as if I had been cheated by the conversation I had with Horikita before. It's true, by phone, she said the conversation would not be over in an hour. In other words, there were other things that were not included. Are the others counted in it? Yes. This takes 1.5 hours to 2 hours or more. Sure enough. Is this what that means? I think this is also the point. I will prepare dinner. Nobody ever expected this kind of thing. Feeling really shaken by the hoax of her absurd words. Even so, I had seen that she had placed her plate on the table. I regretted saying that I had not eaten dinner yet, and I thought about something like that again. She really called me out at a good time. Even though Horikita turned her back on me, I could see that her cooking skills were not so bad. It could even be said that at the standard of a Year 1 high school student, she was very skilled. My parents are busy with work, so I often cook for myself. I felt that Horikita could read my thoughts. You don't feel inconvenient? Does it require a lot of work? Although I was happy after the dish was made, there were other problems. After learning that Nissan entered this school, I took the initiative to improve my cooking skills. Did you wish to enter this school to live alone? Right. After cutting the ingredients with a kitchen knife, Horikita started cooking soup using a saucepan. But since it is not a topic of special exams, what will be discussed? I still don't know about this. Part 10. After 15 minutes, Horikita finished cooking and preparing everything. That's better than I expected. This is similar to what I usually see on TV. After that, Horikita sat in front of me. If this was seen by Sadhu, he might be very angry at me. Even if I say it's just a misunderstanding, it won't work. Instead, I hope that Sadhu has already experienced something like this. No, even so, I guess that it will still make Sadhu jealous. Come eat. Urged by her, I immediately took the chopsticks. We faced each other at the table. I feel a strong déjà vu of this scene. I remember when I just registered at school, when she invited me to the cafeteria. Are you suspicious of me? I have a bad feeling. If someone becomes suspicious of another person's good intentions, Then it's a matter of proving himself as a human. Is this what you have to say? This is special. If a dish was made carefully by someone else, it is rude not to eat it. However, I continued to have suspicions, also human instincts. No, it's just that from my experience so far, I have to doubt it. But now this situation was hard to fight against. When I entered Horikita's room, the results were already determined. So I decided to start eating the soup for now. The taste of soup stimulates the nose. The ingredients used are all healthy for the body, with turnips as the main ingredient. Using wheat to improve taste. After taking a sip of the soup, the sweetness is very strong in the mouth, which is a characteristic of this increased flavor. You really tasted it. Do you like the taste of miso from this kyushu? I don't know if it suits you. Your cooking skills are really good. I honestly praised Horikita, but she wasn't very happy. In this day and age, cooking skills are useless, so you don't need to compliment me. If you want to cook the food you want to eat, just go to the supermarket or department store to buy ingredients. Then find the recipe online. It's simple. Just making food might be simple, but through the arrangement of dishes, cutting vegetables, etc., however, will be reflected in the taste of the cooking. This is not something that can be learned in a short time. Have you ever cooked for Sadu? After I asked that, Horikita looked at me a little annoyed. Why should I cook for him? No. You often teach him to study. Yes, maybe. It doesn't matter if I cheer him up with dinner. I think I'm just asking questions casually. However, Horikita did not hold back. If I am in a position to ask for advice from him, I can understand why you are asking this. After all, it is in return for his hard work, but now I am teaching him. However much trouble to do something for him, it's something I can't deny. But, I don't know if you're smart or stupid. This is what I wanted to say. Sadu has a good impression on Horikita. From this point, I thought that Horikita would have already served food for Sadu. However, it seems that Horikita doesn't really understand the feelings Sadu has for him. This is actually because Horikita hasn't thought about the problem of love in her heart. She is not yet an adult to realize these things. Okay, then, can I say something? After finishing, she took out a notebook and handed it to me. I don't need to ask any more. I know that this is what Horikita had done recently. I am thinking about the best combat plan for Class C. I want to ask for your opinion. Then she added the sentence. You already ate my cooking, didn't you? This method was dirty. She lied to me before I received the gift, and then told me that request. Of course, I could not refuse. I immediately took the notebook and opened it. Its contents, filled about the upcoming special exam. There is also content related to the 10 events from Class A, but since it has just been announced today, the content has only just begun to be written. By the way, the events chosen by Class C were English written examination, basketball, archery, swimming, tennis, table tennis, typing ability, soccer, piano, and rock, paper, scissors. It seems that the last event was included as a strange strategy when breaking through difficulties. Each event has a good reputation with a high chance of victory. Horikita also wrote conclusions from this analysis. Everything needed for this special exam was summarized in this notebook. I read calmly, without letting go of any details. Seeing me like this, she was very surprised. Putting aside the talk about the food, but you didn't think I'd take it seriously, did you? Oh, I've already prepared alternatives if you refused. In this special exam, the data that you have analyzed continuously will be very beneficial. Without seeing this data, I cannot fully utilize the power of the commander. After comparing this data with the information I got from K, I found no difference at all. This is a database that records all information in our class. I've been troubled all this week. I would have been very inconvenient if this wasn't accurate. With this, to the extreme, anyone can qualify as a commander's position. I will continue to improve on this basis. The final version will cover everything, including 10 events from Class A. And you can challenge Class A based on this information. I think so. Sadu, Akito. They should be able to become a big power even if they don't attend 1-versus-1 events. And in the case of Onodera, the winner will be determined if she ends up competing with boys. So, think of the third and fourth candidates for it this time. It will be better. Horikita nodded lightly. It is unfortunate that students who will shine in various events can be easily played at an event, perfecting this data to the point where they should be, and as much as possible not making mistakes. That's very good. I have no comments about the content, but can I make a request? What is that? Isn't chess one of the events proposed by Class A? Because there are no students in the class who can play chess. This section was still empty. Yes. For the time being, I haven't thought of this event, because I haven't tried it myself. Only you understand the rules in class. I only listened to your opinion when explaining the program. I wanted to tell you. I hope you participate in chess. Me? Of course, there must be someone practicing for this event, but why should I? Horikita thought that she would not be strong enough in chess or could win against Class A. I think if I want to teach someone to play chess, then you are the most suitable person. What you mean is, if you teach me chess, you don't need to build new relationships with people. Is that more accurate? I don't deny there is also a reason for that too. I don't think I can accept this request. But there should be some students in the class who will listen to you, and even though this sounds a bit arrogant, I can do a better job at other events. Horikita is basically an all-around student. She can get good results in both academics and sports exams. She has no doubt about this herself. Chess requires pure ability. There is a time limit in the commander's intervention rules set by the opposing side. No matter how good Sakeonagi is at chess, that is not necessarily enough. So I don't think she will interfere from the start. In this way, the key to winning is in the initial stages of the match. If it is already in a difficult at an early stage, it will be problematic for me to turn things around. You are specifically targeting this event not just because you understand their rules, right? Do you predict that Class A will be choosing this event from one of the 5? It's almost guaranteed. It's exactly that. In this event, the commander holds a great amount of authority. Isn't that interesting? Really? I'm interested as well. Well, I'll listen to you. I'm grateful that Horikita agreed with my request. Then I continued to eat. So how should I practice? I was thinking we could practice online in the middle of the night. But it may be difficult for you. Indeed, in this way, other people won't know about it and no details will be leaked out. Not overlapping with other training times is also an advantage. Part 11. I look forward to the resolution of this problem, but it was not as simple as that. Ainokuji-kun, I have something to ask again. You've already eaten my food, right? You've said that over and over again. Isn't that too cruel? In the middle of the meal, the devil strikes again. Why cruel? You think what I am doing cruel? What do you mean? During the vote in the previous exam, you tricked me into making a move behind the scenes? Answer me. I don't know what you are talking about. At the time I got advice from Nissan. But, you are really the person behind it. It doesn't look like she was just guessing. However, Horikita's brother could not have possibly revealed this to her. At first I didn't realize it, but after thinking it through, I came to a conclusion. That is, it was a conclusion she made herself. My actions have been seen through by you. Even if I deny it, I don't think you will believe me. That's correct, I don't have any proof. Even when I asked Nissan, he didn't reveal anything to me either. But, I'm sure of it. Throughout the year, Horikita has begun to grow little by little. This is a fact. Even her brother admitted it. But as the relationship with her brother gradually subsided, Horikita's talents have begun to develop. The more time she spends with her brother, the more he could understand her talent. Because of this, Horikita's brother must have been very disappointed with her, who only continued to pursue his shadow. You look very nervous. I feel very pressured by your questions now. Well, forget it. From your attitude, I know you won't say anything. With this, Horikita ended the conversation. It seems that she will become more difficult to manipulate in the future. I still have one more thing to ask, but it's okay for you not to answer this question. Horikita looked at me closely, as if she was implying that she would not let me escape. Can you win in this battle against Sakayanagi-san? She shouldn't be an opponent that can't be beaten. After reading your notes, I suppose so. Yes. If it's like that, I'll try to adjust the class to the best conditions. For now, you have done very well. When Hirata did not do anything, almost the entire class followed Horikita's lead, paving a road to victory. This is something I can't do in my position. So I really wanted to thank her, because Horikita can take action in completing these tasks for me. I will leave everything to you beforehand. Everything is at your discretion. I already know. But, in terms of Commander's rules, isn't it better for you to come up with them yourself? That was left to you too. Are you planning to only use the pieces that I have prepared to fight? Besides, I don't know all the details of our class. That's right, if you say so. It's too naive to expect to win against Class A. That's the way it is. Horikita led me to the door, opened it and told me to leave. Thank you for your hospitality, but I hope you won't use this trick again. Next time, I can already imagine that I would become paranoid every time I receive an invitation. Okay, I'll think of another method. No, I didn't mean it like that. Part 12. A few days before the match against Class A, Casey managed to contact Katsuragi. Casey immediately contacted me to meet at a quiet location. Katsuragi was basically isolated from Class A. He was often alone, so it was easy to approach him. So, what is it you called me out for, Yukimura? Apparently, the man who had a strong anger towards Sakayanagi, looked at Casey with the sharp eyes. Katsuragi, I want to ask for your help with something. From the moment you came to see me, it could only be for one thing. Katsuragi already knew what Casey wanted to say. I'll make it quick. I hope you can tell me about the 5 official events your class has chosen. One more thing, I want you to interfere during the exam. Casey also requested something that had not been mentioned to Horikita and I. What benefits do I get out of do this? We will welcome you to our class. Katsuragi. That is very interesting. You want me to betray Class A and then drop to Class C? Katsuragi sneered and refused Casey's request. One day, our class will be promoted to Class A. We have the power to do so. At that time, the agreement will take effect, and Casey once again emphasized this. However, to Katsuragi this was nothing more than a mere dream. We will be promoted to Class A someday? If you ask any other class, they will say things like that. If you really are capable of being promoted to Class A, then you wouldn't need to do this kind of thing. How can you win against Class A? Precisely, because you can't do that. You don't hesitate to use me to increase your chances of victory. Am I right? Hearing the insulting tone of Katsuragi, Casey couldn't refute it, and was speechless. Okay. Even if you will be promoted to Class A, are you saying that you will be giving me 20 million personal points just for a bit of information? No. This is not possible. If you had so many points, then you could have prevented Yamauchi from being expelled. Katsuragi is sure that we didn't have that many points. Are you intending to tell me to wait 2 years for you to pay 20 million points? It means this is an over-exaggeration. Even if you go up to Class A in the future, there is no guarantee that you will have prepared 20 million by then. In fact, even if we made an agreement now, if you don't have that many points when the time comes, isn't it meaningless? No, even before that, I doubt this decision has been thoroughly discussed with everyone in Class C. Katsuragi is not just any ordinary student. He is very knowledgeable about our class situation. If this was the resolution of the entire class C, it would have been someone such as Horikita who would come to see him. When he saw that it was Casey and I, he must have guessed that it was just a conversation done in secret. I can understand that it is urgent, but you are not ready for negotiations. You intend to do so after I make the promise. Do you think I can accept that? Betraying his class. This is not something that can be easily done. Not to mention the person of negotiation is a man who values camaraderie. After Sakeonagi is defeated, do you still intend to remain silent in sadness? What? Totsuka has dropped out of school. Even so, do you plan to continue holding on to Class A? He knew that a direct attack could not get Katsuragi to agree, so his resentment increased. You're not even sure that you can even graduate in such a sad state. This is too much. Is this your final option? Yukimura, this is a sad negotiation method. That, Katsuragi also asked me. Do you have something to say, Ayanokuji? No. You're right. We don't have anything else to say. After seeing that I had given up, Katsuragi didn't look at me again. Yukimura, I don't mean to blame you at all. However, if you want to draw others to your side, you can't do it without your own awareness. Katsuragi leaned against the wall and stared off into the distance. It was as if he was looking at something, even though there saw nothing. However, what you are saying is true, right? It was due to his regret from losing the war with Sakeonagi. Therefore Katsuragi wanted to say it. I'm very angry at Sakeonagi. Therefore, even though there are no benefits, I have enough reason to act. Katsuragi crossed his arms and looked into Casey's eyes. I think you already know that Sakeonagi has not told anyone about the 5 events that would be officially chosen. As expected, it was only known by Sakeonagi. I don't understand this either. She continues to do this in a test that requires class coordination. She doesn't share information with her classmates and adopts a strategy so that the chances of winning are higher. Of course it's better not to disclose information to the 5 events, but there will be less intensive training according to the events. Even so, practicing all 10 events naturally will reduce efficiency. If I were to take a guess, I can tell you. Seriously? Just as we began to surrender to Katsuragi, good luck suddenly arrives. Katsuragi's hatred for Sakeonagi was deep. I'll say it. But, only if you can guarantee that nobody knows of this. Yes, of course. I will also mention the 20 million points to Horikita. Casey nodded, agreeing to Katsuragi's conditions. That is unnecessary. Even if the information I give you proves to be useful, you don't need to collect 20 million points. So what do you want? Nothing. If there's something I want, I hope that you can defeat Sakeonagi. After this, Katsuragi began to state his estimations. Chess, written test of English, written test of mathematics. These 3 should be the most likely. Second are modern text test and mental arithmetic. On the other hand, long rope jump and dodgeball, which requires a large number of people. I am almost sure they were false events. As far as I know, it seems like they haven't practiced them much. If what Katsuragi said is true, we can only wait until the exam day to find out. However, Katsuragi revealed to us 3 events that would be selected with the highest chance. From this point of view, I don't think there will be a problem. Are you fine with this? That okay? There's no reward for you to give us this information. I told you before, even though I didn't make a deal, I have a reason to act. This was a very difficult task, trying to get information out of Katsuragi, but unexpectedly, we have now received it. In Casey's heart, joy slowly appeared. Oh, this is great, Kiyotaka. Now we have a chance to win. Casey passionately made a winning posture. Then there's one more thing. You asked me to interfere with the exam. Oh, but, you can promise us even that? It took so much effort to negotiate with me. Are satisfied with just that information? No, that's not what I meant. It's better not to think that you can defeat Class A with just that kind of help. Just because I deliberately provided convenience, doesn't mean your strength can reach Class A's. It's better to do a mental preparation. But I can help out. The mental arithmetic event or the long rope jump events are selected. Hearing that, I decided to ask Katsuragi a question. When you were warned by Sakeonagi, would she even let you participate in the events? If long rope jump was chosen as 5 official events, it might be possible for everyone in the class to play once. However, is there a guarantee that she will choose you, especially when there are only 2 participants in mental arithmetic? In our class, only Tamiya and I are good at mental arithmetic. Tamiya's ability is not very high. In this case, removing me from the entry list will only decrease the chance of winning. Sakeonagi also believes that through Yahiko's expulsion, my cards have all been broken by her. To turn me into a tame horse, she must first use me. Using Katsuragi, who always opposed Sakeonagi, as her own pawn. This is also a kind of propaganda for Sakeonagi. After that, Katsuragi stated his plan, and he would deliberately answer incorrectly in the mental arithmetic questions, and at the long rope jumping event by touching the rope as much as possible. However, I want to avoid Sakeonagi's suspicion as much as possible. During long rope jump, I can only pretend to make an unintentional mistake, but in the mental arithmetic, it is impossible for me to deliberately give the wrong answer to simple questions. To fight the battle, and give away the victory with a smooth gap. But even if I don't participate in the arithmetic mental event that day, you geese should still be lucky. Even with the information has been provided, there is no reason to feel dissatisfied. After Katsuragi left, Casey said with pleasure, "Let's convey this to Horikita." Don't. This time we contacted Katsuragi without telling Horikita in advance. Why? Even though we have gotten the information and results, if she knows that we were acting arbitrarily, she will be angry. Even so, we must use this information. Let me report it to her. I won't mess it up. Casey was a little troubled for a while, but finally agreed. This was an arbitrary choice from contacting Katsuragi, who encouraged him to do this. Chapter 6, The Tears of a Man. Although we obtained information from Katsuragi, it does not mean that Class C is in a favorable position. Horikita is certainly aware of this and tries to eliminate the worrying elements one by one. Please wait a moment, Hirata-kun. Horikita called Hirata. He was the first to leave the class after school. This is the first time Horikita talked to Hirata after the class vote. Hirata stopped without looking back. I understand you don't want to talk to me, but please allow me to confirm one thing. You might not have the chance to play in the Class C event you want. We don't expect to rely on you on exam day, but the situation has changed. Sakeonagi-san, who knows your current situation, is likely to choose several events that require lots of people. Even though students in Class C are still worried about Hirata, there is a possibility that all 38 people in the class will participate. When that situation occurs, what will you do? Will you only watch without care, or will you participate at the minimum? You just have to answer me. But Hirata said nothing. Only silence filled the classroom. What broke the silence was only Hirata's footsteps that walked away. You don't want to answer me. Horikita, who was uncomfortable with Hirata's response, averted her eyes as if she had given up. Hey, we can't possibly win. If Hirata-kun is like this, the girls are worried. However, the boy who once led the class is gone. This fact is once again a heavy pressure for Class C. You said that we would get results with the efforts of those around him. But he hasn't changed at all. Is that so? Hey? Horikita, who was feeling unsure, turned her gaze elsewhere. Hirata-kun, Please wait. Mi-chan is the one who shouted that. I don't know how many times this has happened. She hurriedly grabbed her bag to catch up. Mi-chan doesn't seem to have given up yet. I really don't understand her motives. You also have something to do about it, Horikita. You need to unite Class C to increase your chances of winning. Now, this is the only thing Horikita can do in class. I will chase after Mi-chan. I saw two people who were face to face on the way to the dorm. It was not like a scene from a confession. This is a challenge for Mi-chan as his classmate, to help Hirata recover. Please, Hirata-kun. We need your strength. So Mi-chan, please stop. Can you not do this again? Hirata complained. He seemed to say, you should have understood after a few tries. These words were like a sharp knife that struck her heart, but the desire that radiated in her eyes did not disappear. Mi-chan will keep trying no matter how many times she is pressured by Hirata. How can I? I can't ignore you when you are like this. So what should I do to make you stop? Tell me. If Hirata-kun returns to how he used to be, back to the way it used to be? Impossible. Those cold words repeatedly pierced Mi-chan's heart. No, I believe that Hirata-kun will return to how he used to be. I said that's impossible. It's a problem if you trust me this much. Even so, I still believe in Hirata-kun. Hirata made a fist. He might have felt like hitting someone. Then can you bring Yamauchi-kun back to this school? That. To go back to the way it used to be, isn't that what it should be? It was impossible to return the expelled Yamauchi to Class C. This means that Hirata is unlikely to return to his original state. Hirata conveyed this fact to Mi-chan. I hope you can understand this fact before saying anything. Hirata turned away from Mi-chan and wanted to take a step to leave, but Mi-chan, who didn't want to let him go, extended her right arm. She grabbed Hirata's arm, trying to stop him. If Hirata returned to the dormitory, he would never again speak to her. Can you let go? No, please don't go. Even though Hirata refused, Mi-chan persisted until the end. She was sure that if she held him back, she could convey her thoughts to Hirata. I kept a small distance between the two and watched the situation closely. I considered that if I got too close, it would stop Mi-chan. However, Hirata sighed heavily, then he pulled his right arm away firmly to try to release it from Mi-chan. Eek! This rude act is not like Hirata's style. Mi-chan was surprised, and fell to the floor. Don't mind me anymore. Otherwise, I will. Mi-chan, who fell to the floor, looked at Hirata. Seeing Hirata's anger, it hurt her. I don't care about anything anymore. If you keep trapping me like this, until the last moment. Hirata gave a warning to Mi-chan that she couldn't fight it like this. These words were like a punch to Mi-chan. Suddenly, a man walked beside me. The man's hair waved in the wind, and the scent of perfume on his body spread around him. Oh, you still haven't improved today. Let me see your ugly side. Konji said such spicy words to shake Hirata. He is also a person who goes straight back to the dorm after school. Please don't mind me. Continue what you were just doing. Let me see it. Hirata is not stupid to continue. Or rather, he began to antagonize Konji. You two, what do you want from me? Want? I want nothing from you. After all, I already have everything. After Konji answered this, he walked past Hirata, but... However, I must say something to you, for Konji. This is just the path back to the dorm. No other. He did not care about Hirata's mood at all. You're very unsightly, so can you keep out of my sight? If this isn't the ideal school for you, then you just get away quickly. This is really Konji's style. Rather than making Hirata feeling regretful, he advised that it's better for him to leave school immediately. Annoying. You don't understand my situation. I don't care, and I'm not interested in your situation. But I can find out. You think that if you drop out of school, you will cause problems for your classmates, so you don't do it. It's ridiculous to make such a decision. Please stop it. Konji-kun. Hirata-kun isn't wrong. To prevent Konji's verbal attack on Hirata, Mi-chan took action. Oh, looks like you don't like what I'm saying. That is really rude. Even though Konji said this while smiling, he still expressed his respect for Mi-chan. But you should forget about Hirata boy immediately. He is no longer a good person. In critical condition, Hirata pursed his eyes and approached Konji. Don't, Hirata-kun. Mi-chan, who noticed the unusual atmosphere of Hirata, tried to block the two, but was knocked down by Hirata with greater strength than before. Without looking at Mi-chan in the slightest, reached out to Konji. He intended to grab Konji's collar with his right hand, but instead was quickly stopped by Konji's left hand. I will not show mercy to anyone who shows hostility to me. After all, I don't want to leave any scars on my beautiful face. Hirata showed an expression of pain and annoyance, perhaps because of Konji's grip. He was holding his wrist with force. You're really annoying, Konji. What I choose to do is my choice, but I don't want to be told by someone who makes a girl cry. Konji turned his eyes to Mi-chan, who was lying on the floor. After releasing Hirata's wrist, he told him, you made her fall. Can you lend out your hand? That has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do? Now that is cruel. Mi-chan, who couldn't face Hirata directly, looked away. No problem. This is also Hirata boy's freedom. Konji gently picked up Mi-chan, who had fell on the floor. Because you are unwilling to, let me help. Konji, who was originally a person who is difficult to understand. His behavior suddenly made Mi-chan and Hirata stunned. He not only hurt you mentally, but also physically. Let me help you. I'm not hurt at all. Don't worry. Don't look at me like that. I'm a good man. This is just a guess. The wound mentioned by Konji is one on her heart rather than physical one. Maybe he's referring to the sadness of Mi-chan. Konji walked away from Hirata. Please leave me be. Ha. This won't stop me enough. You have accepted my courtesy. Hirata glared at Konji's back. Konji might have noticed Hirata's line of sight and stopped. Are you not satisfied with me? To be honest, I really hope that Konji ignored Hirata here. You're always annoying. No matter where or when. Is that true? Even though I hurt the people around me, at least I won't ignore a good girl. Konji walked again. When he walked, he did so without care of the complaining Mi-chan. Hirata realized that Konji was also moving towards the dormitory, so he did not want to go with him in the same direction. I was suddenly confused about who I was supposed to be chasing, but I decided to go after Konji. Mi-chan's school bag is still lying on the floor. I took her bag and chased after him. At the entrance of the dorm, Konji gently placed down Mi-chan. Ainokuji-kun and Konji-kun. Why are you guys, fun? What do you think? Konji laughed without answering Mi-chan's question. In short, you shouldn't approach Hirata boy anymore. I handed over the bag that I was holding to Mi-chan. Thank you. Ainokuji-kun, you were there as well. Actually I was hiding, but I will not say it. I'll see you off here before you take the elevator. I understand. Even though he was going to Hirata, he did not know where Hirata was now. Mi-chan could only give up temporarily, and entered the elevator, away from Konji. I also watched Mi-chan's figure leave, and then saw Konji sitting on the lobby couch. Then Ainokuji boy, what are you looking for? Konji, why are you talking to Hirata? Was it an action that would increase his anger, or are you acting for class? Looks like you still don't understand me. Konji clicks his index finger several times. I have never acted for class. I only did what I wanted to do. Whether or not the results will leave a positive or negative impact on the class, it is only a side effect of my actions. So, it was only a side effect. Is Konji only going to do what he wants to do? Perhaps the only exception is that he will act when he is at the risk of expulsion. His existence is like an annoying fly. It really makes me feel uncomfortable. So that's why he talked with Hirata. What you want to do is your freedom, but you have to think about it. If there are other special tests like voting in class, There is nobody else in a more dangerous than you. With my strength, that is a small matter. After Konji confirmed that the elevator with Mi-chan had went up, he stood upright. I remember you are the commander for this special exam. Yes, I have no motivation for this exam. You don't need to choose me to participate. Sorry, the person who makes the decision is Horikita. I have no right to decide. You say the opposite. As a commander you have the right to decide, not her. That's true if according to the rules. But no matter how I say it to Konji, it's useless. In short, I asked for an answer based on that case. After leaving this, Konji entered the elevator and returned to his room. Part 1. I walked out of the dorm looking for Hirata. He shouldn't have gone back to school. Right now he might have gone to Kiyaki Mall or the surrounding area. If he doesn't want to meet with other people, he is most likely at an isolated place. I will have to search various places. I searched for about an hour and finally found Hirata, who was sitting on a bench, his back looking heavy. Hirata. I called his name. Ayano-kuji-kun. Hirata responded slowly and raised his head. I haven't seen his face in a long time. It looks like he hasn't gotten much sleep. There are dark circles under his eyes that were never existed before. Can you make time? After hearing my request, Hirata opened his eyes slightly. That's enough. Why does everyone have to worry about me one by one? I was sure that Ayano-kuji-kun knows me well, and will leave me alone. You really disappointed me. Sorry. Is it annoying to have to tell me to go and run away like Mi-chan? Even though I deliberately said provocative words like that, Hirata did not move from the bench. Am I going to make time? No problem. However, as long as I'm still in this school, I have no place to run away from. Now it's tiring. And even I don't have the strength to run away. But, I don't think I can fulfill your wish. In this short period of time, many students have spoken to Hirata. Whether it was words of concern or voices of support, it hurt him. Although I do not know who had been talking to him, I can imagine the contents of such conversations. They might have tried to heal Hirata's broken heart and wanted to use tenderness to restore it. We both sat quietly on the bench. Then, what do you want to talk about? I know exactly what Hirata is thinking. He wants to listen to me a little, then just let it pass. Tell me all about you. Hirata's voice was a little soft. He thought that I would say something sympathetic to him. What kind of person were you before? What did you think of before? I want to hear it from you. Why? I don't know. I always feel like knowing these things, so I can't answer the reason even if you ask me. Hirata sighed deeply and shook his head slowly. I don't want to think about the past. There's nothing to talk about. Are you not in the mood? Why? Do you ask that because? Hirata showed a gaze saying you already know the reason why, right? I ignored his gaze and repeated my question again. Why? That's because Yamauchi-kun was expelled. I forced him to say something he didn't want to say. He also noticed my intentions and looked unhappy. You really are making me say cruel facts. I'm just doubtful. I'm sorry if you feel upset. It's okay. Hirata doesn't have the strength to argue with me. He sighed. He bent his back and shook his head, feeling helpless. He was like gesturing, leave me alone. Does Yamauchi leaving school have something to do with you, who doesn't want to talk about your past? Facing another question that does not match the situation, Hirata once again showed a surprised expression. My past has nothing to do with now. No, there should be. Hirata wanted to forcefully end the topic, but it was overshadowed by my commentary. It's really sad for someone in our class was expelled. Anyone would think so. But we don't have time to regret it. The special exam is soon. This time it's not just Horikita and Kushida. Even Ike and Sado have cleared their minds in preparation for the exam. But what about you, Hirata? You're always distracted by Yamauchi, who has already left school, and hasn't help. Saying this, I paused for a moment. Doing this, I wanted to show that I was reluctant to say these kinds of things. and change the topic. What I want to know is of your past that has led you to form these values of yours. What will you do when you find out? Do you think I will even say it? You have to say it. Because I want to tell everyone about the you now. He wanted to reveal the truth. But on the other hand he couldn't. He is in a dilemma. This time I have to use my eyes to communicate with him. I looked at him with a strong, sharp gaze, as if threatening him to say it. Hirata looked into my eyes with fear. The reason why Karizawa-san said everything to Ayano Kuji-kun. I finally understood the true meaning of her words. She saw these eyes. No, rather, you forced her to see them. These commanding eyes, the darkness that is within them. The darkness that Hirata holds has eroded me a little. This man is not waiting to die every day. He is hoping to be saved. So he will reach out and grab the black spider's webs. All to climb from the depths of hell. I have told you once before. Ever since I was a child, I had a friend who was very close to me, but he was bullied during middle school. Yes, Sujimura. I didn't expect you to remember his name. It was because I knew of the story. I can predict Hirata's mental state. Hirata wanted to help his childhood friend, but he was afraid that he would become the next target for bullying. As a result, he spent the time just observing. Then my friend committed suicide and jumped off the building. He began to remember what happened at that moment. He began to recount his past little by little. Even though he survived, up until today, he still has not recovered. He is in a coma. Hirata clenched his hands into fists. I ended up forcing him to end his life. This responsibility of mine cannot be changed. It isn't just your fault. The root of the cause lies with someone else. Yes, but I think the observers are also just as wrong. Hirata once said this during our time on the boat. Since then, he has always thought of trying to help the people around him. In fact, every time a problem occurs in class, Hirata immediately leads in taking action. He always works hard to solve problems, and will not hesitate to do so. For example, during Sudu's dispute and how he helped Kei by pretending to be a couple. However, there are still things that cannot be explained with just this. I understand that you are still in doubt. Hirata didn't look at me and continued. My friend tried to kill himself by jumping from the building. But it is not the full story. The rest of the story he hasn't told me. Back when we were on the ship, I thought that after my friend tried to commit suicide, the chaos would end. After paying such a great sacrifice, there would be no more bullying at the school. But I was too naive. After this incident, I was able to see the true darkness of human nature. Hirata trembled, his eyes containing a feeling of revenge that he hid. They turned to the next target in the class to bully. He suppressed his feelings and began to murmur as if talking to himself. This is hard to believe. But bad events like that happen, and incidents of bullying are just beginning. People who used to be bystanders have received the same treatment, and even those who did not previously participate in bullying have joined in. The oppression is endless. If the person with the lowest rank in the class no longer exists, the second lowest student will automatically be the last. In other words, it is natural law. I don't think I can let that happen again. I think it is necessary to stop this kind of thing. Then, did you take action? Hirata nodded 2 to 3 times. In order not to let mistakes like this happen again, I took several methods. Hirata slowly raised his head and looked at me. The method, simple and direct. I used terror to control the class. Are you trying to use this method now, Hirata? Yes. I'm not as strong as Sadu-kun or Iyun-kun. But, when I seriously raise my fist, no one chooses will fight me. I became the only person in power in the class, and the other students were all put at the lowest level. I just wanted to eliminate incidents of bullying in class. If there are any disputes, I immediately intervene. I gave both parties the same sanctions and pain. This behavior may not be any different from bullying, but this method has provided temporary calm for the class. Hirata also understood very well that it was not a just action. But even so, He did not want to see a world where someone was intimidated. As a result, I finally ended up breaking all the students in the class. They all lost their smiles and spent their days like emotionless robots. This was known throughout the entire area where I lived. It spread, almost like a disease. How did the school handle it? I think that should have handled the case as such earlier. They forced all classes to be disbanded once, then arranged for everyone, including me, until we graduated to be always under strict supervision. If this was a famous event, of course it would have been widely spread by the public. It would have been impossible for this school not to realize this. No, it was because the school knew about this case, that they let Hirata enter this school. In short, I finally understood the reason why someone as perfect as Hirata was assigned to Class D. You cannot forgive their actions for targeting Yamauchi. Well, I thought that as long as it did not spread, I could pretend that I didn't know. I wanted to remain silent until the vote in class. As a result, because of the decision made by Horikita, people in the class who were not needed were exposed. I really am useless. Of course, I am a person who cannot unite the class. Even though I tried my best, I was unable to save Yamauchi-kun. You understand, Ayanokuchi-kun. I can't do it. Even if I want to protect him. On the other hand, I want to try using terror again to control others. I know it's wrong, but Hirata's voice trembled. The feelings in his heart will collapse. Hirata believes that whether it is happiness or sadness, it should be shared with everyone in the class. If someone suffers or falls, he can't stand it. For all this time, he must have repeatedly asked and answered himself many times. I don't know whether he has told this to Mi-chan or other students, or to what extent he told it to others. However, I was very sure that they would say the same thing after hearing his words. This is not possible. It's not your fault, Hirata-kun. What's wrong is Yamauchi-kun who betrayed the class. Regardless of who they are, they will think that Hirata is right, while the others are evil. Only this understanding will never change. In this case, the problem will never be solved. Hirata takes action to protect someone in the class. There is no point in persuading Hirata by using words that blame others. Instead, it will only make him trapped in his own shell. I want to clarify a few things beforehand. If it wasn't Horikita's fault or my responsibility that made Yamauchi drop out, then do you know whose it is? Well, this has nothing to do with it. We couldn't have done anything. Hirata whispered a sentence. I will not blame you. My words seemed to blame Hirata, and emphasizing this was not my fault. When he hears it, this can also be interpreted, don't you hate me? But who do you think should be responsible for making Yamauchi drop out? I think it is his own responsibility. Although that's what Hirata said, he didn't want to admit it. Thus he reached this conclusion. He is sure because Yamamoki's ability was low and lazy, this resulted in him becoming a dropout candidate. You are wrong. I refuted Hirata's statement and directly denied his thoughts. Yamauchi dropping out is your responsibility, Hirata. Wah. Hirata looked at me. He showed an expression saying, I don't understand what you're saying. If you really wanted to help Yamauchi, you would have tried everything to save him. But I've already tried my best. It was impossible. Ichino-say in Class B didn't let any of her classmates become victims. That's because she was in a special situation. They had much more personal points compared to us, so they managed to protect their classmates. That's because you didn't lead the class to collect enough points in the first place. That is the problem. If you collected points for a year like Ichino-say did, you could have saved someone from dropping out. In this case, no one will drop out of Class C, and the class would still have 40. Impossible. We lost our class points shortly after we entered school. Even if we hadn't lost it, according to our current class situation, students in Class C won't listen to my request to save points. It doesn't matter if the class points to 0, or if the class does not agree to save points. This is your responsibility. No matter how much he wanted to run away, it was his responsibility. This fact will not change. That doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense. Of course, it doesn't make sense, but it's the truth. This is the path you chose, to save everyone. This kind of thing can only be done in illusions. In this case, no matter who drops out of school, you are unable to blame yourself, but you always pour these feelings around you, so you have to take responsibility when you fail. You must have this kind of awareness. They all misunderstood you. They always think that you are a top student and someone who is respected by most classmates. But it really isn't the case. You are just a weak and incompetent student who can only complain about things that you cannot do. That's who you are, Yosuke Hirata. This was an extreme conclusion that must be pursued. He is not an incompetent person at all. Hirata is a good student, so people feel that he is an extraordinary talented person who surpasses many students in year 1. So, he will never need to take any responsibility even if it was something he cannot achieve. Even so, I have to blame Hirata. Continue to blame him for everything. Give him heavy pressure and stubbornly push him until he collapses. Am I doing this for Hirata's sake? No. Is this to make Hirata grow so he can protect the class after doing this? No. He doesn't need to protect everyone. At some point in the future, there will eventually be more dropouts. To prepare for such events and for the class to continue smoothly, Hirata must continue playing his role. How long do you want to keep dreaming? In this way, he does not need to leave behind his compulsory education. High school is a place where he chose to go of his own free will and to decide on his future career. Is this your true nature? Your words are terrible, cruel, cold. Tears flowed from his right eye. Immediately the left eye followed suit, having the wish for freedom. But if you really want to fulfill this expectation, at least fight and fight until the very end. There is no other way. If there is expulsion, then you can only reluctantly accept reality. After all, there is only going forward. That's terrible. To say that, if you stop now, the students around you will fall one after another. That is why you must continue to move forward until the end. If you do so, when it is all over, there will be many students still standing behind you. It takes a lot of courage to take one step more than others. I don't know when there will be obstacles, and I don't know when he will be troubled again in the future. But, what should I say to those who are discouraged? Should I endure it all and keep moving forward? There is no such thing. You can count on other students when you face difficulties. Horikita, Kushida, Sadu, Ike, Michan, Shinohara. It doesn't matter who. You just have to tell them, that's fine. This is fine. It has nothing to do with the person's position. There is no rule that the person standing in front has to be someone who does not show any weakness to others. Those who stand behind the leader are there to provide support when the leader falls. The people in the class will definitely listen to Hirata's discouraged words. People like me. Do I really deserve to walk in front of everyone? No problem, as long as you can keep moving forward from now. I gave him a small pat on the shoulder. With this small pat, Hirata's eyes filled with tears. Let it all out. I emptied all the great burdens Hirata carried. Hirata, who was still unable to move psychologically, could finally lower his weight and stretch his body to stand up. Thank you. Ainokuji-kun. Many tears ran down Hirata's face. Men are complicated and problematic creatures, because they cannot easily shed tears in front of other people. That's why men want to have good friends who they can show their tears. There was nothing else I needed to say. As long as a friend can stay by his side and listen to his bitterness, it will be fine. If I do this, he will be able to move forward again. Part 2. It's dawn, and the next day has arrived. The final special exam for the year ones will begin soon. When I entered the classroom, Hirata had not yet arrived. Michan's expression was still gloomy. The whole class had pushed him to the corner of their minds. but they were still worried about him. The man who was indispensable for Class C arrived in class. Everyone refused to turn their eyes to Hirata. Good morning, Hirata-kun. After all, Mi-chan was the only one who always spoke to Hirata first. She held back her sadness and tried her best to keep smiling. After Hirata saw it, he approached her. Hey. Mi-chan remembered what happened yesterday, and her body stiffened for a moment. After seeing his posture, Hirata tried his best to bow his head. Good morning. I am very sorry about yesterday. I did something unnecessary to you. Hirata's words were apologetic and filled with guilt. I want to say this. You always have tried hard to talk to me before, even though I always ignored you. I'm really sorry. Oh, I'm not at all. Hirata had a different appearance. It wasn't only Mi-chan who felt surprised. It was everyone in the class. Everyone. Good morning. Hirata showed a bright and refreshing smile. His gloomy expression yesterday was almost like a lie. Hirata-kun. I'm fine now. It's not a problem. Hirata said that and showed a gentle smile to Mi-chan and bowed his head to the students in the class. Maybe it's too late to apologize now. If you guys don't mind, I want to continue to contribute to the class like I did before. Hirata said that, while continuing to bow his head. All the boys and girls look at each other, taking a few seconds to understand the situation. But Hirata-kun. First, several girls rushed to Hirata, and then most of the boys and girls surrounded him. Everyone had been waiting for Hirata's return, and there was nobody who wasn't happy about it. What happened? Horikita, who watched from a distance confused with the situation, asked me. I told you, right? There will be changes depending on what the people around him do. That's true, but it's not because you did anything, right? Does it look like I did? There's no way I can tell. Everyone's opportunity to re-energize is different. Many people make peace with others as if nothing happened after they had had a big fight with one another. Human relations are like so. After receiving a welcome greeting again, Hirata approached the final person. Good morning, Horikita-san. Hirata stared straight and clearly at Horikita. Oh, yeah, good morning. Horikita might have felt that Hirata is currently blinded and shaken. I suppose you didn't make any mistakes in deciding for the class vote. Is that so? But, you did not make the wrong choice. No, it must be said that what you did was correct. He doesn't have to accept it. But now, he had already accepted it in his heart. I didn't notice this at the time. Did you hit your head? Your mindset has changed a lot today compared to yesterday. I don't think you're bluffing. Even if Hirata was suspected by Horikita, he only showed a smile to her. I will try my best to regain my lost confidence. After that, please tell me all the details of this special exam. I understand, including reasons for understanding the situation. I want to test whether or not you can really play a role. Is that fine? Yes. Of course. Hirata reached out his hand. Horikita accepted this handshake for reconciliation. After that, Hirata was once again surrounded by his classmates. A few minutes ago, the atmosphere in the class was still very gloomy. They did not expect the class to be suddenly filled with a bright and cheerful atmosphere. It was hard to imagine. In short, you can finally help out with the special exam. Yes. Hirata's return was most impactful for Class C. Konji, as usual, showed no signs of change. Chapter 7, Ayanokuji vs. Sakeonagi. After lengthy preparations, the final special exam for the year 1s has arrived. The commander of the losing class will have to drop out of school. However, the purpose of this special test is to eliminate the protection points. That meant, the two losing class commanders would lose the protection points they had just obtained. Although nothing will be issued, this exam is very important because it can result in a large change in class points. Depending on the results of the exam, there is a possibility that the class ranks will change. Today, I forgot to bring the notes you gave me yesterday, and now I have forgotten the instructions. While I was waiting for lessons in the morning, I said that to Horikita, who was beside. Just choose the 5 events you want to propose, and then choose members to fight. If I mess it up, can they handle it? I didn't tell anyone about what events were officially proposed and what would appear. I just explained to the others that they would be chosen based on the 10 events and the order of the day, so it's okay, so that I can do it smoothly. She tried to make it easy for me. Don't blame me for making a mistake. This particular test is a battle between classes. Although the commander can interfere, this test prioritizes the overall ability of Class C. Our opponent is Class A, led by Sakeo Nagi-san. She is the biggest enemy to all classes. Even if you lose, no one will blame you. I looked at Horikita, who was beside me, and read the last message she had just sent. This is a record of Class C students who will challenge the special exams in the last 2 weeks. The contents included what they discussed, what programs they mastered, and what training they had done. Thanks to your efforts, I will be able to do my best. When I got up from my seat and prepared to leave, I left a message for Horikita. There is a 7 out of 10 chance that chess will be elected, so the possibility is not low. In the past few days, I had played a lot of chess with Horikita. When facing you, I never win. Indeed, as far as the results I saw, the percentage for defeating me was very small, but there was no need to worry about the number of defeats. In that short amount of time, Horikita's chess ability drastically increased. No matter who the opponent is, they won't be able to defeat me. Remember that. You're quite confident. I ended my conversation with Horikita and began to leave as the commander. In this special exam, students must stay in the classroom and wait for the commander's instructions from the multi-purpose room. After the event is announced, students will be allowed to move and change their clothes. Because they cannot see the details of the monitor, they will get information after they return. Part 1. I went to the special building, then to the multi-purpose room. Sakeo Nagi and Ichinose were chatting outside the room. It seems that the multi-purpose room is still locked. Good morning, Ayanokuji-kun. Good morning, Ayanokuji-kun. The two welcomed me at the same time, and I responded to them by raising my hand. Looks like you are unable to enter. Sensei said that the 4 must gather first and enter together. In other words, this special test is conducted on all considerations and fairness. If one of us enters the multi-purpose room first, we get to calm down and adapt to the environment in the multi-purpose room. As long as this is a special exam, no matter how big the benchmarks are to maintain the exam's eligibility, it is not too much. Looks like only Canada is left. Yes, looking back, I still can't see Canada's figure. He shouldn't be late. In that case, Ichinose-san is very lucky. Lucky? The current Class D is nothing more than a baby. After all, they won't be able to win against Class B, so you only need to consider how many times you can win from them. If you can win 7 games in a row, your class points might even exceed Class A's, so the ranks may change. No, that is still uncertain. I think they will also desperately try to face us. I don't want to underestimate them. However, Ichinose decided to unleash all her strength. For Sakeo Nagi, who heard this, thought it was funny, so she laughed. Hey, did I say something strange? No, it's just that your tone of voice sounds as if you are sitting in a chair waiting for the challenger to approach you. I know very well that you don't consider Class D as an equal opponent. It's been a full year. How is Class B's conditions? This is probably just a joke from Sakeo Nagi. However, this will not shake Ichinose-se's heart. To win the exam, we come here after formulating a strategy. Especially in an exam that uses unity, we will not easily lose. I understand. I'm overdoing it. That's exactly what Ichinose-san said. I looked out the window while listening to the conversation between the two of them. April is arriving soon, and today's weather is very sunny, not cloudy. Only 5 minutes left. It is almost too late. Finally, The sound of footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Looks like he's not late or afraid to fight. Feeling this was funny, Sakeonagi prepared to give Kaneda an exaggerated impression. Who had come last? Ichi-no-sei has also prepared for the best, because the test will start soon. We will meet with Kaneda, who will arrive soon, and then everyone will enter the multi-purpose room. This was what we imagined in our minds. However, the person who came was unexpected. As soon as that person appeared, Ichi-no-sei was the most surprised. Even though Sakeonagi was both surprised, he looked happy and narrowed his eyes. Ryun-kun, why are you here? Ichi-no-sei was clearly shaken after seeing this. Neither Sakeonagi nor I had imagined this situation. What's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? The former leader of Class D, Ryun, said that after seeing the Ichi-no-sei's expression. I understand. I didn't expect this. However, I had thought in this special exam, the class will choose the commander as the one who holds the protection points. Sakeonagi, who understood the situation, stepped forward. After all, there wasn't the figure of Kaneda near him. This special test cannot be started without the commander. That means, if the commander is not present, of course, there must be someone else to replace him, right? Of course, on the day of the exam, unexpected situations can occur, because it has all been considered by the school. If based on the rules, there should be an agreement that 1 or 2 people will be the deputy commander. Of course, responsibility for the defeat will also be shouldered by the commander-in-chief. Even so, I never expected this. I didn't expect Ryun-kun to appear. This is certain. However, even if the commander suffers from a fever or injury on the day of the exam, as long as it prevents other students from dropping out of school, even if he was to drag himself, he will definitely come here, to prepare for the effects of losing the exam. There is no other way to choose a commander who has a protection point. In this special exam, the person holding the protective points should be the commander. This is what Sakeonagi said. He thinks that all classes will definitely do this. Ichi-no-sei swallowed once. Of course, when special exams are announced, there is also a certain level of vigilance in Ichi-no-sei. However, when deciding on the class, Kaneda came in as the commander who chose the draw, so Ichi-no-sei had removed this possibility. Perhaps Ichi-no-sei had just erased that possibility, after confirming that this special test will be conducted by students with protective points. Because you came to the exam as a substitute commander, what punishment did you get? Yes, they didn't allow Kaneda to take part in this special exam, although I believe this condition is quite reasonable. Ryun said that it had been explained before. Is this what you want to surprise us with? However, without Kaneda-kun, isn't that bad for Class D? I didn't know how important Kaneda is, but at least I knew he was a big power in Class D. Even if Kaneda was absent, this strange strategy was very important. They thought about what it could mean in their minds. When did Ryun decide to appear as commander? If it was from the beginning, then this is a planned event. Ichi-no-sei is probably feeling worried now. You don't need to be on guard. I can just fill in the blanks. After the class is defeated, the commander will be expelled. So, in the end they will be able to expel me completely from Class D. That will make it easy. So, you mean you will give me convenience to do so? QQ. Of course I can provide you the convenience, so you can relax. Ryun spread his arms and welcomed it kindly. However, Ichi-no-sei did not let her guard down. No matter what method you use, you will do anything to win. Hasn't this been your way of fighting all this time? That's if I really want to win. I hope you don't continue this, Ryun-kun. Even though you don't have any protection points, you are facing a battle of life and death. This kind of thing feels like you handed the white flag to Class B. Someone like Ichi-no-sei is the type of person to lay a foundation and construct a building that is sturdy, trustworthy and safe. Her ability to deal with unexpected events is not strong. If she faced a normal opponent, it wouldn't matter, but if her opponent was someone like Ryun, it would be difficult. Maybe this surprise will not only attack Ichinose, but it will affect all students in Class B soon. Everyone in Class B would surely realize that Ryun had become the commander. Even if they hadn't, people like Ishizaki would make sure to tell them. If it happened like that, they would all look like Ichinose, unable to hide their surprise. If Ryun, who was supposed to be a participant, was now the commander, they would be facing unknown instructions, making them concerned. It looks like the match between Class B and Class D will be very interesting. Even though this is not good for Ichinose, I couldn't help but laugh. She should have acted immediately when Class D repeatedly attacked her class. If she realized that Ryun was hiding in the shadows, she would not have been surprised. Since everyone is gathered, let's go. Sakeonagi walked in the first and entered the multi-purpose room. There is a wall that divides two rooms, which previously did not exist. I went to my seat and saw that the wall was very sturdy and soundproof. The fourth homeroom teacher was waiting for us. Class B and Class D students moved to the other side. Following instructions from Mashima-sensei, Ryun and Ichinose entered the room next door. Chabashira-sensei was also there. Class A and C supervisors are Sakagami-sensei of Class D and Hoshinomiya-sensei of Class B. It seems that each homeroom teacher could not supervise their own class. Since the special exams will begin in 5 minutes, make sure you are prepared. After Hoshinomiya-sensei gave such advice, she began to make final discussions about the special exam with Sakagami-sensei. Before the special exams began, there was still a little time left for Sakeonagi and I. Finally, the day has arrived. I had a hard time sleeping yesterday, so I nearly slept in this morning. I don't remember making you wait. From the start, I only met you just by coincidence. You mean if you hadn't attended this school, we would have never met? After seeing me respond with a nod, Sakeonagi smiled and denied this statement. Of course, the fact that we met at this school is only a coincidence. However, I'm sure I would have met with you again someday. That will definitely happen. It is fate. Destiny? That's a pretty abstract thing to say. That's because I'm a girl, too. Sakeonagi smiled as she said that and slowly approached with her cane. If you hadn't enrolled in this school, I just needed to postpone it for 3 more years. I have the confidence that I can hide my anticipation deep inside. But I can't hold it back anymore. I can't help it. Today I feel like my days last longer knowing that you're by my side. I want to fight. Suppressing those feelings is hard enough. That's my dream. Sakeonagi suddenly spoke more. In the end, her dream can be realized. Aren't you afraid of waking up from that dream? After this battle becomes reality, she cannot return from it. Because dreams are things you should wake up from. It seems like she doesn't care about anything. All that mattered was that I have made her wish come true today. Normally, I'd ask you to just take it easy, but those eyes were not what a girl should have, and her gaze was as sharp as a hunter for its prey. Please face me with everything you have. If I decide to fight half-heartedly, she wouldn't be satisfied. Even though I never intend to make her happy, it would be troublesome if I continue to be ensnared by her. However, it is difficult to say whether this particular test will be able to satisfy Sakeonagi. She seemed to understand what I was thinking, so she added, "It's a lie to say that I don't have conflicting feelings about this. An inadequate test like this won't be enough for us to prove our ability. We leaders are limited in how we can influence the outcome. Am I right? Schools will not give special tests that are too heavy, which can only be determined by the commander's results. Even so, as long as she can decide the outcome, this is a trivial matter." This is what she meant. However, if the influence of the leaders is too great, another problem will arrive. I think I should consider your situation too, Ayanokuji-kun. You don't want your classmates to know your true abilities? This consideration was very meaningful. If the commander can greatly influence the success of all events, She is afraid that I would not utilize my full capacity. Okay, the exam will start soon. Return to your seats. Illustration of Sakeonagi and Ayanokuji. Hoshinomiya sensei gave instructions and we sat facing each other across the device. Of course we couldn't see each other's expressions. Photos of the students of Class C was displayed on the computer screen. Excluding me, there was a total of 38 people. Next, I had to divide everyone into each chosen event and instruct them to go for the exam. The monitor then displays the 10 events that we submitted. I, Sakagami, am in charge of this special exam. Let's start the last special exam for Year 1. For each class, select 5 events by pressing the Enter key. I have no doubts about choosing the 5 events that Horikita wanted. For Class A it also didn't take long to complete. Then the programs we selected were displayed on the big screen. The 5 selected programs for Class C are archery, basketball, table tennis, typing ability and tennis. Although it may be a bit of a problem, I wanted to include an interesting event like rock paper scissors, but it seems like I have to give that up. When an English event was proposed by Class A, we did not consider it. Even though Hiratu and Onodera were good at soccer, piano and swimming, they can also perform well in other events, so I didn't choose these 3 events. In this case, Class C uses a sport-based strategy to fight. The 5 programs chosen by Class A are chess, English languages test, modern text test, mathematics test and mental arithmetic. From a total of 10 events, Sakeonagi had chosen 3 main events that Katsuragi had predicted. Mental arithmetic and modern text exams are also included. This was a perfect information. However, there would be no change in the situation because I didn't tell this fact to Horikita. The 7 events will now be chosen randomly. Even so, Ayanokuji-kun, your opponent is Sakeonagi-san. This is too pathetic. As a teacher, I'm very sympathetic to you. Hoshinomiya-sensei, obey the rules. Okay. I'm sorry for speaking without permission. Hoshinomiya-sensei was warned by Sakagami-sensei for several reasons, and pondered about it himself. The lottery results will be displayed on the big screen in the middle. Please take a look. Sakagami-sensei said this, urging us to look at the big screen. Then, the screen changed. The screen switches to a 3D image and displays the event drawing sentence. Then the first event chosen is basketball. The number of participants needed is 5 people. Time is 20 minutes. 2 sets of matches with a time limit of 10 minutes each. Rules: based on a standard basketball game, the commander can change one player at any time. Match 5 versus 5. This was the event chosen by Class C. In other words, this is an event that we believe will not lose. Sorry, Sensei, are we free to talk with one another? There are no rules about this. You can talk freely. Does that mean we are free to fight with our words? Although Sakeonagi directly stated her goal to the teacher, he did not consider it a problem. Wow, Sakeonagi-san, you're not very compassionate. This was because he thought Sakeonagi had been allowed by Sakagami-sensei to start attacking me mercilessly. Hoshinomiya-sensei, okay. Sorry, I won't say anything else. Although students are free to talk, teachers are not allowed. Hoshinomiya-sensei continued to get warnings. As I expected, Class C chose several sports for the official events. After all, it's not surprising because there are many skilled students in this class. In your class, in this basketball game, Sadu-kun is a key figure. Even in this school, he is the best basketball player. If you choose an event that isn't convincing, you won't be able to beat us. Although I could hear the analysis from Sakeonagi, who expected me to be involved in this war of words, I deliberately kept myself silent. I want to try my best not to over-impress Hoshinomiya-sensei and Sakagami-sensei. You don't say anything. Did Horikita-san, who is the real commander, actually give such an order to you? As I kept silent, Sakayo continued to speak. If it's like that, even if you say something, it won't affect the election. Isn't that right? Sakayo also understood that I intended to speak as little as possible in front of the teachers. Horikita warned me, so that I could not say anything to you. She said if I spoke carelessly, I would fall into Sakayo trap and damage myself. Fufu. Ayanokuji-kun, you can't say this. You just gave me favorable information in that sentence. Who manipulated you in the shadows? This sort of thing you should hide until the end. If you claim to be warned by Horikita-san, didn't I tell you? I can guess information based on your personality and behavior patterns. No, not necessarily. I received instructions from Horikita. Did you just explain it yourself? To be honest, you actually received instructions from Horikita-san. Hoshinomiya-sensei, who sneaked and peeked to eavesdrop on our conversation, put a hand on her forehead, and made an R sound. Sakagami-sensei saw that I easily revealed information to Sakayo and shook his head. Oh, I'm just saying that I was warned by Horikita. Maybe someone else had given instructions. Maybe. Even if you are lying at this time, you should firmly say if someone else is giving instructions. She not only looked through me, but left scent salt on the enemy. This was to maintain the current status quo. In this conversation, we intended to let the teachers believe there is an extraordinary power gap between Sakayo and I. After we deceived the teachers, the special test began. Do you think these words are interesting? We have discussed and thought carefully about how you will act, so I dare to challenge the exam. Even if you realize that the battle plan was designed by Horikita, this has also been calculated. Oh, now you admit it face to face. But why do you think that the battle plan is entirely in my possession? Like Ayanokuji-kun, I also have a lot of smart people behind me. Have you ever thought of the many scenarios you have prepared before coming to the exam? That, even though the teacher allowed us to fight for words but tens of seconds have passed. Sakagami-sensei, who couldn't allow it, began to continue the examination process. A countdown is in progress. I will allow you to chat as you wish, but don't let it pass. Of course, this did not affect my mental state at all. It was just that the teachers were worried because I continued to chat with Sakayo. After we selected the participants, the list of students participating in the basketball match was released at the same time. The 5 participants from my class are Suzume Makitu as the captain, Minami Setsuya, Ike Kanji, Honda Ryotaro and Onodera Kayano. Sadu was not included, and I added a girl into the mix. The trump card is Makita. According to Sadu, as long as he practices basketball, his skills are very good. For Onodera, even though she is very good at swimming, it seems her basketball techniques aren't bad. Compared to choosing a boy who isn't too good, it's better to choose him to make the team shine. That is the result of Horikita's assessment. And our opponent, Class A, has also chosen 5 people: Machida Kuji, Chiba Shigeyu, Kamuro Masumi, Shimizu Yunoki and Kita Hayato. They also mix in a girl. According to Hirata, K, and Kushida's analysis, the team that we formed is a team that will no doubt win. Even though I can't see the expression of Sakagami-sensei who is standing next to Sakayo, I can clearly know the expression of Hoshinomiya-sensei who is standing next to me. Soon, she realized that she began to doubt the participants I have chosen. After all, in this basketball game, everyone can see that Sadu was not on the field. Of course, this was not a battle plan that I decided on, but a matter that had been discussed and decided upon by Horikita in class. However, Sakayo naturally saw the purpose of this battle. I don't think it's a coincidence. You plan to fight without Sadu-kun. After all, he's very athletic, even if he can play table tennis or tennis. It's no surprise. I can see through all your strategies. If I chose Sadu in the beginning, Class C would be able to secure this victory firmly and convincingly. However, For Class A, basketball events should not be welcomed. Once they see the basketball program, they will think of Sadhu. If they compete with a basketball team from Class C led by Sadhu, the chances of their victory would be very low. In this case, they will sacrifice the match and begin to think about using students who are not athletic. Conversely, if we used strong talents like Sadhu now, they might be the ones who will benefit. Given this situation, we as Class C deliberately chose not to use Sadhu. We can save Sadhu's valuable strength because he can win in other sporting events that may be chosen later. We want to win as many battles as possible. After that, when tennis or table tennis is chosen, whether to play Sadhu or not will leave a large impact in this battle. However, from the perspective of the composition of Class A members, our superficial thinking seems to be clear. That reminds me. You can change players at any time. Who arranged the intervention of the commander at this event? Was this proposed by Horikita-san? The goal was fully revealed. Sorry, I can't answer. I see. Since you can't answer, it can't be helped. On the other side of the big screen, the game is being prepared in advance. Then, it doesn't take long to start the match. Meanwhile, we can only watch. The only thing we can do is change players according to the situation. However, this step is likely to have a large impact on the outcome. With the sound of the whistle, the basketball game has begun. The match will only run for 10 minutes. Although Class C had not used Sadhu, the game's development in the early stages is almost balanced. After we score 2 points, the opponent also gets a score of 2 points. It is an equal match. The teachers also got carried away by the game because it was difficult to determine which side will win. Markita had very beautiful ball dribbling. Although still far below the level of Sadhu, Markita, a player who is more active than others, can thus play a key role. On the other side, Class A's Kita stood in the position as the key player to face Markita. When the game reached half-time, the score is 12-11. The difference is only 1 point. Class C barely leads because it's only 1 point apart, and the situation had become difficult. This is a really entertaining match. Sakeonagi side, but it's hard to tell who will play better in the second half. After 4 minutes of resting, the game will continue. However, there was no action from Sakeonagi. Even though we lead by 1 point, she believes that the two sides are quite balanced, and she plans to overlook the situation again. However, I did not hesitate to reach the keyboard because I decided to place Sadhu here. Allow him to replace Ike. This basketball match looks tight. This is because the opposing team has a similar level of ability. It seems difficult to know the results. But for 10 minutes, I wanted to analyze the situation first. I had doubts about whether I should play Sadhu or not. Fufu. Sakeonagi's laugh entered my ears. It seems like she didn't want to allow me to save Sadhu for another event. On the other side of the screen, a heated Sadhu walked towards the camera. Even though he wasn't played here, he felt that there was an unusual oddity. His expression is very serious. It seemed like he naturally felt the same way I felt. The strength of the two sides is still quite balanced. No, Class C is still leading. Isn't it still too early to play Sadhu-kun? I think we have to confidently win this match. After all, this is a very important first battle. I understand your mood very well. Besides, there is no guarantee that tennis or table tennis will be chosen next. If both events are not selected, Sadhu-kun will not be able to play in other events. Then there's no point in saving him for later. It's useless. You're not going to change any players? There is no need. We have selected the strongest ranks to win this match. Kitu, who was dealing directly with Markita before, seemed to turn to Sadhu. Sadhu should have watched this game from the beginning in another room as a backup. He should have understood the difference in strength. The 4-minute break ended and the second half began. Kitu overshadowed Sadhu. In this second round the tenseness has increased. After all, Your fear is clearly visible. Sadhu's loud voice crossed the screen and passed into the room. Class A deliberately held back their strength to make Sadhu play. We understood this from the start. However, I don't know how much Class A had held back until Sadhu began to play. Even though COTE is very good, Sadhu's skills are at a different level. He broke through the defense and attempted to score. In order not to let us score, the players from Class A desperately blocked the onslaught of the Class C players led by Sadhu. Even though Sadhu is a skilled player, the level of players from other Class A is definitely better than those in Class C. The score became 17-13, slowly widening the gap. However, the opponent's game does not waver, and they gradually became more alert. Hey COTE, you're experienced in basketball, right? No. But it seems like you are having a hard time with a group of beginners. Stop lying. I'm not lying at all. My friends and I only practiced for less than a week. You seem to have confidence in basketball, but look, you're not even that good. You're only saying that because there was no cheering. Sadhu and COTE's conversations could be heard through the monitor. By saying you are facing a group of amateurs but are still struggling hard, the action starts to shake Sadhu, so his movements start to get a little chaotic. Foo-foo, that's a lie. COTE-kun is an experienced basketball player. Letting COTE shake Sadhu was a result of a strategy planned by Sakeonagi. When he attacks him mentally like this, Sadhu-kun will take a hit. Even if his skills are far superior, as long as his heart isn't strong, it will create an opportunity. COTE looks very good at playing basketball. He deliberately held back his strength in the first round, as if playing in balance with Class C. They aimed to make Sadhu enter the game more slowly, then intended to turn things around at the last moment. Even though it was difficult to do this, they still tried to provoke Sadhu and disrupt his concentration for victory. This two-step strategy from the beautiful Sakeonagi has opened a gap in Class C. We'll catch up soon. COTE gets the ball in the basket, making the score 17-15. Class A is beginning to show a momentum to catch up. Indeed, if Sadhu's spirit was chaotic, it would be according to his plan. However, you said Sadhu's heart wasn't strong. Where was that information come from? What do you mean? Sadhu has grown very well in the past year. Now his soul will not be disturbed by such a provocation. Horikita will not praise him just because he played well. She will only praise Sadhu if he leads the team to a victory. Oh, although the tone is very rough, the dribble rhythm has returned. Sadhu passed COTE's defense and stared intently at the basket. Nobody could stop him again. He dunked, and Class C gradually increased the score. Oh, even though your words make me a little angry, you can't beat me. Even though COTE was good at basketball, Sadhu regained his composure. Apparently, he has matured. After that, Sadhu was not interrupted until the end of the match, and led the team smoothly. Finally, the game's whistle ended. Yeah, I did it, Suzune. As if playing in a large basketball tournament, Sadhu was very joyful for winning. It can be said that this victory is indeed appropriate for him to celebrate. I thought I could win with luck, but that was his specialty. After all, it seems that even if Sadhu is played early on in this basketball game, Sakeonagi still planned to seriously aim for victory in this game. The final score is 24-16. We won the first game by a landslide. I didn't expect Class C to win first. It's hard to predict who will win or lose. As if talking to herself, Hoshinomiya-sensei muttered with excitement. Even though we won this match, we already used one of our key players. Since we've already played Sadhu, we must achieve victory in this basketball event. Part 2. The draw for the second battle began. What was chosen was typing skills. The number of participants required is 1 person and the time limit is 30 minutes. Rules: compete in typing skills short and long based on speed and accuracy. The commander can tell the participants if there are any mistakes that they have detected in the test. The program chosen was the event proposed by Class C. The number of participants was 1 versus 1. It seems the goddess of fortune has been on our side. This event was proposed by the professor who is very good at computers and networking in our class. I heard that the professor's typing speed is actually not that extraordinary in Class C. Even from the national average, his speed is quite low. But that is not a problem because we can't fully investigate how many people in Class A are able to type quickly and how skilled they are. I can only believe in the professor's abilities in this event, because there are still reasons to choose this event. Class C really chose an interesting event. Although this event looks like playing video games, typing skills are the most basic and important thing in the IT industry. It will be natural for schools to adopt them in terms of learning. It was also useful to Class A. Horikita wants to choose several programs that do not depend on the total value to decide the outcome. It doesn't matter who is good at one or two things. However, if that person plays with what he is good at, it is difficult to guarantee whether he can be better than the others. It seems that there are people in your class who you trust completely and are very confident about themselves. Just like Onodera, who is good at swimming, but was chosen in the basketball event. Most students who said they could participate in certain events tended to shine at other events as well. Conversely, someone who is only good at one thing, like the professor, was organized in a 1 versus 1 event. It will be easier to advance the process of the next event. I naturally chose Sotomura Hideo. On the other hand, Sakeo Nagi chose Yoshida Kenta. I have no information about this person at all. In this match, we greatly minimized the intervention of the commander. This was to completely prevent Sakeo Nagi from meddling with the outcome. The assessment method is done through an application using a computer that has been prepared by the school. The result is Class C, Sotomura Hideo, 90 points, Class A, Yoshida Kenta, 83 points. The winner is Class C. After the event is finished, we were told the score. Only a difference of 7 points. After seeing the results, it was quite dangerous. But even though it was a narrow difference, it was still a victory. It seems a little worse. It really isn't as simple as it looks. Even though unforeseeable losses continued to befall onto Class A, but in a sense, it's a difficult thing to avoid. However, the 2 programs chosen were from Class C, so it was supposed to be difficult for them to deal with it. Part 3 with Class C, who won twice in a row. So far, the strategies, ideas, and luck Horikita has achieved was very good. There are still 8 events left if the lottery continues to choose the event proposed by Class C. English languages test. The number of participants required is 8 people. Test time is 50 minutes. Rules, based on Year 1 learning material. Both classes compete in total points. The commander can answer 1 question for 1 participant. The third program is a written test that will be chosen sooner or later. The key to this special exam is how to choose members to win the event. If we can win this event, then we can make the situation more favorable. I want to arrange some students who are proficient in English into a team led by me-chan to take the exam. Even so, people like Horikita and KC cannot be used yet. This makes it difficult, because my opponent has 3 written exams such as English, mathematics, and modern texts. It is difficult for me to decide who to assign and use for the best results. If we encounter 2 written exam programs, there are 2 strategies that have been recorded in Horikita notebooks. To achieve victory, we need to evenly divide students into events, or deliberately sacrifice 1 event, and focus on using them on other events to decide on the outcome. Sakeo Nagi quickly chose 8 people, but I took some time to think about it. You are very doubtful for the first time. It seems like there is more than 1 instruction given by Horikita-san. There is no guarantee that the math exam will be chosen next. On the other hand, there is also no guarantee that Class A will win this event. But the troubles thing is that most students in Class C tend to be bad in English. In other words, I have to choose between balance the battle or sacrifice the battle here. Do you want to sacrifice the English language test, or use all your fighting strength to decide the outcome of this event? Sakae, who could not contain her excitement, posed such a question. Even though I was not worried about losing here, I know what Ayano-kuchi-kun is thinking. You anticipate whether I will save the power of Class A or not, right? Because if Class A doesn't use all the power to fight with Class C on this event, there is little hope of winning for you, so you have difficulty deciding whether or not to sacrifice this event. After thinking about it a bit, I decided to give up on the English exam here. According to global trends, girls are better in various subjects than boys, and they seem to tend to get higher grades. English is one of them. Of course, this is only a trend. Please, if you want to refer to this as a reference. Sakae said that when I was going to decide on the members, she planted additional information on me and continued pressuring me. However, Class A does not want to lose the English test. She will definitely choose people who are very strong. After we finished choosing, the names appear on the big screen. In Class C, the 8 participants I chose were Okiya Kazuki, Minami Hakuo, Karu Aizawa, Saitmaya, Shinohara Satsuki, Inogashira Kokura, Sonoda Chio, Yokohashi Ruri. I will eliminate students who don't seem to have an opportunity to participate in the upcoming events. Class A, 8 participants selected were Satanaka Satoru Sugio Hiroshi Tsukaji Shihori Tanihara Maomoto Doichi Kako Fukuyama Shinobu Rokaku Momo Nakajima Raigo. Although they were not the best participants, but the team is quite solid. 6 of them were girls. This is the tendency that she just mentioned before. Looks like you're careful about the next program and chose to give up the English languages test. That is the correct choice to make. Sure enough, I had thought that the opponent already knew the academic level of Class C. Even though I can interfere right now, I chose to wait for a while and see through the match. It seems that the screen display can be changed to any student's answer sheet. I use interventions to answer questions from participants that most of them can't answer, but this had no significant impact. There is no doubt that it can only increase a few points. I started to change the volume immediately, and the test results did not take long. The results of 8 participants will be added up in this match. Class C got a total score of 443 points and Class A got a total score of 651 points. Therefore, Class A won. Sure enough, the score difference was very large. Our average score is almost 81 points. If you gather all the power of Class C, you might be able to win this match. Even though Sakae said that we have a chance to win, it's not as simple as it seems. It's better not to hold on to the idea that I might miss this match. Sakae is not afraid of the risk of losing 3 consecutive matches, and has saved the strength of several students in his class. Even though Class A won the first win, it's too early to relax. The selection of the 4th event starts immediately. Mathematics exams required 7 participants. Time limit is 50 minutes. Rules: based on first-class learning material. Both classes compete in total points. The commander can answer 1 question from 1 participant. After facing the English test, we face another written exam. It seems that saving your strength proved to be beneficial. You have to use all your fighting strength to fight us, or do you want to save your strength to fight in the modern text exams? In this situation, I don't need to worry about the modern text exams. I have to include all students with the best academic skills in Class C. I just said that girls have a tendency to score higher on exams, but math is the opposite. Boys usually get higher scores here than girls. Isn't this interesting? No matter what she tries to implant in me, I will only choose these students. The 7 participants I chose were Hirata Yaozuke, Yukimura Yuiko, Ishibura Kyoko, Wang Mayu, Azuma Sana, Kushida Kikyo and Nishimura Ryuko. This is the strongest lineup that can be played by Class C. On the other hand, Class A all consist of men like Matoba Shinji, Shimasaki Ikai, Morishide Izutaru, Tsukasaki Taiga, Ishida Yuzuki, Yamamura Miki and Nishikawa Yuko. They are students who are equal or better than students in previous exams. Even though we included a large fighting power, I didn't include Horikito and Konji. It doesn't take long for the math test to begin. This test is different from the English test, which was desperate loss, with Yukimura Teruhiko, or KC, who basically never made mistakes in his answers, although I let Nishimura, who had the lowest score among the participants, to wear earphones. The commander could only answer one question, and of course, I did not expect this to change the results of the exam, because Sakeonagi will answer the question correctly. It can be said that the correct answer to that question is a basic condition. After the mathematics exams were finished, the teachers immediately started checking them. If we can win in the mathematics examination submitted by Class A, we will have a great chance. We can take the momentum at the same time to fight in the fifth event. Furthermore, the results of the mathematics examination will be published. Class C, 631 points. Each student has an average score of 90, which is quite impressive. However, if the exam questions are not difficult, it can also be worrying. Class A's score, 655 points. With this, Class A wins. I heard the total score that Sakagami-sensei said, and we lost the game by a slim 24 points. This is really dangerous. It seems like everyone in Class C is also studying hard. If you previously chose students like Horikita-san or Konji-kun, maybe you could have won? It may be so. It is unfortunate that we failed to win this mathematics exam event. If we choose Horikito and Konji, there is a chance of winning. However, that is not a guarantee. But the reality is, if the modern text exams are selected next time, we will be defeated immediately. At that time, we didn't have students who are strong enough to exceed their Class A's total score. This has resulted in 2 wins and 2 losses. We are no longer leading and now at a balance. Part 4. The draw for the fifth event began. Mental arithmetic. The number of participants needed is 2 people. Time limit is 30 minutes. Rules. Answer calculations through mental arithmetic. Accuracy and speed will be assessed, and the first person to answer it correctly will win. The commander has the opportunity to change one answer. Events from Class A were chosen 3 times in a row. This is a bad situation for us, but only for this special event. I think that at this moment, Katsuragi was happy in the shadows. This is an event that Katsuragi had agreed to interfere in. However, it was still too early to be relieved. If Katsuragi does not appear, this hope will end. This is also a Class A event. We will definitely win this match. I followed the strategy planned by Horikito and chose Konjiro Kyuzuke and Matsushita Kiaki. I appointed Matsushita to wear earphones. Even if Konji took the item, he would not necessarily use it. This was the right decision for Horikito to assign Konji to mental arithmetic. This kind of event does not depend on the total score to win, but people from which class gets first place then wins. Konji can respond to our hopes and win first place. But if he doesn't play seriously, Matsushita will be able to cover it. Matsushita can calculate quickly. And at first it was meant to be placed on the mathematics or mental arithmetic exams. Therefore, even if we enter Matsushita in the mathematics test, we still could not have won, so we were lucky. Students selected by Sakeonagi are Katsuragi Kui and Tamiya Emi. According to information from Katsuragi himself, Tamiya's ability was not very high. As I see now, Katsuragi is wearing earphones. There are 10 questions. The more difficult the problem, the higher the score. In the case of incorrect answers, Additional questions will be given until one person answers incorrectly. On the audition room screen displayed, the numbers will be projected in the next step. Because the commander can only answer one question, that means we can only answer the question at the end of the game. It appears that Konji will begin to participate in mental arithmetic, but he keeps his arms crossed. This is against expectations. Even after starting this special exam, his attitude did not change. Heading 1 digit, 3 columns, 5 seconds is displayed. This is difficulty level 10. 6, 9, 1. The answer is 16. The first question anyone seemed to be able to solve was over, and students wrote their answers. Matsushita answered correctly without any difficulty, but Konji left the paper blank. Besides, he didn't even look at the question, and of course he couldn't possibly answer. It seems I can only hope that Katsuragi will make a mistake with the intention of helping us as promised beforehand. Fufu, he really is a freak. Even if he couldn't see the answer, Sakeonagi can see Konji's reluctance to answer the question. But your focus should be on Matsushita-san, so it doesn't matter even if he does this. Through her comments, the game continues. When it comes to the third and fourth questions, it has become 2 digits, and the number reached 6 columns. Matsushita had no trouble, and answered correctly again. After more than half the questions came out in the arithmetic mental competition, difficulties arose from the fifth question. The fifth question is 3 digits, 6 columns, 5 seconds are displayed, and the sixth question is more, namely 3 digits, 8 columns and 5 seconds are displayed. Matsushita held his head and had difficulty calculating. Then the answers he gave to the sixth question was correct, even though he had difficulty continuing. However, this was as far as he can go. The seventh question in the next question is 3 digits, 12 columns and 4.5 seconds are displayed. The eighth question is 3 digits, 15 columns and 3.5 seconds are displayed. The ninth question even becomes 3 digits, 15 columns, 2.5 seconds are displayed. Hey, it's way too hard to answer these tilde. After seeing the questions for the participants, Hoshinomiya-sensei sighed. It seems the difficulty is a bit too high. Sakagami-sensei also agreed with his comments, and it seems like he doesn't know the answer. Even though Matsushita can answer the question so far, he only answered correctly until the sixth question. Unfortunately, for question 7, he answered it incorrectly. Konji did not answer the 9 questions that had been given. Even if he answered the last question, he could not have been able to reverse the situation. Of course, I remembered all the answers to the 9 questions. Likewise for Sakeonagi, the commander can change the answer to one question. If we can't answer the 10th question, we can change the answer to question 9. If we can't answer the 9th question, we can change the 8th question. Then direct the participants to answer the questions correctly. It was possible that Katsuragi, who deliberately answered incorrectly, would have influenced the majority of the results. The 10th question, which is the last question, everyone starts counting. A 3-digit heading, 15 columns, 1.6 seconds are displayed. The digital number is displayed on the screen, then disappears. 15 times more numbers are displayed on the screen. Silence occurs briefly. Whether it's Katsuragi, Matsushita, or Tamayo, they can't even pick up their pens, so all they do is read the questions. Sakeonagi as the commander sent a signal for intervention. Of course, I also followed suit. Oh, then the commander is allowed to intervene in answering questions. The higher the question answered, the higher the value. The question I answered naturally was the 10th question that became the last question. Matsushita obediently followed the instructions from the earphone and wrote the numbers on the answer sheet. After all, he himself did not know the answer. Of course, he would not doubt it. Fufafu, mental arithmetic is really a fun game. I played this game for the first time. Konji, who Sakeonagi didn't care about, didn't know when to open his eyes. Konji is seen smiling funny, looking at the camera, so the camera captures an image of him competing on our screen. Which question did you teach him? Ayanokuji-kun. I chose the 10th question and answered 7619. I told Matsushita that the answer was same. I also answered that. It seems that Sakeonagi also calculated the answer to the last question. We are balanced in the commander's intervention. This means it will be a one-on-one battle between Katsuragi-kun and Matsushita-san. When the teacher collected everyone's answer sheets, a man who previously answered the 10 questions with a blank sheet opens his mouth. The answer to the last question is 7619, correct? This is really very shocking. Konji-kun answered correctly. After hearing the answer from Konji, Sakeonagi praised him. The teachers quickly began to check the answers of the 4 participants. If Katsuragi answered questions 7 through 9, we will lose. On the other hand, if the correct answer from Katsuragi does not exceed 6 questions, it is a victory for us. According to the statistical results, the first place to answer 8 questions out of a total of 10 questions. The first place to get the highest score is Katsuragi Kihei-kun. This is a win for Class A. I intended to win the 5th match, so we would be in an advantageous position, but it seemed like Katsuragi was being too careful. As soon as Sakagami-sensei announced the results, it was the end of the 5th match. Too bad, Ayanokuji-kun. Looks like you haven't succeeded in letting Katsuragi bow. He really hates me. It's not wrong to mention this, but do you think I would ignore this kind of thing? Even though I couldn't see Sakeonagi, I know she is smiling. I already told him, if he betrays me, I will force some of the students who worked hard for him to drop out. He tries his best, because he doesn't want to increase the number of victims. He wouldn't want that. The time Sakeonagi competed with him was longer than me. He naturally knew the advantages and disadvantages of Katsuragi. I thought you could win, but you lost. It seems to hurt your spirit a little. Did you feel anxious when you played the last match? I have no idea. Even though Katsuragi-kun didn't side with Class C from the start, but if Konji-kun wanted to play seriously, maybe this could have been a perfect victory for you. That means it's the equivalent of a game that might be won? That is just a possibility. People who cannot be controlled cannot become a fighting force. This is the same reason if students who are not good in academic, physical, and special abilities can be considered the same. Students who don't take things seriously are not considered strengths. Even though the two may look different, they are similar, at least in special exams like this. Of course, we cannot make Konji will take action. This is also our own problem. Thus, we produced 2 wins and 3 losses. Class C is on the edge of a cliff. There are 2 events left in this special exam. Too bad. I really wanted to enjoy this moment more. I could imagine Sakeonagi's voice saying that. So far, I feel like winning and losing in some matches is a trivial matter. If so, I hope you can give me a victory. Unfortunately, I can't do that. After all, this is a serious and decisive battle. Sakagami-sensei continued the examination process and began drawing the 6th event. If the chosen draw is one of Class A's events, we will definitely lose. Chapter 8, Class B vs Class D. When Class A and Class C had just completed the mathematics exam in their 3rd match, Class B and Class D have decided the results of the 4th match. The results of this match are 601 points for Class B and 409 points for Class D. The 4th match is a win for Class B. After receiving the results of the announcement from Mashima, Ichinose was relieved because it was an academically focused exam program submitted by Class B. They could not possibly lose this match. You're lucky, Ichinose. This is thanks to the program proposed by Class B. Yes, although Ichinose won, she was not satisfied. While the defeated Ryun didn't feel the slightest anxiety, That is reasonable because of the 4 events that have been played. The 3 selected programs are from Class B, but after the results of the 4th battle so far, the results were unexpected. 2 wins for Class D and 2 wins for Class B. The impact of the defeat of the chemistry test, which was the event chosen from Class B in the 3rd battle, was huge. The reason for the defeat was very clear. Sensei, are the students who have stomach aches coming back from the washroom? Ichinose wanted to confirm their situation. Then Mashima contacted them to confirm the condition of Class B. No. There are still 2 students who have not returned from the toilet. In addition, there are more students who are complaining that they are not feeling very well right now. So, the reason they lost the chemistry test was because there were alarming health problems arising from the students in Class B. That wasn't all. Disputes between students on the day before the special exam with some students in Class D also had an impact. Although complaints have been submitted to the school, they only get a warning and no class was punished. This crime was undoubtedly the result of Ryun's instructions. To calm herself down, Ichinose took a deep breath. Phew. It's okay. It's okay, they are still not leading. Due to a lack of calm during the chemistry test event, Ichinose began to slowly recover and returned to normal. Even though there were still problems, even if it was Ryun, there is nothing he can do outside of the commander's intervention. As long as she continues to fight, she will not lose. Ichinose desperately tried to believe that. Hey, sensei, let's continue to the 5th battle. The people in Class B can't even maintain a healthy body on the day of an exam. Do you want to give an advantage to such people? Speak politely, Ryun. Chabashira warned Ryun's arrogant tone, but he did not change the way he spoke. Ryun continued to speak more arrogantly. Even though I don't know whether they are in the washroom or elsewhere, they can use this time to discuss operational plans. It's too strange for some people if their physical condition worsens at the same time. What are you doing? Ichinose? 2 did nothing. Ryun questioned the situation of several people from Class B who were unwell at the same time. In this case, even though Ichinose knew that there were no mistakes, there was no way to argue. Anyway, we must hurry. Sensei Ryun smiled and confirmed with Chabashira. Yes, as Ryun said, please continue with the 5th program, Mashima-sensei. Mashima started the draw. Karate. The number of participants needed is 3 people. The time limit is 10 minutes. Rules: 1 match 3 minutes. Adopt knockout rules. The commander can repeat any match once. Oh, this time it's Class D. We're not worried who is coming. Ryun chooses 3 people: Suzuki Hitoshi, Oda Takumi and Ishizaki Diki. The commander's intervention is also brilliantly designed to repeat the match if there are unforeseen losses. On the other hand, the participants chosen by Ichinose were Sumida Makoto, Watanabe Norihito and Yunatsu Haruto. After the karate event was announced, they had been practicing for a week and they had done their best to remember the rules. However, the result is 2 straight losses easily. Even the commander's intervention couldn't not change the results. The 5th battle ended quickly. This had never happened before. With this, it means that there is no time to withdraw for Class B. If their 6th match is lost, they will automatically lose the test. This is really interesting. Ichinose. While waiting for a mechanical assessment, Ryun welcomed her with small talk. After the special exam was announced, when Class D decided to choose your class as an opponent, you should have felt a huge advantage. But after seeing these results, all you can do now is pray. Nails. This is not a naive battle. If this were an honest test, 1 more match should have been able to defeat Class B, so that it can produce 3 wins and 2 losses. However, a sudden incident has occurred. Because of that problem, the team has now become chaotic. If the event chosen after this is not the event proposed by Class B, they have no chance of winning. Then, the 6th event is chosen. Judo number of participants is 1 person. 4 minutes of competition time, 3 sets of matches for a total of 12 minutes. Rules. Based on ordinary judo rules, the commander can cancel the results of a match, and can repeat the match only once. This 1 versus 1 event is the event that Class B wanted to avoid the most. At this moment, Ichinose felt her vision darken for the first time. Me, Cuckoo, Judo. Judo, huh? Who would have thought this would be the next event? You're very lucky, Ichinose. How can? If the rest of the program is Class B, you still have hope of winning. Without hesitation, Ryun chose Yamada Albert. Just like the previous commander intervention rules, this one is also an insurance that guarantees victory. Even if the opponent is Albert, don't worry. Besides, there's still a chance. You don't know before you try. The results were clear. It is very difficult to win against opponents with such huge differences in physical and technical abilities. This is the only event that Class B cannot win because the number of participants is only 1 person. The time to choose students is only 30 seconds. Ichinose don't know who to choose. The time that was counting down quickly, until finally it becomes 0. Although according to the rules, if time runs out, a student will be chosen at random, but the decision has been issued directly by considering the danger of the opponent and the event. With this, Class B loses this event without fighting. At this stage, because Class D won 4 wins, Class D automatically wins this special exam. With this statement, the results have been decided between Class B and Class D. Part 1. This is the story at the time the new special exam was announced. Ishizaki is alone, chasing Ryun to go to lunch. Class D has decided that Canada will be the commander, but deciding on events is difficult. In other words, no one in Class D can come up with good ideas. They can only propose common events, general rules and ordinary fighting methods. The opinions they raise are simple things that anyone can think of. In this way, no matter which class they fight, they do not see a chance of winning. Of course it's a problem. That is, it is reality. In the current opinion of Class D, it concludes that Class A must be avoided the most because it is too high, and Class B, which is more vigilant, should also be avoided in this conclusion. So naturally what remains is Class C. However, Ishizaki proposed to wait for conclusions. Can you give me time, Ryun-san? Ishizaki, who did not want to be in a dangerous situation, confirmed beforehand that there were no Year 1 students around him. With just a glance at Ryun, Ishizaki became a frog being stared at by a snake. But even so, he tried to speak in despair. Come on, please give me some time. You have become very brave. No, it's not like that, Cuckoo. Okay, if that is very important. After all, you are currently the leader of Class D. For Ryun, this is just a simple extension of the war. This is his free time at school, because he will eventually drop out of school. He can spend this time with those who are boring. Ishizaki walked behind him. Even if someone saw this situation, they would think that Ryun had been summoned by Ishizaki. After they walked out of the school building and went to a place where there were no people around, Ishizaki immediately sat on the floor. Ryun-san, in this special exam, please lend us your strength. When Ryun was called by Ishizaki, he realized the problem. Even though Ishizaki hadn't mentioned it, Ryun looked down on him who was sitting on the floor. Don't dream too much, Ishizaki. Didn't I say that I have stopped? Do you think I will help you? That, I know, but with our current strength, we cannot defeat any class. I guess that's true. Ryun did not deny this, because he had analyzed in the competition for victory. Class D is by far the lowest. Because Canada is the commander, even if he loses, he won't drop out of school. However, if we lose here, the class points will be drastically reduced. If we accept 7 defeats in a row, it can't be helped. Class D points currently number 318 points. If they suffer 7 consecutive defeats, only 108 class points would be left. Even though this would only happen in the worst case, but if we are helpless, it is very possible to develop into this state. Then you just have to push me to the position of commander. Someone in the class should agree with this. That. For those who want to get Ryun out of school, they need to make him commander. Then he must be defeated. But for the sake of letting one person drop out of school, it will ruin his class. No one will be happy with this. If class points become 0, it will be almost impossible to move up to Class A. Even so, even living a stable life in this school will be very difficult. If the main goal of Class D is like that, they only need a few wins. After that, they aim for defeat in order to force Ryun out. They must avoid losing protection points due to major losses. Ishizaki didn't want to let Ryun drop out of school. But on the other hand, he also wanted Class D to win. If there are students in Class D who can do this kind of thing, it was only Ryun. What should I do? Should I choose to fight Class C? Initially, Ishizaki wanted to choose Class C, but Ayanokuji was in that class. This was a concern, because he was one of the few students who knew the true nature of Ayanokuji. Don't ask for my opinion. Who said I wanted to help? Ishizaki, who was so desperate, felt devastated here, but even so, he was still reluctant to stand up. Even if he saw Ryun leave, it didn't matter. It's true that Class C's unity is very low. However, there are monsters like Ayanokuji, but after all, he is only a human. If this is a group battle, then there is a chance of winning. It is usually normal to think so, but that is wrong. Ishizaki heard unexpected advice from Ryun. But, if I were the commander, I would avoid a confrontation with Class C. Even though I don't know how to decide on opponents, they are not the class that should be challenged. But, however, Ayanokuji, not because of this problem, stupid. Oh, even though Class D is mostly stupid and incompetent, there are still other classes we can defeat. Class C is not suitable for us to play using this method. No, there is only one class suitable to fight. WH class? Which? Ryun did not look at Ishizaki to answer. Class B. The class Ryun said was unexpected. We can only defeat Class B in this exam. Ryun mentioned the Class B that they previously wanted to avoid before. Even if you're stupid, you can do it the right way. Ryun turned and walked forward. Please wait a moment. How can we defeat Class B? Ishizaki raised his head and called out to Ryun. Ryun-san. Ryun-san. Ishizaki's screams did not stop him. Part 2. On the surface, Ishizaki, who is known to have defeated Ryun, is not a low-ranked person in Class D. Even so, this status is not entirely without problems. Ryun, who was supposed to drop out of school, still survives in this school. While Manabe, who intended to focus criticism on him, instead ended up being the student who dropped out of school. Of course, it is not surprising that students in the class would feel suspicious about this. However, the first question that arises is who gave Ryun that many voices of praise? Did the boys in the class choose it? If it comes from another class, who would do such a thing? In Class D, they have repeatedly argued and pushed aside many reasons. Because in special exams voting exams are anonymous, there is no way to find a definitive answer. Class B Ichinose and Ryun had made a deal, by giving Ryun voices of praise in exchange for personal points. This is the correct answer, but this fact has not been revealed by Class B. As long as Ichinose asks them to keep it a secret, her friends will follow her orders well. It didn't matter if it was a meaningless request. If it was a strategy to cancel an expulsion from the class, they would not hesitate to work together. At present, all the students in Class D were stuck in a confusing situation. However, there are many students who know the truth. To prevent Ryun from dropping out of school, Ishizaki and Ibuki, as well as Hiyori, helped him. In order to maintain stability, it was not surprising that Hiyori took on a very important role. Ishizaki fulfilled the only opinion of Ryun. He obediently followed the strategy to choose Class B, which according to Ryun was the best opponent. Because Ishizaki and Kaneda conducted secret consultations, they naturally reached this conclusion. However, that does not mean the problem has been solved. Hiyori also understood this well. If Class D had no leader, it would be difficult to fight Class B. Their chances of winning were slim. As long as there is little doubt, it will lead to failure. On the day to decide on an opponent, Hiyori immediately took action. Damn, what should I do? In the karaoke room, Ishizaki holds his head. I do not know. Then why did you call me again? What kind of combination is this? Ibuki looked at Ishizaki and glanced at him, then she looked at Hiyori who was sitting next to her. Aren't we going to have fun with Ishizaki-kun? I already said that, right? Hiyori, who said such a thing, made Ibuki's shoulder sluggish. Ah. This makes me dizzy. If 3 people who understood the current situation came together, some thoughts could emerge. If we think about it, the 3 of us will be better together. With 3 people gathered here? Isn't that possible? You said that on purpose. It hurts. Damn it. Ibuki, don't pull the skin on my back. The atmosphere is really alive. It was the right decision to arrange a meeting in the karaoke room. Seeing the appearance of the interaction between the 2 people, Hiyori was happy to put her hands together. With this kind of combination, it is impossible to communicate at all. I will be back. Oh, then I will be troubled because I already called Ryun-kun here. Huh? Ishizaki and Ibuki's voices overlapped at the exact same time. To win this special exam, Ryun-kun's whereabouts are needed. The only one who can see victory against Class B is him. Hiyori said something unexpected. It seems like they didn't understand the meaning of this comment. What did you just say? I mean, the only chance to win against Class B. That's not it. Who did you want to call here? Ryun-kun. Ibuki looked at Ishizaki. Ishizaki also looked at Ibuki. Arun-san, will he really come here? Yes, I invited him. This karaoke seems to bring bad feelings to people. We should go back, if we are here. Of course, I told him to. If he knows that we're all here, will he still come? Ishizaki was rejected when he asked Ryun for help. It's natural to think like this. I want to ask first, what time will he come? 4:30. Huh? Ibuki looked at the clock in the karaoke room. The time is 5 p.m. It seems a little late. It's been over 30 minutes. It's not too late, but he's ignoring us. Relax, we can drink melon soda first. Let's be patient and wait for him. Ibuki ignored the melon soda offered by Hiyori. I don't have time to accompany you. Ishizaki stopped Ibuki who wanted to stand up and leave. We have to wait. Ryun-san will definitely come, maybe. Are you stupid? He didn't even keep the promise that we agreed to. He was too late. Ibuki said that he did not want to deal with this problem and planned to leave. However, a soft hand caught Ibuki's arm. Let's wait. It's possible. Ryun-kun is unexpectedly a good person, right? Do you understand what that person has done? I don't know. I've only talked to him a few times, so why are you saying this? Because I think he is that type of person. That makes no sense. It is too naive. Maybe this was a problem because Hiyori said this with a smile. Seeing her innocent smile, Ibuki was slightly disturbed. Apart from that, it's great to be able to play with everyone. Can you be patient? This is stupid. Ibuki sat back down. If he doesn't come anytime soon, I'm leaving. Yes. Part 3. This has gone too far. Ibuki tried to be patient, even though the time was already 8 p.m. Even the word late is not appropriate to describe this. She was annoyed with what they have put up to until now. After all, haven't we already sung 10 songs? Ibuki-san must be patient. I can't hold back my patience. So let's try to exceed our patience. Horrible joke. How can you be angry all the time? Don't you get tired? Just looking at your face makes me a million times more tired. Ibuki shook Ishizaki's arm, who tried to stop her from leaving. When Ibuki's hand had just reached the doorknob, the door opened. Did you really think that I will come here just to keep you waiting? The man smiled as he walked. It was Ryun. Unknowingly Ishizaki and Ibuki's froze because they all thought he wouldn't come. You're late. Ryun-kun, looks like you guys are having fun. Yes, this is my first time coming to karaoke. It is very fun. Then I'll be back. Have fun, guys. Ryun smiled and spoke. Does that bother you? While he closed the door, he was stopped by Ibuki. If you let me fall into karaoke hell, I will kill you. Nails. Awful. Ryun, who was urged by Ibuki, then ordered soft drinks through Ishizaki. After sitting and bowing, he played with his cell phone without saying a word. Then Ibuki urged him to speak. Then, what do you mean? We waited for you until now. Aren't you going to say anything? I just came to see if you guys were still waiting for me, but it seems like you still haven't left. He immediately drank the soda Ishizaki gave him. There is nothing else besides that. I have been waiting for you for a few hours with Hiyori. It's very annoying. That's none of my business. Oh really? Ibuki hit the table hard and looked at Ryun. Hey, calm down Ibuki. There's nothing good out of getting mad at Ryun-san. You too. When were you so attached to him? When did you say? I had already decided to follow Ryun-san. Just be honest. Initially very reluctant. That. Don't say anything else. Apart from the two being noisy, Hiyori chose her first song. This fool has listened to your opinion, and chosen Class B to fight. It seems. Hearing that, Ishizaki shrugged her shoulders. If he accepts the class opinions, he should have chose Class C. That was the only opposing class they could defeat. Even though Ishizaki forcibly changed the opposing class, they didn't know how to win. Ishizaki really believes in you. That means you have to be responsible for talking. Cuckoo. I can't possibly say anything stupid to him. Ryun said that while smiling. Do you remember when I first entered this school? Didn't I arrange things to attack Class B? Is it when you tried to make them guilty? Under Ryun's direction, there was a dispute with Class B, and tried to provoke the opponent's guilt. To confirm the potential of each class, Ryun had caused a stir. This was one of the events in the period where Ishizaki fought with Sadu, and Ryun secretly contacted Katsuragi. Then how did it go? That has no effect. Class B was very integrated at first. Yes, they are much more united and cohesive than any class. So, in an exam that relies on a whole of this kind, shouldn't we avoid Class B as an opponent? I think so too. Ichinose is a leader who is admired by many people and is very difficult to deal with. Ibuki and Ishizaki's comments are also the rest of Class D's opinions. Hiyori, how do you analyze Class B? Yes. As they both said, Class B is very strong. Their abilities are above average, especially their close relationship that makes everyone envious. But it can only be said that they are such a class. They are no special threat, only a class with good relationships. Her attitude is very gentle and her analysis is also very good. After listening to their opinions, Ryun stated his own evaluation of Class B. The biggest weakness of Class B is Ichinose. No, that is their absence of a proper leader. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Isn't Ichinose their leader? Ichinose and Kanzaki are not suitable to be leaders. They are the type of people who should be supporting the leader. If we treat him as a strategist in the class, Suzune and Katsuragi are better at making strategies. For this reason, although Class D is lacking, there is still the chance of winning. But right now, we are worse than Class B. Isn't this situation unchanged? The average student in Class D right now is very low, meaning that Class B is the least desirable opponent for us. No matter how we fight, our chances of victory will always be very small. Is the gap between us really that wide? There was no change in the evaluations of Ishizaki, Ryun, and Hiyori. But Ryun took the empty glass and placed it in front of him. As long as you make the effort, a chance of victory less than 10% can approach 50, and can increase even more depending on the situation. Ryun handed Hiyori a piece of paper. It contained the names of the 10 events written on it, and the marked ones were the official 5 events. Ibuki and Ishizaki peeked from both sides. Use this on the special exam day. Wait a minute, all of this? Yes, all of these events are based on martial arts events. The 10 types of programs proposed are based on high physical abilities such as karate, judo, taekwondo, kendo, and wrestling, which were very physically demanding. Please wait. Indeed, there are some people in our class who are good in physical abilities. Me, Albert, Komiya, Kondu, and Ibuki. But the others not so good? Ishizaki said. Even if 1 or 2 of the events are chosen from the lottery, they did not know what would happen with the other events. Yes, besides that, in Class B there are also many students with good motor nerves. If everything is a 1 versus 1 fight, then that is a problem. But shouldn't the number of participants needed not be different? Even if we only depend on the lottery to fight, we cannot guarantee that we will get all the desired events. Then what should we do? Don't be too specific about the number of participants. That sort of thing doesn't matter. Even though Ishizaki didn't understand his intentions, Hiyori quickly understood the point. So, you mean, no matter how many people fight, everything is determined by the rules? If you use the rules of a knockout system, we can do it. That's right. Even in judo, despite using up to 10 participants, Albert alone is enough. But will the school allow a knockout like this? If it were a written examination or football, it's not possible to use a knockout system. However, using a knockout system for events such as karate and judo is common. It also cannot be categorized as a complicated rule. They cannot refuse this event. The reason is because it isn't too dangerous, so there is no problem with the rules of karate etc. Even if 1 or 2 events are rejected because they are too dangerous, that is enough to leave only 5 events. That's right. With this we can win. Ryun-san. Ishizaki, who paid attention to this fact, saw a glimmer of hope. In this case, it is true that all the programs proposed by Class D can bring victory. But what if luck is not on our side? What if there are more of Class B's events selected? Our chances are already 50% to win. Are you not satisfied? If you are helping, you will surely bring us victory. Nail. Of course I have a plan. Now, it is impossible for Class D to win in the events proposed by Class B. The point of Ryun is that it is necessary to narrow the gap outside of this. What do you mean? Is there something we can do? Ibuki finally began to understand the situation. We will make use of dirty tricks to win. Ryun responded while laughing. From now until the day before the exam, you must constantly stalk people in Class B every single day. You only need to spy on them from the start. Soon after that, they themselves will realize that they are being watched. What is this strategy? Is it necessary to put pressure on the opponent? The people in Class B will laugh at this childish behavior. If no damage is done, they will let it pass. People like Ichinose will not realize my true motives. The first week will simply end like this. Then, we have to take action after 10 events have been published. All trivial things will be done. Seize seats, threaten others, and saying harsh things. No matter what happens, don't overdo it. They will think that the person who is planning these attacks is Ishizaki. Then, it may be possible that the situation could turn against us. Until the end, it is only to strengthen our contact. At this stage, never overdo it when threatening them. Fighting to defend yourself is a last resort. The point is that everything must be done intentionally and abstractly, Ryun explained. If it leaves a negative effect on the opposing party, it is difficult to guarantee that the school will not intervene. One of the main objectives is information. In the countless searches, we must steal information from Class B students. We must find out the 5 selected programs on the exam day as early as possible. In the classroom, where the 5 events will be selected, there is a possibility that they will be discussing the 5 official events through text messages. In fact, we are doing the same thing, right? Well, we will find time to discuss the 10 events to be proposed and choose which of them are the best. I see. Even though their mouths are closed, the information is on a cell phone. Obviously, they don't want that information to be shown to anyone. Maybe I can find out who will participate in 5 events. It's simple. But will it go smoothly? Don't count on luck. We need to consider it from the very beginning. Starting tomorrow, I will go looking for opportunities. Besides looking for information, we must take other steps. For example, using this. Isn't that a laxative? This is a slow-acting laxative. It goes into effect after 48 hours. If you let several people drink this, 1 or 2 people might have problems that day. Hey, that's breaking the rules. What happens if we get caught? So what? Do you think I'm someone who cares about this kind of thing? Truly, you are a man who will do anything to win. If there is a problem, I will take full responsibility. It's easy. No matter what punishment Ryun gets from the school, he doesn't care. However, if the class is broken, it will be a defeat. This strategy can only be used if you are not afraid of dropping out of school. You just said fighting in self-defense is the worst choice. Isn't what you are doing worse? Yeah. Turning trivial into strife is a common practice for those little devils. Allowing people scheduled at 5 main events to fight against incompetence. This development is also good, so the day of the exam can also be taken advantage of, right? Since the decision was already made, Ryun would never let it go. Next I will come to replace the commander on the exam day. This is very important to break Ichino-sei's calm. You really are a devil. We can brag about this. We have to show them the unique strategies of Class D. How about that? Yes. Do you have a problem? Ibuki thought that this was natural, and she sighed. However, Ibuki did not understand why she did not hate him, and she could only hate herself. But, Ryun-kun, why did you accept this? It's not because of sympathy, right? Why, Ryun leaned back on the sofa while closing his eyes. He has no close connections with this school. At first this was true, but after arriving, his mood began to change. Aonokuji Kiyotaka, his dissatisfaction with leaving this school was because Ryun lost against that man, by becoming the commander. It was also to confirm whether or not he still has the desire to fight again. If he doesn't feel anything, he can also choose to deliberately lose the exam. But, if he really wanted to fight him again, he would find a way to survive. Ryun wants to find out how he really feels. Epilogue. The line between the winner and the loser. The event chosen for the 6th battle was archery, 2 versus 2. Through Akito's struggle, Class C won. Since we played an event proposed by Class C, we were able to take the victory, making it 3 wins and 3 losses. Sakeonagi did not make specific instructions, but only silently watched the event. It seems that she really was hoping that it would end up as 3 wins and 3 losses. Now, arriving at the 7th and final match, and the event that is chosen, will probably determine our fate. Chess number of participants needed is 1 person. The time limit for chess is 1 hour. Negative time limit. Rules middle. Based on standard chess rules. However, the deadline will not be extended after 41 steps. The commander can give instructions at any time, within a 30-minute time limit. This time, there are no rules that add time to each subsequent step like the rules in the Fischer random chess. T.N. Fischer's chess random rule. Starting time is 5 minutes, plus 5 seconds for each step. It's possible to adopt a slow chess strategy. Since chess games usually last more than 2 hours, it is normal with 3 wins and 3 defeats. This leads to the seventh being the determining match. Is there anything more exciting than this, especially with chess as the final event? However, this is a blessing compared to the rest of the events. Sakayanagi intends to intervene immediately and give instructions to her teammates. This time, we might intervene at the same time. Judging from the rules of the commander's intervention, if I used half of my ability, I might not be able to win. Isn't this a miscalculation for you, such that Class A was forced into this situation? That's right. I have to admit those sporting events placed a lot of pressure on us. Sakayanagi had made reasonable comments for the previous 6 matches. However, this 7th battle is not the same. For the most part, the strength of the commander will determine victory or defeat. Unfortunately, I'm also quite good at playing chess. After that, Sakagami-sensei and Hoshinomiya-sensei will witness our battle. It's better to first place a line of defense. Oh, this is coincidence. That means, I could have failed in this chess match. But the most important thing in this game is the opening. We both will let our chosen students duel first. I chose Horikita Suzune from the list of students who had not yet participated. On the other hand, the student chosen by Sakayanagi was Hashimoto Masayoshi. Of course Horikita-san will appear. As a top student, she hasn't played so far because you deliberately saved her for the final event. Besides, I don't need to save her anymore. Horikita and Hashimoto, who were notified of each class, started walking towards the venue. Don't you two feel thirsty? Hoshinomiya-sensei, worried about the two of us who haven't stood up from our seats since the beginning of the exam. Part 1. Horikita Suzune Poff. I watch as a chessboard is placed in front of me. A week ago, I didn't even know the rules. Today will be the first time I will be touching chess pieces. In the special training with Ayanokuji-kun via computer, I began to understand the depth required in chess. If the opponent is Ayanokuji-kun or Sakayanagi-san, I'm afraid that between 1 in 10,000, I wouldn't be able to win. But the person I'm dealing with right now isn't either of them. Of course, I don't know how well Hashimoto-kun plays either. However, one thing is certain, he is not stronger than Ayanokuji-kun or Sakayanagi-san. Please, don't overwhelm me, Horikita. My opponent casually said so to me. I heard even from people in Class A that Hashimoto-kun was not a good person. Your expression is quite serious. Why don't you relax and enjoy this situation? How can you understand, as a Class A student who has always been at the top and leading the entire year? This match is very important for Class C. If we lose, it would be very painful because we have to pay class points. So it's the same for us. If we win this chess game, we will win 130 class points. This match is the last chance to get class points in year 1. Do you know my name? You are Hashimoto-kun, correct? I know, even though I have never talked to you even once. I am honored to be able to speak to Horikita from Class C. You are a small celebrity. The first time I heard about your name was when I fed Ryun during the special exam on the uninhabited island. I did nothing at that time. Those were Ayanokuji-kun's strategies in secret. No, maybe for him it was not even a strategy. I've only been studying chess for a month now. Please go easy on me. Certainly not a coincidence. I have been playing for a week. The match has begun. Even if we discuss our chess experience, it may be mixed in with lies. This is a battle between the two parties and to drill each other's spirits. This event is very vulnerable to interventions. Exceptions are only for the written exams in which they can directly report the answers. As commanders, Ayanokuji-kun and Sakayanagi-san are also worried about battles like this. With 3 wins and 3 losses, we were dragged to the 7th event as the final battle. Thanks to Hirata-kun's return, Sado-kun has maintained his rationality, and everyone has united. Although Konji-kun is still a concern, but I will reflect on it later. I do not want to let this battle be in vain. I thought about what Ayano-kuji-kan told me before the special exam this morning, which made me speechless. No matter who my opponent is, they can't defeat me. Even now I'm really excited. But I'm not sure why. I feel very reliable now because Hashimoto-kun is incomparable to him. I have a chance to win. Why don't I think I'll lose? From the start, I could only imagine a situation where I would dominate. So now, we will start the 7th event, chess. Please sit down. I sat listening to the teacher's instructions. Even though Hashimoto-kun continued to show a smile, his eyes didn't convey the same emotion. Winning or losing at this event will be directly related to the success or failure of the class. It seems like this situation has also made Hashimoto-kun feel pressured. So, let's get started. Meanwhile, Hashimoto-kun took one black piece and one white piece into his palm. Do you know how to decide the starter? Yes. After confirming, he hid the two pieces in his hands and extended them to me. I choose the left hand, I answered, and from Hashimoto-kun's open hand, showed a white piece. In other words, I who get the white piece will get to go first. I look forward to your first moves. I don't know if I can respond to your wishes. I took a white piece. The chess piece I held for the first time felt cold. With this, the 7th event's battle between me and Hashimoto-kun began. My first step, pawn to e4. Directly at the start of the match, Hashimoto-kun's smile disappeared. Immediately, he moved his black piece. The pawn stepped to e5. I immediately rushed to prepare the horse to eat the black pawn. This is my style of play that I am most confident with after having done many battles with Ayano-kuji-kun. With the help of a black pawn to protect the other pawns from the white horse, Hashimoto-kun understood the situation. Sakeo Nagi also taught me a lot of things. Weren't you going to make an opening to put black at a disadvantage here? Since the first step, we haven't considered playing chess for too long. The time required is 1 hour because Ayano-kuji-kun will play for 30 minutes, so actually I only need to play 30 minutes. There is no need to waste time on the opening. I understood that after playing with him, that is, he does not play defensively. I don't know which piece Hashimoto was after, but I had to change my strategy. Besides that, he constantly launched attacks against me. This battle is very distorted, right? Yes. Is this a tactic learnt from your teacher? Yes. Same as me. Maybe it's because I felt the most when she was teaching me. You, unlike me, has a very solid game. Did you teach yourself? He began to test me. Is there something he wants to get out of this comment? I started playing chess this week. I have not done anything except this. Oh, that means you were sure that chess will be chosen? It doesn't hurt to think so. With each piece moving one by one, the position of the chess pieces changed rapidly. He is often confused and sometimes he doesn't eat my pieces. He might even feel pressured by me. However, every step of my game, I attacked Hashimoto-kun. Have you really been playing this for just a week? Looks like you really like to talk. I'm only talking about your ability. As long as it doesn't violate morality. No matter what he says, he isn't breaking the rules. I cannot terminate his rights. Yes, just 1 week. But you can't deny that this might be a lie. If you really have only been playing for a week, then it doesn't look like you have done so by yourself. Is there anyone who is as confident in chess as the princess of my class, who has constantly been training? I don't know. I can't completely deny that there is no such thing. I don't want to give him unnecessary information. Oh, it's fine. By the way, can you tell me something about Ayano-kuji? Is that his purpose? It seems like discussing the chess experience and who taught me wasn't important to him from the start. He should have just talked about it. The real purpose was to ask about Ayano-kuji-kun. Even Hashimoto had started to notice. What do you want to know? I want to know if the person who has been active behind the scenes since the special exam on the uninhabited island is Ayano-kuji. He began to try to shake my mind, and the reason why he was chosen for this event may have been for this reason. Why do you think so? Just my instincts. Tell me about him, Horikita. What should I answer you with? I don't even understand what you are saying. Really? In my opinion, you seem to be shaken. When I learned that you were my opponent, I anticipated that you would try to mentally attack me. Is that true? No matter how you attack, my defense will not collapse. Meanwhile, I used a bishop in a white box to checkmate Hashimoto-kun's king. Hashimoto-kun's laugh suddenly disappeared. Do you still have time to talk about it? After that, he fell silent and I began to attack. This is interesting. Looking at the previous situation, this match situation has begun to side with me. He is not a weak opponent, but every move he makes matches my expectations. From the beginning of the match to less than 10 minutes, his moves finally slowed. He thought hard for the first time. The smile on his face that he occasionally showed had now disappeared. Oh, this is not bad, Horikita. You are very strong. Your playstyle is beautiful. This is very troublesome. You too. You aren't so bad yourself. You play very well. Excessive flattery will not save you. This match, if it continues, it will definitely be my victory. Hashimoto-kun should definitely feel the gravity of the situation. However, our battle will not necessarily decide the outcome. Part 2. The screen projects the battle between the two. Hashimoto continued to launch attacks early in the match, but Horikita calmly overcame them. When she found a situation where she is being baited into eating the opponent's chess pieces, she calmly analyzed the situation and avoided a crisis. Then she plays very solid moves and maintains her advantage. When it was almost mid-hour, Horikita could almost see victory. However, the current battle was an advantage for Horikita. She played far beyond her strength during her training. This is a very interesting match. I would like to see this match to the end. Sakeonagi really enjoyed watching their match, but she showed no anxiety. I agree. We must see it to the end. Oh, yeah, even though I say it like that, I'm not sure if I can. I'm not so sure about Hashimoto-kun. On the other hand, it seems that Horikita-san is very calm. His words seem to be useless. Our moves were approaching. The computer indicated that Sakeonagi would like to intervene as the commander. She concluded that if Hashimoto continued to be pressured like this, her defeat would be very clear. For Sakeonagi, this should have been unexpected because she intended to wait until half the match time. However, her assessment was precise. Looking at the current situation, she was worried that the outcome would already be decided if she set it aside for too long. Right now Horikita is very strong. I wanted to wait and watch its progress. I began to be curious of how Horikita would respond in a match against Sakeonagi. You're not joining in, Ayanokuji-kun. I really want to participate, but if I leave it up to Horikita right now, maybe the chance of winning would be higher. I see. Then I won't hesitate to turn the situation around. She began typing. Then, Hashimoto, who was thinking, stopped moving. The commander's time to intervene is only 30 minutes. The timer is stopped after she pressed the enter key. It also seemed like the timer paused when the command is being sent. Then it continued to run again when the opponent hears the command. Horikita vs Sakeonagi. I hope that this will be in line with what Horikita had expected. If so, then Horikita might be able to maintain her excellence to the end. However, things definitely won't go so smoothly. Sakeonagi, who had absolute confidence, began to participate in the battle. Clearly, every move from the genius Sakeonagi was difficult to predict, which made Horikita worry. So I have to think about how to deal with a situation when the opponent is replaced by someone better than themselves. Then, make use of the available time and make a decision. There doesn't seem to be enough time. Facing every step of Horikita's chess piece, Sakeonagi never took more than 5 seconds. Her advantage was immediately dropped. Horikita's chance to win suddenly disappeared in an instant. She only had a bit of an advantage. Horikita's steps slowed. However, even though she was only a beginner, She could feel the despair of an opponent who was beyond her abilities. Sakeonagi trapped her, and forced Horikita on the road to death. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Horikita couldn't move any more pieces. This is the limit. This is the dividing line between the winners and the losers. I sent an intervention signal to take the baton from the distressed Horikita, and the instructions will be sent to Horikita via earphones. Horikita looked up and looked at the camera. She nodded and gave a thoughtful look. The next battle is not Horikita versus Sakeonagi. It was a fight between Sakeonagi and I. Okay, it's time. The battle between you and I. It seems so. Even though the intervention time is only 30 minutes, that is enough to reach a conclusion. While Sakeonagi and I talked, I couldn't let go of my hand to type on the keyboard. The time needed for both parties to make a move was 10 seconds to 20 seconds. After analyzing the flow until the middle of the game, I have formulated a strategy. The chess pieces kept moving on the chessboard. Hey, they are on an entirely different level. Hashimoto's voice came through the monitor. The battle between us is truly stunted. Yes, it can't be helped that they are shaken. There is a huge difference between amateurs and experienced players. At first glance they might not be able to tell which side is winning. No, compared to these things, they will come to understand this when they start playing chess. I sighed. Sakeonagi's chess skills are high enough that I want to pay my respects to her. If she entered the world of chess became famous, I wouldn't be surprised. When I was young, I used to play chess in the White Room. I have played with many people, experienced lecturers, but I was always stronger than every single one. Is there something Ayanokuchi-kun? Have my moves been conveyed to your heart? Yeah, it hurts. In the middle of the match, after half the battle, I not only had difficulty opening the gap, but it also took a lot of effort to think about how to lead. As long as she judges that I won't make a mistake, she will be careful not to break through by force. I am not afraid of you at all, because Ayanokuchi-kun will never make a small mistake. Then can you reduce your resistance? I can't do that. If you don't make a mistake, then I will use all my strength to defeat you and make a breakthrough. Unconsciously, Horikita and Hashimoto both have not said a word when their hands moved the chess pieces. When we entered half the battle, his moves suddenly stopped. If Hashimoto followed the normal directions, he would have read the next steps instructed by Sakeonagi. However, Sakeonagi thought carefully now. We've played fast so far, so Hashimoto must be shaken. Even though he didn't say it, he might have felt like he was in a crisis. After a few minutes of silence, he moved. The chess move that he thought about thoroughly was sturdy. I haven't made the slightest mistake and I also don't intend to give him a chance. But this time it was my turn that stopped. Ah, how nice our time is together. I don't care what they see. I just hope this battle will be the best ever in my life. I don't know whether Hoshinomiya-sensei and Sakagami-sensei have a deep understanding of chess, but they will understand that this is an unusual battle. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time continues endlessly. I had used up almost all of my time. What are you doing, Ayanokuchi-kun? On the other side of the monitor, there was the voice of Horikita, who was quietly watching. Only 5 minutes left. I also know that this is a complicated game where all 4 people are thinking. There is no doubt that we were dominant before, and now things have really took a turn because of our opponents. My next step will determine life and death. It doesn't matter how much time we spend interpreting it. You're not someone who would give up on something like that, Ayanokuchi-kun. Let me see it. Again. Compared to the results, Sakeonagi is only interested in being able to bring out the full potential of my abilities. For her, as long as she is having fun, the results of this special exam weren't important at all. Less than 3 minutes left. The route I had been creating had been completely restored. Then I began to build a path to victory. 2 minutes remaining. I pressed the keyboard and sent the instructions to Horikita. Horikita seems to have been waiting for this moment. and once again took action. The chess section attached to the chessboard looks towering. Once again Hashimoto became restless. Right now, every step from Sakayanagi was smooth, but the next step will take longer. The first move was 30 seconds, the second again 30 seconds. The next move took 1 minute. On the contrary, I responded to her steps within 1 to 2 seconds. In the current situation, I'm holding the advantage over Sakayanagi and taking it down the path to victory. Soon the last battle will end. Soon, the results will be decided. A situation I had initiated. Even though she still had a little room to escape, there was only a little time left. Shortly after, she won't be able to get away. Truly extraordinary. Sakayanagi complimented me. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Sakayanagi thought long for the second time. The time spent decreases, and 1 precious minute was constantly being cut off. She has been talking to me ever since, but now I don't hear her voice anymore. Hey, come on, Hashimoto called out. The remaining time is less than 2 minutes, and in the end she fell under me. If she had used up 30 minutes, then she could only leave the rest to Hashimoto. However, this will inevitably determine her defeat. Sakayanagi, this is our defeat. It seems that Hashimoto did not know how to escape. The time is reduced by 1 minute of Sakayanagi's thinking. This is truly extraordinary. Ayanokuji-kun, you have fully responded to my wishes. As the time diminished, Sakayanagi once again praised me. I felt cold sweat for the first time. You are indeed a strong opponent. When the time was running out, Sakayanagi said, "This is the end." This whisper of defeat from Sakayanagi that Hashimoto could not hear. The commander had no authority to end the game. After the time is up, the game rights will be returned to the players from both parties, and then the ability for intervention will be lost. Or she can let Hashimoto continue until the final checkmate. However, the battle will end when Sakayanagi showed her willingness to declare defeat. This is a very good fight. It's a shame to let it end. Only 40 seconds left. Sakayanagi's voice was soft. At the same time a voice came when she typed the keyboard. He did not want to admit defeat, and Sakayanagi was confident of his victory. "I've been waiting, Princess." Hashimoto, no. This was an attack from Sakayanagi behind him. When he made a move, I felt a current running down my back. The dying black side suddenly regained consciousness and once again rose again. After 2 or 3 steps, I felt that the chess path had deviated from what I had designed. Then, when I prayed, I found myself forced into a dead end. After returning to pray, I was stuck on the road to Sakayonagi's victory. From these ups and downs, silence once again came to me. In less than a minute and a half now, I fell into the biggest dilemma. I'm sure Horikita also felt this situation before. She could imagine the defeat of the opponent. It seemed that it would be a victory for Class C after just a little more. However, all of these feelings gradually disappeared, and now Horikita must have felt it. The remaining time is less than 1 minute. "Ayanokuji-kun," Horikita said to me with her head down. "I don't want to lose." She only said what was on her mind. Horikita talked about what she wanted to say now. I don't want to admit defeat, I want to win," she cried in her heart. "Even now, I'm thinking hard about how to obtain victory. I keep thinking about it, letting her emotions out. This really isn't like Horikita. But, I can't find any moves to fight Sakayanagi-san. You're the only one who can do that." I close my eyes. There are still tens of seconds left. It is over. Considering the next step, when there is only 30 seconds left, defeat is basically determined. There is no safe route left. I can only bet on the last chance to win this battle. I typed the keyboard, quickly and accurately, even though this would result in defeat. Then I pressed enter and sent the instructions. The calculation of the displayed time stops here. Horikita can only pray, waiting for the message I sent. After about 30 seconds I gave instructions. Horikita opened her eyes. It seemed that the instructions she had been waiting for had reached her through the earphones. I looked at Sakagami-sensei and Hoshinomiya-sensei. Their eyes were fixed on the monitor and watched the game situation. "You have to do it, Ayano-kuji." Hashimoto looked like he was smiling, and looked at the camera. "Horikita has made the move. It's time for Sakayonagi to step again. This is very interesting, Ayano-kuji-kun." Sakayonagi took a step. She expressed her respect for me for the third time. "I've never fought an enemy as complex and as powerful as you. You can handle every move I make, and sometimes you can even make a brighter response." Through her moves, Sakayonagi had seen the final result she had expected. This step taken by Ayano-kuji-kun is a complex move. There is no doubt that this is an area that cannot be reached by ordinary people. Sakayonagi stated her feelings were mixed and trembling slightly. However, Sakayonagi's voice echoed in this quiet room. "In this way, my victory will not be shaken." She uses the keyboard to give instructions. Hashimoto, who had been waiting for an answer, immediately moved the pieces according to the instructions. I also continued to play to fight. The match is nearing its end. There was no conversation, only the sound of chess pieces stepping. The remaining time is 5, 4, 3, then finally, checkmate. This is the main strategy to sacrifice the queen's most powerful piece. The victory achieved by using this strategy is very significant, but because the risk is too high, if it fails, it will definitely lose. And she completed this strategy when she was forced into a desperate situation. Horikita stopped moving her hand. She had hoped for words that would come from the earphones, but that only lasted for a moment. She should also understand it. There was no way to escape this checkmate. Victory or defeat has been decided. Ayano-kuji-kun. Even so, there are things that make Horikita want to deny defeat. Answer, Ayano-kuji-kun. Is there really no more steps? I moved away from the keyboard. Ayano-kuji-kun. More than anyone, Horikita really hoped to win from Class A. She felt that if she asked me, she might be able to win and then entrust everything to me. Game 7 has ended. I wanted to praise her for being able to take the advantage over Hashimoto, who was a difficult opponent. There was no mistake about Horikita. It's just that the other party has played a better game than the instructions I gave Horikita. The commander's time is stopped when the time is 0, and communication is lost. I lose. Horikita was very disheartened to bow her head to Hashimoto. "Thank you for everything." Hashimoto also bowed his head. So far, Sakagami-sensei, who had been silent after seeing the match, declares the match of the 7th event is over. This event was won by Class A. Therefore, the results of this final exam were won by Class A with 4 wins and 3 losses. Class C also gave great resistance. The chess event is over. I will have to come up with an excuse later. I intervened as a commander, but in this chess match, I still lost. Of course there will be many people who will be dissatisfied and complaining about why I hadn't left the game to Horikita. This was a good match. Is it okay to say that? However, Class C has also fought until the end. This is great. Hoshinomiya-sensei tried to comfort me in the same way as Sakagami-sensei. "If you feel very sad, do you want to cry on your teacher's chest?" Hoshinomiya-sensei. Sakagami-sensei reprimanded the joking Hoshinomiya-sensei. "I am kidding." She shook his head and immediately looked down at Sakagami-sensei. "But Ayano-kuji-kun, it seems that you are a much better child than I originally thought. When you interfered in the arithmetic mental program, you could answer the 10th question, which was very difficult. You also played well in chess against Sakayonagi-san. In the written examination, you could answer the part that had the highest difficulty. Oh, this is the right time to give a bonus." After that, Hoshinomiya-sensei thought for a while. This is strange. Have you been hiding your abilities all this time? Only this time I happen to be useful. By chance, huh? There are also things like this, but, well, I might understand what C-chan saw in Ayano Kuji-kun. So that's how she played dirty. No matter how I tried to hide it, some parts will be exposed to the teachers. Don't worry, I won't tell the other students about what I saw and heard here. When she said that, she touched my shoulder gently. Then she put her face to my ear and said, Sensei doesn't hate children like Ayano Kuji-kun, but that can turn into hatred if she sees them as an enemy. Hoshinomiya-sensei left this sentence and left. There was no smile on her face. It seems I have accidentally made her look at me as an enemy of Class B. Special exams have been completed. Students are asked to immediately leave the multi-purpose room. Oh, Sensei, do we have to go back to class first? No, that's enough here today. It's okay to return to the dormitory. It seems that everyone did not need to gather together first. This is also a good thing. All students have done well. You can return now. Hoshinomiya-sensei, you have to start cleaning up after this event. I know. Sakagami-sensei and Hoshinomiya-sensei began to prepare to clean the multi-purpose room. The current situation felt so relaxed that it did not seem like there had just been a big battle. At this moment, Sakayonagi appeared from the other side of the computer. She was waiting for the teachers to move away from us. It's hard for a little girl. Yes, you too. This is the first time we have greeted each other since the final battle of the exam. Even though it was only 30 minutes, our brains were thinking hard. It was definitely tiring. This chess game required endurance, a careful response from Horikita-san, and then a fierce battle with Ayano Kuji-kun. This was better than I expected. This is truly extraordinary. Sakayonagi said that with a satisfied face. It seemed that she had exerted all her strength. To be honest, you are much stronger than I thought. You immediately destroyed the profits made by Horikita. And I can't complain because of defeat. There is no such thing. This was a very good match. Until the end of the match, there may be a tendency to win on both sides. However, the steps I made have already determined victory and defeat. Isn't that so? Great checkmate after you sacrificed the queen. That is the reality that happened on the monitor's side. My instructions and Sakayonagi's instructions. As a result of the match, Sakayonagi was better. At that time, there was no miracle to turn things around. Victory and defeat have been decided at the discretion of the school. Even though Class C also fought hard, they still lost to Class A, so we lost 30 class points. Even though the result was only a little damage, but to match the results of other classes to see the whole. Is there anything you want? Is there anything I want? Nothing. Sakayonagi smiled softly and nodded in satisfaction. I only wished to fight with you, and now this has been achieved. That is enough. If so, is it just a matter of responding? If we talk too long, we will be seen by the teachers. This would be very troublesome. So I also stood up. Just as I reached out to the door to leave, Interim Director Tsukishiro appeared in the multi-purpose room. Oh. You guys really showed me something good. Aren't you the temporary director Tsukishiro? Were you watching the special exam? Yeah. The school has to manage things to prevent injustice. I am in another room, but I have watched both of you as commanders and seen the way of special exams. After that, he applauded and praised us both. Both sides were fighting very well. It was a very tight match. For schools, this is a very good collection of data. I am sure that this victory will have a big impact for the coming year. It must be maintained. I saw it in the eyes of the temporary director Tsukishiro, and he also looked back at me. Only in this way, I don't need to ask him for an explanation anymore. I already understand everything. It's a good thing if you can satisfy the interim director. Sakayonagi bowed her head. She seemed to feel the highest sense of satisfaction for the battle that had taken place. What are the results between Class B and Class D? Yes, the results have been determined 1 hour before you are finished. That's fast. Which Class won? Sakae also became interested in this, so she asked that. 5 wins and 2 losses, victory for Class D. This can be described as a big disappointment. Did Ryun defeat Ichinose? They will get 190 class points. Class D seems to be returning to Class C. Then we will return to Class D again and start all over again. Ichinose-san suffered a terrible defeat. It can't be helped. If Ryun wasn't there, this would be Class B victory. Did he act for the class? In short, his feelings have started to change. At the same time, this was a threat because of his return. Please return. Special exams have been completed. Teachers are also welcome to leave. The interim director Tsukishiro urged Sakigami-sensei and Hoshinomiya-sensei to leave quickly. But we still have things to do. This matter will be taken care of by us. The caretaker's director Tsukishiro gave a gesture, and several workers entered the multi-purpose room. Who are they? Aren't they staff working at this school? Sakigami-sensei asked, surprised. The government wants to know the exam date too as soon as possible. These people were sent by the government for this purpose. Don't worry. Director Tsukishiro, acting on all of this, said that, after all, a teacher can't argue. Sakigami-sensei and Hoshinomiya-sensei immediately stopped to their work and left the multi-purpose room. They have to go back to the office immediately, so they kept going without much for us. On the other hand, Sakae looked at the workers with confusion. However, the door of the multi-purpose room had been closed and only the sound of the door being carefully locked could be heard. Are you worried about something? Provisional Director Tsukishiro, who did not stay in the department room, asked Sakae. No, nothing. So, all right, I'll be back too. I looked at my cell phone and found a text message from Horikita. You've worked hard. This is a very short message. I will definitely listen to her complaints later. See you later, Sakae. I tried to go back, but... Can you wait a moment? Ayanokuchi-kun. What is wrong? Sakae called to stop me in the corridor. Sakae expression, which was initially lulled in victory, began to show some dissatisfaction. Do you really think that your final chess move was the best choice? The last moment. It seems she has doubts about the conclusion I made after careful consideration. You really defeated me. What else could I have done? No, sorry. Looks like I have imagined something excessive. Are you not happy for defeating me? It's not like that. Just, somewhere in my heart, I expected to lose to you. This is really a strange way of thinking. From the start, I didn't play half-heartedly. Yeah, I know. Even so, there was still some weirdness in Sakae heart. Maybe in her eyes, my image would be higher than that. You're a cruel person, Ayanokuchi-kun. The temporary director Tsukishiro, who was standing in front of the multi-purpose room, said something like that to me. Sakae turned around. After a while, I also reluctantly turned around. The cement director Tsukishiro smiled softly and walked over to us. You're really cruel. What do you mean, Director Tsukishiro? It wasn't me who asked, but Sakae. Should I tell you what happened? What do you mean? It's better to tell you clearly and directly. It seems like he had done something in the multi-purpose room. In this match, the real winner was Ayanokuchi-kun. When the statement from the interim director Tsukishiro came out, it was impossible for Sakae to ignore it. Why does he have to say this considering having his own risk? What do you mean? I lost? Yes, that's right. That is the truth. From this way of speaking, we could see interim director Tsukishiro's character, but the process was truly different. Am I right? I just kept quiet and listened to them, and I began to understand the situation. Then, suddenly Sakae also woke up to the reality of the situation. This is really stupid. The school had forced an interference with the students. Sakeonagi was not sorry or discouraged, but she was annoyed. There is no doubt that she is very angry. Sakeonagi-san, you not only failed to fulfill my request, but also sent protection points to Ayanokuji-kun. To eliminate them, I had to use some difficult methods at this school. It turns out that's what happened. To make it clear, is it necessary to even disclose previously unnecessary things like this? That's right. If everything can go according to my wishes, this time I should have been able to get Ayanokuji-kun out of school. Unfortunately, there are many enthusiastic teachers in this school, so it takes a lot of work for me. At the end of his consideration, he entered the instructions on my computer. However, it takes about 30 seconds to enter the keyboard and forward it to instructions. The previous input only takes about 10 seconds, and the reason for this indication is delayed. The reason for this is that the instructions sent will be played as an automatic sound in the earphones. With the use of a computer, the process and the results of the match were changed into something else. At that time, he had planned to move the pieces to another position. Out of control was considered the best step. Although we prepared many people and machines, we had to do such difficult things. If he changes the placements of the chess pieces too much, it will be too conspicuous, so that everyone will feel the strangeness. In other words, caretaker director Tsukishiro had to consider the difficult steps of my chess piece to prevent everyone from feeling weird about what was happening. At this level, Sakeonagi-san, who can feel the strangeness of his chess pieces, can be quite good. This is not a compliment at all. Why didn't you say anything, Ayanokuji-kun? Even if he tells the teacher, it's useless. No, apart from that he can't say anything at all. These simple things, explained by caretaker director Tsukishiro. He is a genius from the White Room, and he was forced the situation by sneaking into this school. After all, he chooses not to be the center of attention. If I told them that I was involved with the interim director Tsukishiro, that would develop into a very difficult problem. Although it is unfortunate, the current situation cannot be changed. Even if it's very sad, a victory is a victory. Or are you not happy? Director Tsukishiro, you're really good at provocation. But you will pay for this. Seeing her smile with emotion, Director Tsukishiro once again applauded. A Kaudoik Yusai High School student really said something interesting. Just because you are a king here, even your arrogance has become large. From the start, students who were standing in the same position did not want to make an enemy out of Sakeonagi. However, in the eyes of this man, she was just a child who liked to brag. Because I said you have to pay dearly? Then I'll tell you what you have to do now. Hurry, go. How will it happen? After a short silence. Okay, then I have to go. The adults have a lot to do. Provisional Director Tsukishiro began to take steps and deliberately passed by us. If possible, I hope you choose to drop out of school. This will eliminate the need to involve other students. After leaving this sentence, he walked out to the corridor. Sakeonagi also walked slowly behind him. These results are extremely disappointing. I'm very unhappy. I am sorry. You don't need to apologize for this, Ayanokuji-kun. I'm just frustrated by the fact that adults must interfere with children's battles. My best memories are now marred by it. She did not care about her victory. She simply could not accept that her victory had been crushed. Only, even if I accept it, isn't it difficult to know who really is stronger? Sakeonagi stopped in her tracks and looked at me. Exactly. That is really the problem. Even though I wanted to remain silent over interim director Tsukishiro's intervention, it would be better if Sakeonagi found out. For me, this incident also left a little sin. Please play with me again, beginning from the move before the temporary chairman interfered. I could easily reject her proposal right here and now. But if I did, I felt something inside Sakeonagi would break, and something within me as well. I have no reasons to turn you down, I guess. But, where shall we do it? Did you know that there is a chessboard in the library? No. That's the first time I've heard of it. I have used it to play chess there sometimes, so let's move over there. Finding no reasons to reject her proposal, we moved to the library. There was nobody there today, maybe because the special exam was over and all events completed. Inside the library, which was too quiet, I found the chessboard. I then placed the board on a little table, just large enough for 2 people. Sakae arranged the pieces to the state it was before with dexterity. Here, the same situation as that time. Show me your real move then please. I picked up a piece and moved it forward where it was supposed to go to. None of us was speaking during the match. The time was ticking away. During the evening, the only sound heard were the repeating click-clacks of the white and black pieces. But that didn't last very long. There was no need to spend more time since the match started with that situation at the board. Before long, the end of the game arrived. Sakae was looking at the board while silently letting out a sight. A way to avoid checkmate was nowhere to be found. As expected of you, Ayano-kuji-kun. It's my loss. It was a life and death match, move for move. It didn't seem like she has discontent or anything. She just acknowledged her loss with satisfaction. You sure are honest about it. Do I look like this prideful lady who can't acknowledge her own defeat? Saying she didn't look like one would be a lie, to be honest. What I wanted to know was who among us was above the other and which one was below. I will never show any discontent or say it was unfair and grumble because of the result. But, I may have won. But that was just recreation. There are no guarantees that the match would progress like this at that time and at that precise moment. I can't remove the possibility it was a move I managed to think of due to the extra time given to me. No, above all, this game was the result of Horikita and Hashimoto's match, which gave me an advantage. As far as I see it, I was substituted in while we had the upper hand. I don't think it was a very fair match. The development on the board was made possible by Horikita passing her advantage to me. Being able to overturn that while being a disadvantage shows how strong Sakae is. If we played each other from the beginning, there was no proof that I would win. It's to the point that even if someone proposed a match to me, if I was allowed to run away, I would want to do it. Is that your way of comforting me? Sakae laughed, thinking it was weird of me. That's not it. I was only stating the objective facts. I'm satisfied with this result. Isn't that enough? If she was satisfied with that, then that's certainly all right. As for me though, I'm still troubled, be it. Since this special exam was announced, you could have managed to restrict the event to a one-on-one and face me directly in a duel. If you had proposed that, I would have accepted. But even so you didn't. Why was that? Of course, it was a random battle fought using only 7 of the 10 events. There was no guarantee that it would have been chosen, but if we both wished for it, there was a rather high chance it would have happened. The reason is simple. As you have reasoned, there was no guarantee that it would be chosen. Also, if you carelessly fought me in this one-on-one match, your surroundings will surely be suspicious. I wanted to avoid them both, but it was being taken advantage of by the temporary chairman in the end. She made sure to plan a special exam while showing consideration to me as much as possible. That's perhaps why Tsukishiero's intervention irritated her so to that degree. The 7 events chosen today and their order was most likely not chosen at random. I now assumed it wasn't a fair match. Furthermore, the one who had the most talent for chess in Class A, Hashimoto-kun, was beaten by the one raised by you, Horikita-san. It just means I lost in that aspect as well. Sakae slowly bowed her head. Ayano-kuji-kun, you are without doubt a genius. You are in no way a fake. You don't plan on taking revenge with chess again? You want me to? No, I don't. Fufu, you are honest. The fact we managed to have this game in silence was the result of this extremely rare timing. The special exam was over and tomorrow marked the beginning of a long break. Thus a space empty of people was created. The reason I'm not planning on getting revenge, is it? To be honest, I judged that we both are at about the same level in chess. If we played 10 times, it wouldn't be weird if the result was 5 wins, 5 losses. Am I wrong? No. You hit the mark. Interestingly, our abilities were rivaling each other. If we continued to repeat this game, it should have progresses just as Sakae said. But I feel the winner of this first bout was you by a little. I think I would have lost at that point in time. Well, Ayano-kuchi-kun has a bit longer history with chess than me. That gap is maybe due to that. A slight competitiveness showed on her face, conveying the importance of winning. If I were to take revenge using chess, it would take the fun out of it. Chess is a leisure activity. I want to leave it at that, she said as she picked up the knight. Regarding the chess history you spoke of, so you did indeed see me then? Yes. I saw you relentlessly pressuring your opponent in the White Room. I've been fond of chess ever since then, believing the day would come when I would face you in a game. The hunch I felt when seeing Class A's event list seemed to have been on the mark. It meant that it wasn't a coincidence chess was being chosen as an event. Well then, let's hurry back, shall we? I'll put it away. Just sit there and wait for a bit. Thank you very much. I'll take you up on that. I returned the pieces and the board back to its original place. It's with regret that I say this, but I will keep a distance from you from now on. If I were to continue fixating myself on you, your classmates would probably get suspicious. Furthermore, I wanted to get to know you so badly. I was always chasing after you. To me, you are the childhood friend I never got to meet. If I could compete with you that easily, its value would probably diminish to me. A faint smile appeared on her face as she looked at me with affection. There is no time for us in the same grade to be fighting among each other when thinking of that temporary chairman, Tsukishiro, right? Putting the cart before the horse. Originally, the students are supposed to fight each other in this school. Even if we competed in similar ways later, there is no guarantee that he would interfere yet again. Rather, it's likely he would do anything to interfere with me. As for that, I would be thankful if I could simply get by without having to suspect the other part. If I were surrounded by enemies on all sides, the exhaustion would be considerable after all. We both left the library behind. Speaking of which, this is the first time we have left the school, just the two us, isn't it? Now that you say that, it sure is. There were always someone beside her. And normally, the thought that we would walk side by side like this wouldn't strike me at all. Excuse me for walking this slowly. You don't have to apologize for that. Her walking speed was certainly slow. It was because of her handicap, but strangely enough, today I felt thankful for it. If I walked per usual, I would reach the dorm in no time at all. What are you thinking of doing from now on? I just have to watch out for Tsukishiro's next move. He may just be a temporary one, but he's still the chairman. He probably wouldn't do anything foolish. You are right. Considering how it looks, my father's reinstatement seems difficult after all. What are you planning on doing then? I asked. Sakae pondered for a bit. I'm thinking of doing what I've done so far, enjoying my days. If Katsuragi-kun starts opposing me again, I'll be his opponent. If Ichinoshi-san chases after me, I'll crush her while I play with her. It seems interesting after all. If she got herself expelled, I would get to see her own class fall apart as well. She smiled like a girl who innocently played with her dolls. I didn't foresee Ryun-kun's move, however. If he returned to the battlefield, I'd like to fight with him too. Thinking of it, it seems like it won't be a boring school life after all. That's good then. What do you plan on doing, Ayano-kuchi-kun? I would rather not take any actions in the open if I can avoid it. I'll make Horikita do her best. It seems I can watch her growth with my own eyes as well. I'll look forward to it. Maybe she one day could become an opponent who Sakae herself would say she had to be on guard against. Just like Ichinose and Ryun. If so, Sakae would enjoy herself even more. There's one thing I have to apologize for. Apologize? I told you about why I wanted to avoid a 1 versus 1 duel earlier. But that was a lie. It was to avoid getting me into the spotlight, her consideration so to say. But now she withdrew that statement. To tell you the truth, I wanted to be in the same space as you, even just for one more moment, she said as she stretched her right hand towards me. I took it thinking it was a handshake, but she put her left hand over, enveloping mine. People learn about warmth when they touch each other. That's a very precious feeling. The warmth of another human is by no means a bad thing. Please remember that. What do you mean? It's a late message from me. While I didn't understand what she was saying, she slowly released my hand and started walking. Well, let's go back. It seems like she wouldn't explain any further. We watched the sunset as we took the way back. Oh, by the way, have you heard? Yoshida-kun from Class A. A relationship where we could speak of the old days. We had not. Without any objectives or purpose, we just earnestly exchanged tales about our daily lives. Until the very moment we reached the dorms. Volume 11, Short Stories. The Morning of Fulfillment. I was deep at sleep. The appearances of myself when I was young, and of him was repeatedly projected within a famous museum of that world. Even the exhibition objects made for an artistic spectacle. I think it was that grandeur, that sweet, and that madly affectionable. In a sense, that was love. There are many kinds of love. Love, charity, affection, love and hate. I think I feel all of those towards him. 3 hours and 36 minutes. Each time I wake up, I always check how much time I've slept. If I don't sleep for 7 to 8 hours, I don't feel refreshed. That was because I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. The body pillow I used to support my sleep every day didn't seem to work that much. Foo-fa-foo. I let out a sweet laughter before I knew it. I have never experienced becoming this excited before, so I couldn't control my feelings. The more I tried to hold back the laughter, a smile appeared, so naturally, on my face. I can't help it. I was exposed by the contradiction dwelling within myself right now. A me that would never lose to anyone. A him that maybe would teach me defeat. The conflicting feelings were clashing, going back and forth. Neither side yielding. However, there will definitely be a conclusion. In other words, superiority and inferiority will be decided. Ah, how beautiful it is. I hugged my body pillow tightly and a pleasant drowsiness came over me. I was already napping, wanting to enjoy a passionate dance with him. That dream of mine was being interrupted by the cold sounds of the ringing sounds from my cell phone. Was that Masumi? She's also a warrior, right? I know. Let's continue the rest of my dream later tonight. After I have settled it with him, made it clear as black and white. At my leisure. Volume 11, SS Kushida Kikiyo. A truly frightening person. Hey, do you have some time? I was about to go home when a boy behind me called out. I didn't even need to turn around. It was that boy again. He was always following that girl around. A really troublesome person. What is it, Ayanokuchi-kun? I made a smile and then slowly returned his gaze. I cannot show any gaps regarding my appearance here in this school corridor, in a public space. I see, so you aren't going to support her this time. I was wondering what he was about to say since he ran after me. I felt exasperated inside but still put up my guard. Can we talk while walking? That's fine. This boy called Ayanokuchi Kiyotaka-kun. His whole existence was like an ungraspable shadow to me. Do you have any plans for today? Yes. I'm planning on meeting up with some girls from Class B. You think having fun considering what's happening now is considered bad, don't you? From the first time we met, he was just an unremarkable student. He was somewhat good-looking, But that was it. He wasn't particularly athletic or smart, just a normal person. No. It's necessary to take breaks. I think everyone understands that. But I was far too naive. Maybe this boy possesses something even greater than what I judged him to. Like what he's doing now. Trying to shake me up, pointing out my actions one by one. So you do understand it, the reason I'm not doing anything right now? I was thinking it was fine to expel you and assisted Yamauchi with it. What face do you think I should make? What act do you think I can put up to lead the class, after everything was brought to light? I was being honest, explaining to him why I couldn't do anything in my situation. You don't seem to accept that, do you? I can see it on your face. Well, yeah, as could be expected. There was no way he would accept just from this explanation, right? Even though it should have worked for any other idiot. I'll say it now. It's not that I don't want to help Horikita-san because she's the leader now, okay? That's the worst part of it though. Is that true? He was doubting me. But no way will I ever acknowledge it. Really? It's true. But this boy didn't change his expression. I doubt it. How do I look like to you, I wonder? How about it? I wasn't particularly interested, but he caught my attention. I want to know what this boy is thinking. What he is feeling. If I not, I won't be able to remove that girl. That's why it was inevitable for me to, just barely, show a little bit of my inner self, to him. If I don't think I can ever win. Surely, this boy must be a frightening person. Volume 11, SS Sakeonagi Risu. The Time of Realization. In a multi-purpose room. Me and Ayanokuchi-kun would be spending some time alone in here. The teachers started talking among each other, so they must be doing the final checks. The strong beatings in my chest felt pleasant to me. Every time I looked at Ayanokuchi-kun in front of me, my whole body felt hot as if not wanting to look away. Fufu. Just like a maiden in love. Isn't it? I observed myself as if I was a bystander, while enjoying myself from the bottom of my heart. Let's savor this moment by striking some conversation before the match starts. The time he and I was granted together was decisively limited after all. Finally this day has come at last. I really couldn't sleep yesterday, so I almost overslept today. I earnestly started talking about my morning. I stammered a bit since it was the first time raising my voice for a while alone with him. He looked a bit troubled but replied back, I have no recollection of making you wait though. Me meeting you was a coincidence in the first place. It was easy to think why he would have doubts regarding whether it was a coincidence or not. You are saying that if you did not enter this school, we would never have met? The world is big. True. The fact we met once again may have been close to a coincidence. Certainly, the fact we met at this school was a coincidence. However, I'm convinced I would meet you again someday. It was meant to be. Yes, fate. Yes, it was not a coincidence. It was inevitable. Fate? That's quite an abstract thing to say. True. There was no logic to that, just some hunch. But here we were talking to each other. Right? Ayanokuchi-kun. If this wasn't fate, what else would you say it was? It's because I'm also a maiden. But there was probably no need to say more than that. If you didn't enroll at this school, that should only have been a delay of 3 years. I had confidence I could hide my anticipation deep inside my heart without rushing it. But I can't hold it back anymore. Inevitably, I felt the days becoming longer knowing you were there by my side. I want to fight. Suppressing that feeling have been quite difficult. That's the extent of my dream. A loved one. I was thinking of him as my childhood friend, although selfishly. That's why I couldn't stop the overflowing words by my own will. I was talking to him non-stop, as if I was yearning for him, one topic after another. That calm look he gave me and those pupils gave me an even greater pleasure. Are you not afraid of waking up from that dream? Nothing is as kind as a dream. When you wake up from that dream and return back to reality, that happiness will disappear in a moment. Fighting Ayanokuchi-kun and lose, and then despair, or winning so easily that all that's left was disappointment. I couldn't overlook the chance that it could happen, but that was fine because dreams are things you are meant to wake up from. If I could find an answer, I will be satisfied with that. Normally, I would ask you to go easy on me, but I pierced his elusive pupils. Please meet me with all you have. He definitely, although just faintly, confirmed by a nod. And at the same time, I could begin to guess what he had in mind, the thing keeping me from enjoying myself to the fullest. Its true identity. It would be a lie to say that I don't have any conflicting feelings about this. An inadequate test like this won't be good enough for us to prove our abilities. Us leaders are limited to how we can influence the outcome, right? The main point of this exam was how the difference in abilities between the classes would spell victory or defeat. The leader's intervention and the rules for the events are nothing more than accessories. Of course there would be classes that would force their way through, but that was a story for another time. That being said, if the leader's influence was too large, another problem arrives. I think I ought to consider your situation too, Ayano-kuji-kun. You don't want your classmates to figure out your real abilities, right? This special exam had meaning in that it was simply a secret duel between me and Ayano-kuji-kun. It was just an extension of a game, played in secret, unknown to the teachers and other students. That's why it was understandable why Ayano-kuji-kun was looking so suspicious. No matter how limited our way of fighting may be, it would be fine as long as it was fair for today. Ascertaining anything more or less would be a luxury, so it was best left unspoken. The teachers were approaching. The special exam will start very soon. Right. The exam will soon begin. Back to your seats. After hearing what Hoshinomiya-sensei said, me and Ayano-kuji returned back to our seats. I could no longer see his face, but there was no need to be discouraged by that, because as long as we were in the same room, I could exchange words with him anytime, as many times as I wanted. Best regards, Ayano-kuji-kun. I sent a greeting in his direction in a voice so low that nobody could hear. I suppressed the throbbings of my heart. And now, the time my dreams will be realized has come. Volume 11, SS Karaizawa K. The First Gift. There was a little box resting in my hand. It was so light, yet it felt so heavy. My heart rate was rising like the high tide. It easily surpassed 120 beats per minute. So, I'm going to confirm something. Fine with you? I asked, trying to conceal my nervousness. I looked at Kiyotaka, but I couldn't meet his eyes. My gaze flickered around his nose, disguising trying to act as if I was looking at him. I'm confident that I would swoon looking directly in his eyes now. A birthday plus white day gift from Kiyotaka. I neatly unwrapped it so it could be wrapped again later. Then, I opened the cover. Wow! What is this? I screamed out my first impression before I knew it. A heart-shaped necklace shining in gold. It's a necklace. Yeah, even I can see that. A too heavy present, you know. I mean, isn't that almost a confession? No, I've never been confessed to, so I can't be sure. But, I was sure it was a present way surpassing what friends give each other. I faintly remember that I said he should return the favor many times back, but that was just meant as a little joke. Heavy? I wasn't sure whether to be happy or sad. That idiot was just looking as if he had no clue. Even if that was intentional, that would mean, well, in other words, that right? I imagined an unreal situation, but then chased it in the furthest back on my mind. But you don't give a necklace to a friend, you know. I first have to tell him how strange this present was. And you know, it doesn't seem to fit me either. This is heart-shaped, you know. It was true I didn't think it would fit me, but that wasn't the big issue. This was the kind of thing that frequently made girls misunderstand, wasn't it? Come on, really? Heart-shaped, you know. I thought I perhaps was being confessed to, so accept my feelings. Phew. My feelings exploded without me realizing it, but that was probably my fault. He probably bought it since I requested a pricey gift in return. Listening to the full details later, I understood. It was something he, who had never gifted a present to a girl, had earnestly chosen. In other words, it was his first gift. Of course I will receive it. Ah, he got me, I thought as I was looking at myself, wearing the necklace, in the mirror. Would a time come when I would wear this and go together with him somewhere? That would definitely be a very enjoyable day. That I was certain of. Diamond. Hey guys, Skywish here. I have received messages that volume 1 through 11.5 have been deleted off Emilo's channel. I will be creating and uploading those as soon as I can over the next couple weeks. Thank you for being patient. As always, we'll be working to make sure to upload the latest volumes once they are translated to you guys. I also created a Discord server for updates and discussions. I might make content such as tier lists or ship discussions with some friends if people would be interested in that. I hope you enjoyed this volume as much as I did. I will see you all at the next volume. Diamond.